The scraps, mixed with magical waves and hot steam, swept in all directions like a surging tide of magma. The prison guards who were swept by the tide were burnt in their armor at first. Then their flesh and blood were cooked. Then they were torn off from their bones by the blast. In the end, even their bones were burnt to ash. The entire process only took half a second. What was even more miserable were the fiend prison guardians who were standing further away. They were not killed instantly by the tide of magma, but their armor had been melted and melded with their flesh and blood. Even though the bodies of the devils were extremely tough, they could not withstand the excruciating pain and screamed miserably. In a moment, a shocking giant hole appeared in the center of the neat battle formation of the Hell Exterminator. Thousands of Hell Exterminators were torn apart and killed. The destruction of the Hell Destroyer cannon was a major blow to their morale, too. The flag of the Hell Exterminator was shaking violently because of the blast. All the devils were scared out of their wits. They looked at Black Jack, who was flying higher and higher not far away, as if they were looking at an awe-inspiring deity. The witches of the Hell Destroyer clan, in particular, were immediately conquered by Black Jack's heroism. In the Blood Demon sector, the strong were respected. Clans and bloodlines were not important. Even the heroes of the enemy would be respected or even worshipped if they performed miraculously. Woo woo woo. A high-pitched whistle came from the back of the team. It was a signal to retreat as soon as possible. It was true that, although not many soldiers had been killed, the morale of the soldiers had hit rock bottom. If the battle continued, it would only consume the strength of both sides. Lord Cooper was ambitious. His goal was to unite the entire world of magic. As for the tribes of the Blood Demon sector, he planned to conquer them instead of destroying them. Naturally, he would not fight a meaningless war of attrition where both sides would suffer. Although the morale of the coalition army of the 6 species was greatly boosted, it was only a moment of relief for them. They had suffered heavy casualties in the first place. Besides, they had sent out multiple commands with their own schemes. Therefore, they did not have the ability to pursue the enemy. The short and brutal encounter had come to an end for now. The two parties retreated to the teleportation arrays near each other, licked their wounds, and regrouped for another day. Naturally, Black Jack and his harem, surrounded by countless demons as heroes and warriors, arrived at the base of the coalition army. Black Jack indeed had a lot of old friends in the Blood Demon sector. Also, his performance just now had earned him the trust of all the species in the demon world. It didn't matter whether it was a welcome party or a celebration. Very soon, Black Jack was chit-chatting with the leaders of the 6 major demon clans at the banquet. At least on the surface, the other party gladly accepted his support. The men called him brother and the women winked at him. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. What was even more unbelievable was that Black Jack crawled into Queen Medusa's tent after the feast. Soon, Teresa's familiar yet unfamiliar breath echoed inside the tent. Teresa watched everything coldly. For some reason, he was even more wary and disgusted by what Black Jack had done. She did not know what was wrong with her either. To be honest, Black Jack's method of destroying the Hell Destroyer cannon could be called shockingly powerful. Even if Teresa had returned to her old body, she would not have been as smooth and comfortable as him. Besides, he was not bluffing. It was indeed necessary. This was the devil world. Demons were all cruel and merciless fellows who could kill without spilling blood. They would certainly be hostile to outsiders like them. If they suddenly jumped out and said that they were going to reinforce the devil race, they would definitely grow suspicious. It would be perfectly reasonable if they were killed in one attack. However, when the coalition army of the 6 species was in the most critical moment, Black Jack had destroyed the cannon in front of everybody and become the hero who turned the tide. The situation was suddenly different. Right now, Black Jack was on good terms with the morale of the coalition army. Whoever tried to kill him would deal a devastating blow to the morale of the coalition army. For now, they should be safe. At least, no one dared to attack them openly. Black Jack was both bold and smart. However, Teresa still did not like him. Teresa did not know whether or not it was her prejudice or even jealousy, But on second thought, especially when she compared Blackjack to Master Yao, she still felt that the two heroes were different. Although Master Yao often went deep into enemy lines by himself and tried to reverse the situation by himself, he would never manipulate others. At most, he would try to influence others with his actions and those very childish, high school-like remarks. But Blackjack simply regarded everyone on both sides as his puppet and his puppet. Thousands of people had been killed on the bloody battlefield. It was merely a stage for him to make contributions. I will never be your puppet, nor will I allow Princess Summer and my sisters in your harem to be your puppets forever, Teresa thought to herself. She left the banquet and went to the medical camp that was decorated with flags of snakes. After the fierce battle, the wounded were all over the ground. The doctors of the Medusa clan were treating the wounded in all kinds of bizarre and even terrifying ways. The ground was covered in blood, bandages, and broken limbs. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and herbs, and screams were echoing non-stop. Teresa sighed. Holding back her discomfort, she went to the tent of her harem. Flowers of victory had to be watered with blood. The unstoppable charge of the Harem Legion attracted the attention of the Hell Destroyer Legion, which allowed Blackjack to approach quietly from the dome and dive down. It was impossible for the Harem group to not be injured in the process. Natasha, captain of the female mercenaries, was the most seriously wounded. The tall, healthy, battle-loving girl, who had the blood of the barbarians of the north, did not care about her own life at all. Her style of fighting was to wave her giant axe and warhammer and throw herself at the densest part of the enemy time and time again before she swept across the field. In the battle, she had claimed the lives of dozens of prison breakers. But there were dozens of wounds on his body, large and small. The deepest one had cut off his left scapula and almost cut out his heart. Despite the blessing and healing of Vela, the wounds were mostly healed, and the bones were reconnected. However, the lost magical power and blood could not be refilled immediately. Her body was covered in blood-stained bandages. Her face, which used to be red and plump, was now pale and dry, like a mummy that had just been carried out of a coffin. Sister Natasha. Teresa's heart seemed to have been pinched by an invisible devil's claw. Although she was not as familiar with Natasha, the captain of the maid regiment, as Princess Summer was, however, his straightforward personality and his straightforward martial arts had left a deep impression on her. Natasha and Hela, one civil and the other military, were the leaders of the harem group and the trees that sheltered the sisters. But right now, Natasha, the seemingly ever-victorious tree, had become like this. Sensing that Teresa was feeling sorry for her from the bottom of her heart, Natasha managed to open her swollen eyes. She grinned, her lips shivering. Princess Summer had been taking care of her. She leaned close and listened carefully before she delivered the message to Teresa. Sister Natasha asked you whether or not you were scared when you stepped into a real battlefield for the first time. Don't be scared. It's all right. Under the leadership of Lord Blackjack, we will definitely win every battle. It is the enemy that we should be scared of. I'm not scared. Biting her lips, Teresa shook her head firmly. Looking at the bandages on Natasha, she said, I'm just worried about Sister Natasha. Are your wounds serious? It doesn't matter. Princess Summer listened carefully and continued her narration. It's just a minor injury. It doesn't matter. Sister Natasha is used to it. In the past, she suffered even more serious injuries on the battlefield. With the blessing and the healing techniques, she will recover quickly. The most important thing is Master Blackjack's career. For Master Blackjack, it doesn't matter how serious his injuries are. Blackjack, Blackjack, Blackjack again. Teresa felt that almost 10 bottles of spices and drugs had been knocked over. There was no telling how she felt. She was very clear that the so-called blessing and healing techniques were not all-powerful. Although they could help a person recover in a short period of time, they could only do so at the cost of their vitality. Besides, the faster they recovered, the more vitality they would consume. Natasha, as the captain of the mercenary group, must be trying her best to recover within one night. If so, the vitality she would consume would be astronomical. She considered herself to be a burning torch that would illuminate Blackjack's path even if it was burnt to ashes. Was it worth it? But Lord Blackjack didn't come to see you. You too. Looking at her wounded sisters, Teresa finally blurted out, "You don't know what Blackjack is doing. We know that." On behalf of her sisters, Princess Summer said calmly, "Lord Blackjack is negotiating with Queen Medusa." "Cooperation?" Teresa sneered. "Do you know where they are negotiating?" "I do," Princess Summer replied. "In Queen Medusa's bed." "Ha!" Dumbfounded, Teresa stammered. You knew." "Of course I do, and I totally support it." Princess Summer smiled. With Lord Blackjack's charisma, there are no girls in the world who can resist him. It's not strange that Queen Medusa was conquered by him. Besides, we are all on our own. We have to make some trustworthy allies when we go deep into the devil world. The Medusa race is one of the 6 tribes of the blood demon sector, but they are best known for their medical skills and modification skills. They lack brutal combat ability and are perfect complementary to us. They are the most suitable allies for us. Therefore, it's perfectly normal for Lord Blackjack and Queen Medusa to pretend to be obedient. "Why are you so bothered, Teresa?" Teresa's head was completely blank. She did not know what to say. She looked at Princess Summer and then at Natasha, who had been mummified. She said in disbelief, "Sister Natasha, you've done so much for Blackjack and were almost cut into pieces by the enemy. Right now, you haven't even recovered from your wounds, and Blackjack has already slept with another woman. Are you really not affected at all?" Natasha's eyes dimmed. Then, he put on a smile that was so peaceful that it was almost idiotic. Her lips moved a few times. Princess Summer smiled. Sister Natasha said that she is not good-looking at all because of the years of battles. She is no longer qualified to be favored by Blackjack. If Queen Medusa can satisfy Blackjack in her place, it will be the happiest thing for her. "Teresa, why are you so excited? Are you jealous of Queen Medusa? Don't be like that. You must get used to it. You are not the first woman of Lord Blackjack, and you will never be the last. An unparalleled hero such as Lord Blackjack will naturally have endless women around him. He is like the sun. How can he let a certain flower monopolize all the sunlight? It is already a great blessing that we can share the sunlight." His words made all the sisters laugh. As it turned out, judging from their peaceful and bright smiles, they were not jealous at all, even though they knew that Blackjack was making love to Queen Medusa. But his smile made Teresa shudder. She really wanted to grab these girls' collars and shake them as hard as she could. She ruthlessly questioned them. "Are you still human beings? Are you really not machines wearing human skin? Do you still have the emotions that a normal human being should have?" However, after glaring for a long time, she did not ask anything in the end. Instead, she lifted the curtain and stormed out. Troubled, Teresa wandered in the medical camp of the Medusa clan. Looking at the green-faced, sharp-fanged, and even bizarre-shaped demons around her, who were either yelling, cursing, or even crying, she felt that they were more like living flesh and blood than Blackjack's harem. Princess Summer hurried to catch up with him. "Sister Teresa, what happened to you?" Suspicion was written all over Princess Summer's face. "Is there anything wrong? Did you suffer a shock on the battlefield? You are so emotional." Teresa had a lot to say, but he didn't know how to explain it to Princess Summer. She felt indignant and wanted to wake up Princess Summer and her other sisters, but she did not know where to start. The fury in his heart seemed to have turned into sharp ice cubes that were twisting in his abdomen. My stomach hurts." It was not an illusion, but an excruciating pain. Cold sweat was appearing on Teresa's forehead. She held her stomach and squatted down, but she couldn't even do that. She simply sat on the ground without caring about her image and rubbed her stomach hard. She felt that her bottom was wet. Damn. It was a feeling that she had never experienced before. What was going on? Had she suffered internal injuries on the battlefield just now? Princess Summer was surprised at first. Then she noticed that a redness was gradually expanding on Teresa's skirt. She suddenly realized what was going on. "Teresa, No wonder you were in such a bad mood. You were cursed by the devil. Curse of the devil? Teresa's eyes were wide open. She did not know what was going on. Then, she saw the blood stains on her pants. The pain in her abdomen spread out like a cold spring. Teresa's eyes were wider and wider, as if she had thought of something that she had never thought of, or rather, never wanted to think of. Of course, it's not the real devil cursing us. Wait, maybe the devil is cursing us women. Anyway, seeing that Teresa was not sure what to do, Princess Summer pursed her lips and chuckled. That explains a lot. Now I know why Teresa is so anxious. At first, I thought that you were scared by the brutal battlefield or the prison destroyer cannon. But it turns out to be the devil's curse. I'm greatly relieved. Wait a moment, Teresa. Judging from your appearance, this is not your first time being cursed by a devil, is it? Teresa was rendered speechless. She could only widen her beautiful eyes, puff up her cheeks, and slightly open her small cherry mouth, uttering meaningless whispers. Her face was redder and redder. The redness spread from her slender neck to her shivering body. Teresa wanted to cry but had no tears. She did not know whether to cover her face or to extend her hands to Princess Summer. I don't want to live anymore. Why did such a thing happen to me? God! Princess Summer hurried to hold her and comforted her in a low voice. Silly girl. Every woman has to experience the curse of the devil. It is not just about you. Besides, the first day is the most painful. Just bear with it for a while. The rest will be bearable. You don't understand, Sister Summer. You don't understand. I really want to die. Teresa buried her head in the softness of Princess Summer's chest. The wonderful feeling was not enough to free her from the overwhelming shame and anger. Her body was cramping, and she mumbled, It's not about the pain. Ouch. It does hurt. Why is it so painful? I can't stand it anymore. Sob. I don't want to be a woman. I really don't want to be a woman anymore. Silly girl, what a child's words. Do you think you can quit being a woman just because you want to? Seeing that the female devil swordsman, who was fearless and full of mystery when faced with the demonic halberd pig, turned into such a crying state, Princess Summer felt sorry for her. She hugged Teresa even tighter and comforted her softly. Don't be scared. Sister Summer will always be by your side. Let's deal with the curse of the devil together, shall we? Just like how we fought side by side against the demonic halberd pig. Ha! Teresa raised her head and looked at Princess Summer with her watery eyes. Princess Summer smiled. Suddenly, she kissed Teresa's forehead like a lightning. We are best sisters. We agreed to fight side by side, didn't we? Teresa was dumbfounded, as if she had been struck by lightning. Princess Summer smiled. Come on. She suddenly stood up and picked up Teresa in a princess hug. Startled, Teresa stammered, Where are you taking me? Go back to the medical tent and ask everyone to help you. Our little Teresa is going to become a real woman when she is cursed by the devil for the first time. God, please strike me with lightning. Teresa's head was blank. Her soul seemed to have been absorbed by the swirl of pain in her abdomen. She was at Princess Summer's mercy like a puppet. Princess Summer carried Teresa back to her tent. Then, she whispered to Natasha, Hella, Vera, Kur, and the rest of them. Suddenly, brisk laughter burst out inside and outside the medical tent. That explains a lot. We thought that you were scared by the bloody battlefield and worried that you might be traumatized. So that's what happened. It's all right. It's not worth mentioning. It will pass. Hera smiled. No wonder you were so against being close to Lord Blackjack. You used to be a little girl. Thankfully, we were not reckless. That's right, Teresa. It's perfectly normal to be cursed by the devil. Although the curse might be too late for someone your age, there's nothing to worry about. It's good that you're here. Vera smiled. Come on. I'll ease your pain with the blessing spell and boil some mild herbs for you. You should be fine after today. In the world of magic, there were too many species for a female of a different species to be cursed by the devil for the first time. For example, the elves could live for hundreds of years. Naturally, They could not be cursed by the devil in their teens. Therefore, although Teresa did not look like a 13-year-old girl, her sisters did not suspect anything. Elf Vera laid Teresa on the bed and held a warm ball of light in her hands. She rubbed the light ball carefully and pushed it into Teresa's stomach. Warm sunlight was flowing slowly between her veins and nerves. Although the pain was not entirely relieved, the excruciating pain had become duller. He could barely grit his teeth. Then, she offered him sweet and thick herbal juice. Maybe it was just her imagination, but after a sip, Teresa did feel that her body was much warmer. But when she thought of what was happening to her right now, she started trembling uncontrollably from the depths of her soul. The dazzling red stain on her skirt seemed to be burning her heart like the fire of hell. "Teresa, take off your pants and your underwear. Shall I wash them for you?" Princess Summer said. "You'd better stay away from cold water for the next few days." "Thank you, Sister Summer." Teresa's head was almost lowered to the tips of her toes. Her voice was thinner than that of a mosquito. Suddenly, she thought of something and reignited the fire on her face and neck. She stammered, "But what should I wear? I'm still here. I know that you are still being tortured by the devil. The devil is trying to send its most evil power into your body, and your body is fighting against the devil. Blood is flowing like a river." Princess Summer said, "You should use this in the next few days. Come to this secret place. I'll teach you how to use it." Well, Teresa was dumbfounded and breathing heavily. 10,000 bells seemed to be ringing inside her head. What is this?" "This is the demon sealing bag," Princess Summer explained. "We are going to use it to catch the dirty devil's blood and soul, so that the dirty, stinky stuff will not corrupt the sacred world. This one is brand new. The remains and souls of the devils are not sealed inside. But you must learn how to dismantle and purify it yourself. Make sure that all the devils inside are cleansed before you use it again. Here, let me teach you." Teresa took a deep breath. She felt that she needed to calm down or she would go crazy. Thankfully, she had seen it before. She was no stranger to the stuff that her female companion had used in the Pangu universe. However, there are no small wings? Teresa tried her best to control her trembling hands. She took the devil sealing bag and weighed it in her hands, only to discover that it was a long, fair, fat bag that seemed to be filled with fine sand. It was thicker, heavier, and rougher than similar products in the Pangu universe. Besides, there was no place to stick it. It was tied up by a few rubber bands that looked like a loincloth. No wonder it was named Devil Sealing Bag. "What did you say?" Princess Summer was dazed for a moment. "And nothing." Teresa blushed again. She did not know how to use such a structure. In order not to make a fool of herself in the next few days, she had to ask, "Sister Summer, how should I use it?" It's like this. Tie them to your body. These are the most delicate nerves on the body of the beast. You will need to process them for a long time before you can get them. They are very elastic and can be fixed after you tie them up. They won't affect your training and combat, either. Princess Summer gestured at herself and continued. "Wearing it is not difficult. The key is to dismantle and purify it. They are going to be dismantled and cleaned." Teresa came from a world where the civil industry was highly developed. Maybe in his hometown, the women's health was not very good. But at that time he was still young and ignorant about such things. Liuli had never told him about it either. When one reached the age of enlightenment, they would arrive on a starship. The basic environment and sanitary products of the starships of both the Federation and the Imperium were guaranteed. Such things were always discarded after they were used up. Of course, it must be dismantled. The residue of the devil cannot be allowed to ferment inside. Princess Summer played with the bag in her hands and said, "Look, there's a small hole here. If you tear it open, you will be able to pour out everything inside." She found a tray and poured out a cluster of bright yellow powder that looked like sand from the pocket of the demon sealer. "What is this?" Teresa's curiosity overwhelmed the pain in her abdomen. "This is a special plant from the elf forest named Dry Blood Vine," Princess Summer said. It is said that the dry blood vine is a plant with intelligence. Its vines are like the tentacles of a demon beast, which can wrap the prey tightly and suck their blood. After the elves pluck the dry blood vine and burn it to ash, they grind it with special magical materials and turn it into blood vine ash. It is the best material to absorb the devil blood and the devil soul. In the Jadeite continent, the materials to make the devil sealing bag are divided into 3 grades: high, middle, and low. Common women often use wood ash, which can also be used to suck blood, but its effect is not very good. The filling capacity is very large, and it will affect cultivation and combat. It is also easy to leak out and tarnish the holy environment. It is considered low grade, and we don't like to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Then, there is the bloody vine ash. Common nobles and female warriors who are in need of combat will use it. It is a very precious item. Except for certain forests, few places can harvest it. It is even more impossible for the blood demon sector to find the raw materials. Therefore, it can only be recycled. Teresa nodded and took a breath. What about the best? High grade is the ashes of vampires. It is said that the ashes of vampires can absorb and lock a huge amount of demonic blood. Princess Summer opened her hands and said, "However, it is not easy to hunt down a vampire. Few people would look for and kill a vampire for such a reason. Therefore, a high-grade demon sealing bag is hard to come by. I've never seen one even in the palace of the Eagle Kingdom. I've only read legends about it in an ancient book. I really want to try the high-grade demon sealing bag." "That's all right," Teresa blurted out. "There will be a day when I will definitely let you have a taste of something that is even better than top grade." The feeling of the top-grade demon sealing bag is as thin as a cicada's wing, natural, and smooth as silk. "What are you mumbling about?" "And nothing. Please continue. Listen carefully. This kind of thing is usually done by yourself. I can help you once or twice, but I can't help you forever." Princess Summer said, "After you separate the blood vine ash from the demon sealing bag, you can wash and dry the bag with clean water and oil. As for the blood vine ash, you must add some special fuel, ignite it again, and burn the ash again. Then, under certain conditions, it must be exposed to the sunlight. If it rains every day or we are locked in a confined space where we cannot see the sun at all, we can perform the holy light technique and purify it with the holy light, or we can burn it several times and kill the devil that has been sealed. Lastly, stuff the blood vine ash back into the demon sealing bag. This is delicate work that requires a lot of patience. Don't be impatient and think that it's alright to leak a little bit. A demon sealing bag needs to be used for a long time. If you leak a little bit this month and a little bit next month, then in the 3rd month there won't be enough blood vine ash in the demon sealing bag. You might not be able to seal all the devils." I understand. "Thank you, Sister Summer," Teresa said shyly. "All right, then I'll give this to you. After that, I'll ask my sisters if they have any new ones. At the very least, I'll give you 1 or 2 replacement ones." Princess Summer thought for a moment and said, "Thankfully, the Medusa clan only worships the snake demons, not the snakes among the half-orcs. They have legs, too. I assume that they use the devil coat, too. Although there are no dry blood vines in the blood demon sector, I assume that there are similar materials. I'll ask the medics here later and ask them to find new ones for my sisters. The demon sealing bags that my sisters use have been removed and washed many times. They are no longer usable." It was not until this moment that Teresa remembered. "That's right. You've been silently enduring the devil's curse during your adventures with Black Jack and the countless life and death battles." "Of course." Princess Summer smiled. "What's wrong with that? Were any of your sisters cursed by the devil during such fierce battles today?" asked Teresa. There are dozens of sisters. Somebody is bound to be cursed. Besides, after staying together for a long time, the duration of the curse is becoming more and more consistent." Princess Summer calculated for a moment. "Today, Sister Natasha and the other girls should be cursed." "What?" Teresa was so surprised that she almost jumped to her feet. Clenching her fists, she said in disbelief, "Sister Natasha is cursed by the devil, and she is still so brave? Black Jack must know about it. How could he bear to send Sister Natasha to the battlefield where she is bleeding everywhere with such heavy wounds? How could he enjoy himself with other women? Calm down, Princess Summer said. This is how hard it is for a woman to travel. We are used to it. I'm not used to it, Teresa bellowed. I will never get used to it, nor should I. Princess Summer smiled and patted Teresa's head in silence. Holding the devil-sealing pocket and her abdomen, Teresa was silent for a long time. Then she suddenly said softly, "It's too hard to be a woman. This is not bitter." Princess Summer said, "The devil's curse is nothing. Many women's diseases are even more. Forget it. You are still young. You will find out later. Black Jack shouldn't have let you suffer like this." Teresa said, "Those stinky men are too bad. Aren't all men like this?" Princess Summer said, "Master Black Jack is already the best man." Bullshit. He is not a real man at all. Teresa gritted her teeth. A real man should not let his woman suffer such pain. At the very least, he should be by her side, facing it together with her, enduring it, and fighting side by side. Here we go again. What a mischievous kid. Princess Summer said, "This is the first time you've been cursed by a devil. Do you know what a real man is?" "Of course Teresa was about to blurt out that she had been a real man in the past. But he was lost again when he was about to speak. She never knew that being a woman was so painful. He had never faced, endured, or fought side by side with them when they were in pain. These were just pretty words like soap bubbles. At the end of the day, the only difference between her and Black Jack in the past was that she didn't deceive or make use of the girls. It was all consensual. But she never really cared about those girls. She never really loved or protected them. She and Black Jack were on par with each other. There was no need for the pot calling the kettle black. "You're right," Teresa mumbled. "It's true that I don't know what a real man is." However, Teresa lowered her head. The effect of the blessing spell gradually passed. The pain in her abdomen spread out again, but the fire in her eyes was more intense than before. She swore that she would figure out what a real man was at the end of the journey. In the end, Teresa put on the demonic pocket. She had also changed into Princess Summer's short skirt. She returned to the girls with infinite shyness. Because of the incident, her sisters in the harem group looked at her in a different way. How should she put it? The atmosphere seemed more harmonious. Many sisters took her small hands and pulled her aside, secretly sharing their experiences. Including the team's healer, Vera, they all told Teresa solemnly that she should not be too tired for the next few days and that she should pay more attention to hygiene, or she might fall sick. Over the past few days, the devil inside your body has been fighting against the divine power. You are very fragile right now. If you fall sick, it will not be cured by the regular holy light technique or the blessing technique. Chances are that it will become a chronic disease, a disease that is unique to us women. Princess Summer was too embarrassed to tell Teresa that. But as a healer, Vela had to say something. She told Teresa that, since she had been adventuring in the outside world for a long time, it was impossible for her to expose and purify the ward often. It was also impossible for her to pay too much attention to the hygiene of the environment because she had been sleeping in the cold grass and mud all the time. In short, many of her sisters in the harem had similar diseases. The chronic infections were mild, but the serious ones were even more sordid. When they flared up, it was hard for them to sleep at night. All in all, Teresa was still young. He had to be careful. Teresa nodded. She thought of something and asked, "Sister Vera, are the diseases caused by the environment? Is it possible that Lord Blackjack?" Teresa came from an era where medical technology was highly developed. She had a deep understanding of bacteria and viruses. She was very clear that it would be a miracle if Blackjack, who had an enormous harem of dozens of people, did not get sick because he was fooling around outside like a dog. Vela, on the other hand, did not understand. She asked suspiciously, "It's our own fault. We didn't pay attention to hygiene. The sacred power inside our body was not strong enough to resist the scourge of the devils. What does it have to do with Lord Blackjack?" Teresa was rendered speechless. The civilization of the magical world had regressed to the point where no one knew what a virus was. The girls even considered Black Jack to be a god. It never occurred to them that the great hero in their eyes was the source of the virus. Teresa thought to herself that it was a good thing that Princess Summer was useless and inconspicuous in the harem. It had been a long, long time since Black Jack last pampered Princess Summer. Teresa made up her mind. The past was none of her business, but now that she was here, she would not let Black Jack lay a finger on Princess Summer again, even at the cost of her own life. She was going to bring Princess Summer out of the fire pit and the sea of suffering. She was going to bring her back to her own world and let her have a taste of the best demon sealing bag so that she could live a normal girl's life. No, not just Princess Summer. Sister Natasha, Elf Vera, Dragon Lady Hera, Catwoman Kier. She was going to rescue all the girls who had been tortured but did not know it. Black Jack. Teresa hated Jack Thunder to the core. Maybe it was not Black Jack that she hated, but her past self. In the past, although he knew that viruses could spread diseases, he had hardly thought of such things when he was enjoying himself with his female companions. They were lovers in the beginning, each taking what they needed. When she woke up, she would turn around and leave. She simply didn't want to ask about her female companion's health. Sometimes, when a female companion was unwell, say, cursed by a devil, or when she was ill, the most she would do was curl her lips and turn around to look for the next female companion. When had she ever held a cup of warm water for them? I really am a bastard, Teresa mumbled to herself in annoyance. The only fortunate thing was that he and his female companion should not have any infectious diseases. In this regard, he had to thank. At that time, the boxing champion disinfected me and made me so miserable that I thought he was torturing me because he didn't like me. Teresa thought of something in the past and couldn't help but feel ashamed. Is it possible that the Fist King really means well for me and wants to help me with hygiene and safety issues? All these years, I have wronged the Fist King and let down his painstaking efforts. Yes, the Fist King was so good to me. Later, he taught me magic wholeheartedly and taught me everything he knew. Besides, there was no conflict between us at all. Why was he torturing me for no reason? I really judged a gentleman by his narrow-mindedness. Now that I think about it, the Fist King is really not bad. He sincerely disinfected me, taught me powerful magic, and helped me take care of Lioli when I was far away from my hometown. To be honest, although Master Yao is awesome, he is a little bit more wretched. If the Fist King were a human being, he would be more worthy of the words real man, a good man than Master Yao. What a pity. What a pity. Recalling the meticulous yet warm face of the boxing champion, Teresa sighed in regret. She swore that, if she was given another chance to return to the Pangu universe with her original appearance and reunite with her old friends, she would definitely turn over a new leaf and be a new person. She would forget all the girls around her and focus all her attention on Luli. She would never let Luli suffer again. Luli, live a good life with the Fist King for now. He will definitely help me resist the crazy bees and butterflies that are coveting you. It won't be long before you see a brand new me standing in front of you. Teresa waved her little fists in her heart. At this moment, Black Jack appeared. He brought a piece of shocking news. They had to go now. This was an emergency operation. They were going to search for the Crimson Palace with an elite squad of the coalition army of the 6 species. Jack Thunder deserved to be the most outstanding man on the Jadeite continent. It was not entirely a beast dominated by the lower half of its body. In bed, he completed the mission of conquering Queen Medusa perfectly and reached a more solid alliance with the Medusa clan. He also got the entire plan of the coalition army of the 6 species. According to the enlightenment that the elder of the Turing clan received, there were 2 paths leading to the Crimson Palace. The first one was hidden in a special teleportation array that had been sealed for a long time. As long as the teleportation array was activated, they would be able to reach the Crimson Palace directly. It was also the biggest reason for the fierce battle between the coalition army of the 6 tribes and the soldiers of the Hell Destroyer Legion on the Thousand Gates Mountain. But right now, the 2 parties were engaged in a tug-of-war. It was almost impossible to activate the ancient teleportation array of the Thousand Gates Mountain against the bombardment of the Guardians of Hell. They could only take a more winding and dangerous route through the dark space where the Blood Demon sector had collapsed. Black Jack told the girls that the Blood Demon sector was the same as the glorious mortal world. There were many unexploited, unpredictable, and perilous places. However, the ancient demons were much stronger than they were today. They had established a lot of teleportation arrays in such places, but they were gradually forgotten due to lack of maintenance. Right now, the first elder of the Turing clan had received a revelation and retrieved the books about the Crimson Palace from the ancient library of the demon race, which included the coordinates of a series of teleportation arrays. As long as an elite squad was sent out, they would be able to reach the Crimson Palace through the forgotten teleportation arrays. However, the main force of the coalition army of the six species would have to stay in the Thousand Gates Mountain to resist the soldiers of the Hell's Origin sector. Otherwise, if the soldiers of the Hell's Origin sector occupied the Thousand Gates Mountain, Lord Cooper would be able to jump to the Crimson Palace through the teleportation array. Naturally, the loss outweighed the gains. Besides, many of the pathways leading to the ancient teleportation arrays were narrow and full of unexpected dangers. They were not suitable for the army at all. Therefore, the elite squad would not have too many people. At most, there would be 300 to 500 of them. They would be the best warriors of the coalition army of the six species, led by their chiefs, priests, or queens. It was only natural. At the end of the day, the coalition army of the six races only managed to reach an agreement to fight against the Hell Destroyer Legion. How much trust there was between them was a figure that could be high or low. Faced with the legacy of the Crimson Queen, other than the Turing clan, who was really not competitive, who could say that they did not have their own ambitions? Naturally, the few leaders of the demon race had to take the risk and see the legacy of the Crimson Queen in person. Even the female leaders, as well as their daughters, sisters, and wives, who were the closest to the male leaders, were all rubbing their fists, planning to become the new Crimson Queen. Teresa listened and frowned. She was very clear that if the Blood Demon sector was really a super starship on the planetary level, or even a giant that had been hollowed out by a planet in the first place, many cabins and pathways would indeed lose control and fall into darkness after the technology to control them was lost. The people of the past could only seal the cabins that had gone out of control. There was no way to repair them. It was like being hit by a cannonball. A lot of seawater was flooding into the watertight cabins, which could only be locked and savaged by seawater and flames. After thousands of years, who knew what had happened inside the isolation cabins? But right now, Black Jack was going to open the sealed cabins together with the devils and ask so many unfamiliar girls to risk their lives. He was even going to fight against the devils after he found the Crimson Palace. The difficulty and danger of the operation could not be described by picking chestnuts from a fire. Teresa sniffed in her heart. Black Jack really didn't think of his harem as human beings. He wouldn't shed a tear even if his entire harem perished as long as he could achieve his purpose, would he? But it was not the time to argue with Black Jack yet. Teresa could only hold her stomach and listen to him in silence. As he expected, Black Jack mentioned danger hypocritically, too. However, he said that he had reached an agreement with Queen Medusa. Together, they were a formidable force in the elite squad. Besides, the six demon clans were wary of each other, and they were also wary of the appearance of Grand Monarch Kuba at any time. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, the visitors on the ground would benefit from it. When he was talking about why most of his companions were women, and why the six demon clans were bold enough to ask them to join the adventure, Black Jack told the girls that, according to the legends of the demon world and the enlightenment of the first elder of the Turing clan, 3 conditions had to be met if they wanted to accept the legacy of the Crimson Queen. Firstly, it had to be a female. Secondly, one must have the blood of the demon race. Thirdly, he had to pass a certain test in the Crimson Palace. Although there were dozens of sisters in Black Jack's harem, except for 2 of them who were of the demon race, the rest of them were all ground-based species and naturally posed no threat to the 6 major demons. Even the bloodlines of the 2 demonesses were suspicious, and they were not strong enough to pass the test of the Crimson Palace. Right now, they were in dire need of hands. The combat ability of the Medusa clan was relatively low, and it was impossible for them to compete for the legacy of the Crimson Queen. Naturally, Queen Medusa warmly invited them to join the adventure. "This is my mission," Black Jack said righteously and confidently. "We will go with Queen Medusa to search for the Crimson Palace. If there is an opportunity to destroy it, we will try to stop the devils from getting the legacy of the Crimson Queen. If there is no other choice, it will be better for the legacy to be passed on to Queen Medusa than for one of the daughters of Lord Cooper or one of the female generals of his subordinates to receive the legacy. In the worst-case scenario, when the exterminators take over the legacy of the Crimson Queen, we will have to observe carefully and try to find the loopholes so that we can find a way to run back to the glorious land and inform them of the secret." It was a far-fetched, even flawed theory. But his sisters in the harem were convinced. Even Sister Natasha, who had been heavily wounded and mummified in the bloody battle just now, struggled to her feet, believing that she was saving the world. At first glance, Black Jack's adventure team accidentally came to the Armageddon Mountain and discovered that the black mage, shape-shifting bug Eric, was hiding in this place. When they were demolishing the Black Magic Tower, they accidentally discovered the ancient Black Magic Book and the secrets of Great Lord Kuba. Then, they inadvertently came to the Blood Battle Demon Sector and were inadvertently involved in a great scheme of the Demon Sector. In the end, they inadvertently entered the most secretive palace of the Demon Sector. Yes, everything seemed to be a coincidence. But Teresa was secretly wondering when Black Jack had started the scheme, right? A few years ago, he had come to the Blood Demon Sector and met Queen Medusa. He had also become a VIP of the Medusa clan. Had he heard the rumors about the Crimson Palace at that time and kept some solid evidence to himself until today? This guy, he was clearly a guy. What was he trying to do? Without waiting for Teresa to think carefully, Black Jack was ready to set off. They finally met Queen Medusa. She was an intimidating, mature woman who was wearing an armor made of snake scales and holding a soft whip. She looked quite valiant. Maybe because most of them did not have the blood of the demon race, it was impossible for them to compete with Queen Medusa for the legacy of the Crimson Queen. Or maybe Queen Medusa had been tamed by Black Jack's weird ability and turned into his puppet like her sisters in the harem. It was also possible that the Medusa clan was too short of warriors and had to count on Black Jack and the other members of the harem. In short, Queen Medusa was quite polite to them, and her tone was friendly, too. She was not as brutal as the legendary devils. Of course, Teresa was highly suspicious that, when they ran out of value, Queen Medusa and the other demons would certainly show their true colors. After a brief discussion, Black Jack's retinue put on the snake-scale armor of the Medusa clan and went out to meet the elites of other species. Teresa met the first elder of the Turing clan who had received the ancient enlightenment for the first time in the camp. The appearance of the Great Elder surprised her a little bit. The head of the Great Elder was extremely large, more than 1/2 meter in diameter. In comparison, his body was so thin that it was almost laughable. He could not even support the weight of the head and had to rely on delicate machines to move. What was even weirder was that the Turing clan did not have a skull. The skull that was supposed to be sealed was embedded with a semicircular, translucent glass cover. One could vaguely see the glimmering brain inside. With their faces that were as thin as skeletons, they looked like monsters that had walked out of a nightmare. Princess Summer told Teresa in secret that the Turing clan was the smartest clan in the Blood Demon Sector. Besides, they were born with the enlightenment of the primeval era. In order to carry the endless wisdom and the primeval enlightenment, their brains had been growing crazily since they were teenagers. They were even faster than their skulls. In order to survive, they had to cut open the skull and replace it with a piece of curved, strengthened glass or alloy. Also, they had to replace a larger artificial skull every few years in order to adapt to the growth of the brain. If their skulls were not removed in time, they would have died of madness due to the overexpansion of their brains, the soaring pressure, and other symptoms during their adolescence. Teresa nodded to herself. She had also heard from the Fist King that, on many super starships in the world of magic, the operators who had been operating the mainframe crystal processors for generations would stimulate the brains of themselves and their offspring with the technology of genetics and biology so that they could be smarter and remember more data so that they could store the data. and skills required for a long journey in the sea of stars. Some awesome operators of starships could even record the basic orbital parameters of hundreds of thousands of planets in their head and react faster than crystal processors. Of course, the structure of their brains was different from that of ordinary people, too. However, at the peak of the magic civilization, the high-speed growth of the brain was certainly accompanied by the modification of other organs in the body. It was impossible that the skull could not keep up with the growth of the brain. It was a pity that, with the loss of the ancient technology, the Turing clan only retained the ability to stimulate the growth of the brain and forgot how to make the skull, torso, and limbs grow together. That was how they ended up in such a miserable state. Seeing the appearance of the first elder of the Turing clan, Teresa was more convinced about the legend of the Crimson Palace. It was because the so-called revelation was probably the information that had been carved deep inside the gene strands of the Turing clan hundreds of generations ago, only to be activated in this generation. It was definitely not a crazy nightmare. While Teresa was thinking, she suddenly felt that somebody was gazing at her. Shocked, he raised his head and found that the first elder of the Turing clan was gazing at him, deep in thought. Well? Teresa slightly frowned, thinking that she shouldn't have given anything away. Could the great elder of the Turing clan read her mind? There was a weird expression on the face of the first elder of the Turing clan, but he withdrew his gaze. Let's go! The first elder of the Turing clan and the leader of the Black Shield clan and the Strong Arm clan, who had the strongest combat ability, discussed for a while. The leader of the Black Shield clan, who was more than 3 meters tall and covered in heavy iron armor that looked like a tank, raised his arm high and slashed down, while he roared in a low voice. 500 elites of the 6 tribes retreated to the rear without saying anything. This was a secret operation that could not be discovered by the soldiers of the Hell Destroyer Legion. It could not be discovered by the soldiers at the front line either. If the soldiers at the front line discovered that their sole purpose of staying in this place was to waste the time and energy of the Hell Destroyer Legion, and that their leader had already been transferred to another battlefield through a secret channel, the morale of the soldiers would be extremely low, and the front line would collapse instantly. Therefore, they did not make a fuss but simply led the wounded soldiers away. Hardly had they separated from their main troops when they heard noises coming from the front line. The flags of the coalition army were all shaking. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment, thinking that the news of their retreat had been leaked out. Looking at the enormous flag that was gradually rising on the horizon, the drumming that was louder and louder like thunder, and the horns that were louder and louder, everybody's face was quite awful. Lord Cooper had finally arrived. After a Hell Destroyer cannon was destroyed, the most ambitious commander-in-chief of the Blood Demon sector, and perhaps the craziest man in the world, finally arrived in person. Maybe they had brought more cannons, too. Grand Lord Kuba had brought reinforcements, but Lord Black Seeth, Queen Medusa, and the rest of the elites had retreated. The troops left in the front line were not going to last long. When the leaders of the 6 tribes were retreating, they had also issued secret orders to their deputies that they were not to fight until the end. As long as they could buy themselves more time, they would retreat in an orderly manner when the situation was too dire for them and simply allow the soldiers of the Hell Destroyer army to occupy Thousand Gates Mountain. Time. Right now, both sides were competing for time. As long as the front line was delayed for 3 days, they should have the opportunity to find the Crimson Palace and inherit the legacy of the primeval era before Grand Monarch Kuba. This is the teleportation array. Let's go! The first elder of the Turing clan found a large teleportation array in the rear, which could teleport almost 100 people at a time. Of course, the teleportation array did not lead to the dark areas that had been sealed. Instead, it led to the rear of the 6 clans. In the rear, another teleportation array was waiting for them. After almost 10 teleportations, what appeared in front of the squad was a dormant teleportation array that was rusted and covered in humus. The muscular demons stepped forward. Their arms were like treasure chests. After a series of mechanical sounds, they changed their forms and took out a lot of maintenance tools. They were the maintainers of the power furnaces, tubes, and teleportation arrays of the Blood Demon sector in the first place. It was their responsibility to maintain and clean up the place. Very soon, the humus and rust on the teleportation array were all removed, and energy was refilled by the magical crystals. The first elder of the Turing clan picked a soft tube with sharp thorns from the control center next to the teleportation array. Then, he groped for a mechanism on the artificial skull and twisted it slightly. The cover was opened, revealing an interface on the skull. Through the tubes and ports, the chief elder of the Turing clan connected the teleportation array to his brain. Cracking noises echoed. Very soon, the runes carved on the teleportation array were beaming in brilliance, which enveloped the 100 people nearby like a volcanic eruption. After a weird wave, the 100 people vanished instantly. Then, a second team of 100 soldiers stood on the teleportation array. The warriors of the Medusa clan were in the fourth batch. Teresa held Princess Summer's hand and said in a low voice, "The teleportation array has not been used for thousands of years. Nobody knows what is going on the other side. We must be careful. Safety first." Princess Summer nodded and tangled Teresa's fingers with his. Shwa! Lights were blinking. After the dizziness faded away, they found themselves in a brand new space. The surroundings were too dark for them to see clearly. The hundreds of people who were teleported here earlier than them were scouting in different directions and releasing demonic flames that were floating in the air automatically. The dim brightness gradually illuminated everything. It was a forest. Forest! Teresa frowned and looked at the crazily growing plants around her in surprise. His eyes gradually moved upwards along with a cluster of demonic fire. Hundreds of meters above the ground, there was still an enclosed dome. Since there was no sun, where did the forest come from? The forest was flourishing and growing crazily. It looked like a furious, disordered rainforest. Where did the energy for the growth of plants come from? There must be something wrong. At this moment, the first elder of the Turing clan followed the last 100-man team into the artificial forest. The warriors of the Black Shield clan and the Strong Arm clan in the front, on the other hand, were waving the sharp blades in their hands and opening a path in the forest. With their powerful magical equipment and sharp weapons, it was not difficult for them to split a mountain. Very soon, they had carved out a broad road for the army to march forward. According to the memory that the great elder of the Turing clan had carved deep inside his genes, this should be a farm that was responsible for providing fresh air for the entire Blood Demon sector. However, as thousands of years went by, the farm gradually went out of control, and the man-made plants grew randomly, resulting in the current appearance. But as long as they reached the other side of the farm, they would be able to find a second teleportation array. There was nothing but silence except for the sound of the demon warriors slashing the road. But the wariness in Teresa's heart grew sharper and sharper, as if an invisible venomous needle was stabbing her heart softly. The underground forest was too quiet. Not only were there no sounds of birds or animals, there was not even the sound of earthworms digging and insects hissing. While he was pondering, he suddenly heard rattling noises not far behind him. Then, a Black Shield warrior screamed miserably. Teresa was greatly alarmed. When she looked back, she found that the warrior had been rolled up by a boa. No, it was not a boa, but vines from the forest. This vine was at least 100 meters long and as thick as a bucket. It was covered in dense thorns. Between the thorns were sucking discs or feeding holes that looked like the tentacles of an octopus. It was a plant, but after the biochemical modification of the ancient demons, it boasted the characteristics of certain animals and even insects. The Black Shield warriors were tied up tighter and tighter. The warrior of the Black Shield clan was wearing his signature heavy armor, too. However, because of the entanglement of the vines, the armor was creaking and twisting. It was about to collapse. All the devils exclaimed. He hurriedly waved his saber, trying to cut off the vines, too. However, corrosive acids spurted out of the holes on the vines and leaked into his flesh through the gaps of his armor. The warriors of the Black Shield clan screamed miserably. Very soon, their arms stopped waving, and their sabers fell to the ground helplessly, leaving their legs cramping unconsciously. The vines tied up the warriors of the Black Shield clan one after another, turning them into cocoons. Ear-splitting sucking noises were echoing inside the cocoons, which made all the devilized people shudder in fear. Enemy attack! Engage! Thankfully, the devilized people were all the best warriors of the 6 clans. It did not take long before they were back to themselves. Several fireballs were launched at the vines from various directions, setting them on fire and forcing them to let go of their prey. Unfortunately, at this moment, the warrior of the Black Shield clan had been entirely absorbed. All that was left was a twisted armor that fell to the ground. Ah! Many warriors of the Black Shield clan couldn't have been more furious. Magic fireballs and steam-powered crossbows were launched non-stop, splashing the vines and struggling desperately. Hiss! The vines seemed to have a mind of their own. In their fury, the front end of the vines split open like a bloody mouth, revealing sharp, sawtooth-like blades that were waving at the demonized people. Boom! Suddenly, a fireball exploded in its mouth, blowing its bloody mouth into pieces. Dark green liquid immediately soared into the sky. The vines squeaked and retreated into the forest quickly. However, more thorns that were full of thorns and eating holes slithered out of the forest and eyed them like hundreds of giant serpents. Faced with the slowly opening bloody mouths, even the most ferocious devils gasped hard. Thankfully, good news came from the front line of the elite team. The teleportation array has been found. The muscular demons were repairing the teleportation array at the front urgently. The rest of the demons were ready for the assault of the mutated vines. Careful! There was a layer of dark flames on Teresa's saber, too. She pulled Princess Summer back in time and dodged the assault of a mutated vine. Then she slashed upward and chopped off the tip of the entire mutated vine. Princess Summer looked at her gratefully. She gritted her teeth and joined the intense battle, too. At this moment, it was obvious how disorganized the so-called elite squad of the coalition army of the 6 species was. When they were on the expedition, they had made a solemn vow that the target was to defeat the Grand King. It did not matter who got the legacy of the Crimson Queen. However, when they encountered danger, all the devilized people would rush forward, striving to be the first to reach the other teleportation array at the end of the forest. However, they betrayed their comrades to the terrifying man-eating vines without any hesitation. The combat ability of the Medusas was relatively low even in the coalition army of the 6 species, not to mention that Blackjack and the rest of them were exotic species that had come from afar. The devilized people of the 6 species had planned to use them as shields to attract the attention of the enemy. As a result, nobody cared whether they were dead or alive. Some of them even pushed them toward the vines. Very soon, they were at the back of the team. I knew that the devils were unreliable. Hela roared and released clusters of flames one after another, setting the twisting vines on fire. It was a pity that the feeding holes of the vines could not only secrete acid and venom but also an extremely thick sap that soon put out the fire. More and more devils were swept away by the man-eating vines and minced into pieces, leaving less and less room for Blackjack's adventure team. Natasha, who was still wearing her armor despite the bandages all over her body, raised her giant sword and was about to fight the devils, but Blackjack stopped her. "Don't kill each other," Blackjack said solemnly. "Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave." In desperation, the guy with ill intentions finally showed his amazing capability. Waving a sharp blade in each hand, he dashed toward the vines like a windmill. Almost 10 man-eating vines hissed and darted at him, but his eyes were as steady as his body. He jumped onto one of the vines as fast as lightning, before he jumped onto the second vine with a tap of his feet and zigzagged between the bloody mouths that looked like crab claws. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Blackjack's figure turned into a streak of brightness before it turned into a blurred chimney. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Almost 10 vines that looked like vines that could devour human beings were darting and biting. Suddenly, they were all frozen on the spot, as if somebody had pinched them hard. As it turned out, Blackjack was guiding the man-eating vines to tie a dead knot with himself as the bait. Chi! Chi! The 2 sharp blades pierced deep into the knot made by the vines and tied the vines together. They were like weird balls of yarn in the sky of the forest and could not move anymore. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The sisters of the harem group took the opportunity to release a lot of offensive spells. At first, a bone-chilling icicle was released, followed by colorful flames. Under the combination of ice and fire, the sap of the vines was no longer of any use. They broke apart and collapsed, scattering everywhere like flowers. "Long live Black Jack!" The sisters of the harem all cheered. "Don't celebrate yet. It's not over yet." Black Jack took the new weapon from his harem and gazed at the depths of the forest with a gloomy face. As he expected, with even more ear-splitting noises, the forest wriggled as if it were alive. More thorny vines slithered out like boas. The fighting will of the devils who were still resisting collapsed. Somebody shouted, and they all turned around and ran away. But turning their back to the vines could only accelerate their death. A bloody feast was about to be performed in front of the members of Black Jack. "Those things have wisdom." Black Jack narrowed his eyes. His eyes seemed to pierce through the overlapping weeds, bushes, and trees all the way to the deepest part of the forest. But they should not have wisdom unless there is a mastermind deep inside the forest. Black Jack jumped into the forest without any hesitation. "Black Jack, what are you doing?" Hera and her other sisters were greatly shocked. "You guys stay here. I'll be right back." Black Jack paused and said, "I'm going to destroy the master of the vines." Without waiting for a reply, he vanished into the forest. His sisters in the harem were all at a loss, but they were used to Black Jack's shocking actions and could only listen to him and defend their position. But there was nothing they could do about it. Man-eating vines had appeared around them and cut off their connection with the devils in front of them. "Damn it!" A cluster of dark and glamorous flames was dancing on Teresa's long sword and short saber, helping her slash the tips of the vines more efficiently. However, the speed of her slashing could not keep up with the speed of the vines at all. She could only retreat step by step. If she was not careful, a few shocking wounds would be left on her body. It was still too slow. After all, he had been affected by the curse of devils. His abdomen was still aching. It was sour and swollen, as if his internal organs were sliding down his legs. Also, she was worried that her demonic pocket might not be sealed properly, and the residual blood of the devil might contaminate her dress. It was not a good thing to think of such messy problems when one should be fully focused on a battle. "Teresa!" Princess Summer screamed and lunged at her, pushing her to the ground. "Hew!" One of the vines darted at the place where Teresa had been standing. It brushed Princess Summer's shoulder and tore her shoulder armor apart. Princess Summer grunted. There was pain on her face, but she managed to hold it back. Teresa did not know what to say. She was surprised at her own stupidity, but she was more surprised at Princess Summer's growth. "Thank you, Sister Summer." Teresa raised her hand and launched a magical missile instantly, blowing the incoming vines into pieces. Then, she held Princess Summer's hand and the two girls stood up together. "Let's fight side by side now." 5 minutes later, all the girls did their best and did not let even one of the vines invade their territory. But more and more vines were appearing around them. At least 500 bloody mouths were hissing at them. Right then, deafening noises suddenly echoed deep inside the forest. A dazzling fireball soared into the sky. The entire forest trembled. All the vines were frozen as if they had been petrified. Black Jack, whose body was soaked in purple juice, crawled out of the woods. "Let's go." Panting, he said, "I've taken down the mastermind of the forest for now, but the damn thing seems to boast amazing regenerative ability. It won't be long before the wounds are healed, and the vines will regain their mobility. Let's go to the teleportation array before the mastermind recovers." Everybody was excited to see Black Jack. His heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He hurried to run forward. Thankfully, most of the devilized people had already arrived at the teleportation array. The Strongarm clan had also repaired the teleportation array and installed the propulsion crystals to start the teleportation. While Black Jack, Teresa, and the rest of them were still fighting the vines, glamorous brilliance was already appearing in front of them. A lot of devilized people had been teleported to a new space. When they arrived at the teleportation array, only 100 people were waiting in front of them. The scale of the teleportation array was large enough to accommodate all of them. There were no conflicts or internal conflicts. Blackjack! Queen Medusa was still waiting for them by the teleportation array. The girl was quite obedient to Blackjack. Rumbling noises were echoing deep inside the forest, as if some kind of demon beast from the abyss was hissing in fury. Not good. The mainframe is waking up. Blackjack's face changed color. As he expected, the vines that had been rigid were all cramping. The dried mucus on the surface of the vines was glittering, like vipers that had woken up from hibernation. Get to the teleportation array now. Blackjack and his harem crowded forward. They were the last to set foot on the teleportation array. After they got on, a few devils of the Strong Arm clan set the teleportation array to automatic mode and crowded close, too. A colorful, rainbow-like halo rose up and enveloped them. Through the halo, they could see that countless vines were rushing at them brutally. Hundreds of bloody mouths were wriggling and swallowing at the same time, as if a flood of death was flooding in. Thankfully, when the vines were dozens of meters away from them, the space around them twisted, and tiny swirls appeared. Then, star swap stretching and shrinking, they appeared in a brand new space. However, boom, boom, crack. Before the space was stabilized, miserable screams, terrifying roars, and ear-splitting explosions were already echoing. The air was filled with the intense smell of blood, which was as thick as a swamp and gave everybody goosebumps and cold sweat. When the scenery in front of them finally solidified, they saw a literal hell. Just a moment ago it was a plantation, but right now it was a farm. Looking up, Liao found that some super-large mushrooms and tentacles were growing on the slowly wriggling fungi and humus, forming a sparse maze. The masters of the maze, on the other hand, were a bunch of magical beasts hundreds of times more terrifying than the demonic halberd pigs. The devilized people who had transmigrated earlier were fighting the demon beasts, or rather, fleeing from their prey. Teresa looked around. Not far away, wrapped in the carpet and the humus, were what seemed to be fully automatic egg-shaped culture chambers. The seeds of the demon beasts were bred in this place. They could absorb the energy provided by the humus directly and grow slowly. When they grew to a certain size, they could be sent to the assembly line and be automatically butchered, making them delicious food for the passengers on the super-large starship. This should have been the setting thousands of years ago. It was a pity that, right now, many of the culture chambers were in shambles. Some of them were even on the verge of destruction. The nutrition inside them was flowing freely. The delicious food that should have been served to the dining table had all escaped. Catalyzed by the passage of time, they turned into top predators after the survival of the fittest and the crazy mutations. Seeing the devils being pushed around by the mutated beasts like bulldozers, many of whom had broken bones, and some who had half of their bodies bitten off by the beasts, Teresa sneered. This space should be a farm or a food factory from thousands of years ago. However, because of a certain disaster that turned the starship into a bloody war demon sector, the place had gone out of control and was sealed. Nobody had been able to open it for thousands of years. The devilized people in the front, on the other hand, were unbelievably stupid. In order to avoid the man-eating vines, they had fled to this place without investigating the situation clearly and encountered an even more tricky situation. Blackjack, on the other hand, was happened by misfortune. Besides, with the idiots in front of them as shields to distract the attention of the demon beasts, they would have a better chance to find a new teleportation array. Blackjack immediately realized the same thing. Conceal your scent and try not to make any noise. Also, don't attack the demon beasts recklessly. Let's go around them quietly. The teleportation array should be on the other side of the demon beast farm. The sisters of Blackjack all swallowed and gritted their teeth, moving quietly. The devilized people and the demon beasts that had transmigrated earlier were engaged in a fierce battle. The teeth and even the broken bones of the two parties were deeply embedded in each other's bodies, but they had no time to care about their existence. Even if one or two demon beasts discovered their existence, they would be quietly dealt with by Blackjack. Soon, they reached the center of the farm. However, magnificent brilliance burst out again. Somebody has arrived and repaired the teleportation array, Blackjack shouted excitedly. Hurry up and run away from this wretched place. Everybody was about to accelerate, when Hera suddenly exclaimed, Black Jack! Look! It was the first elder of the Turing clan. He was struggling forward under the protection of several warriors of the Black Shield clan. It was a pity that his head was big and his body was small. He staggered step by step, and his speed was too slow. Soon, he was targeted by several demon beasts. The demon beasts looked almost the same as the demonic halberd pigs, except that they had lumps on their backs that were translucent and wriggling like the hearts of devils. Voila! When they wriggled to the maximum, the lumps all split open. Countless tentacles spurted out and tied up and dragged the Black Shield warriors into the lumps. The sarcoma closed again, but at a speed dozens of times faster than before. Very soon, a hole appeared on the sarcoma, through which a lot of twisted armor and broken bones spurted out. Black Jack and his subordinates looked at each other in bewilderment, amazed by the weirdness and brutality of the beast. In the blink of an eye, the warriors of the Black Shield clan around the first elder of the Turing clan were all swallowed by the demonic beast. Such magical beasts boasted both the characteristics of man-eating vines and the demonic halberd pigs. They could be activated at a very high speed. Even if someone turned around and ran away, they wouldn't be able to outrun the demon beasts who were as fast as cannonballs. Very soon, the demon beasts would catch up to them from behind, crush their bones, and swallow them whole. The first elder of the Turing clan is of paramount importance for our mission. We cannot leave him here alone. Black Jack gritted his teeth. Two sharp blades spurted out black brilliance again and rushed forward like a tornado. Chi! 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 The heads of several demon beasts flew into the air. Black blood spurted out like rain. When they fell to the ground, white smoke was popping up. Black Jack danced a dance of slaughter in the rain of acid and slayed the remaining demon beasts neatly, rescuing the first elder of the Turing clan. But more demon beasts noticed the anomaly and turned to Black Jack. In every direction, pairs of green eyes were beaming with brutality. The demon beasts ran toward them in small steps and gradually accelerated, as if they were a charging legion of iron-armored knights. Run! Black Jack's face changed color. He carried the great elder of the Turing clan on his back and ran away. The demon beasts were all independent and did not have a main brain. When thousands of soldiers were marching close, even the strongest sorcerer would have to retreat. The sisters of Black Jack were fighting and retreating. Very soon, many of them were tied up by the tentacles spurting out of the back of the demon beasts, with shocking wounds all over their bodies. Large pieces of their flesh were torn off and carried away. The scene was extremely gory. More and more demon beasts were surging close like a tide and were about to surround him. Black Jack, you go first. Hela and Natasha, captain of the Maid Legion, shouted at the same time. Go to the teleportation array first. We'll cover your retreat. The two most distinguished women in the harem volunteered themselves. Hela took a deep breath. In the blink of an eye, glamorous dragon scales appeared on her face and her body. An intimidating aura surrounded her and spread out like invisible flames. An invisible dragon seemed to have rushed out of her body and soared into the sky. It looked down at the earth and awed all the demon beasts nearby. Dragon might. The natural talent of the dragon race could intimidate everything with the wrath of the dragon. Even the most brutal and furious magical beasts would tremble in fear in front of an infuriated dragon. But to wield such intense dragon might, one would have to pay a terrible price. After only a few seconds, Hela's face turned pale. The fire deep inside her eyes seemed to be flickering like a candle in the wind. The female captain took advantage of the dumbfoundedness of the magical beasts nearby and rushed forward. She had been heavily wounded in the previous battle and was still wearing bandages that were soaked in blood. Besides, as far as Teresa knew, she was suffering from the curse of the devil in silence, too. But she seemed to be perfectly fine and had rested for 3 days and 3 nights. A two-handed giant sword that was as wide as a door was waving like a windmill in a hurricane. The blood leaking out of the wounds was also burning crazily. The tough woman named Big Sis seemed to have set herself on fire and transformed all her vitality into combat ability. Dozens of heads of the demon beasts were chopped off instantly. The tide of the demon beasts was blocked by the two extraordinary women, although it was only temporary, but it was still shocking enough. Black Jack narrowed his eyes, making it hard to tell what was on his mind. He gazed at Hela and Natasha before he made up his mind and ran toward the teleportation array with the first elder on his back. The other concubines were already used to such things. They followed Black Jack closely, but Teresa could not stand it any longer. She shouted, "Wait, what are they going to do if we leave just like that?" Black Jack was dazed for a moment, not expecting that Teresa would ask such a childish question. They stayed to cover the retreat. Black Jack frowned. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. The logic was not wrong. The tactics were very reasonable, too. It was not the time to be merciful, but Teresa found it unbearable. Maybe it was because Natasha, the captain of the maids, was also suffering from the devil's curse silently. Teresa could not bear to watch the two girls sacrifice themselves and be swallowed by the demon beasts. Even if we are to cover the rear, we will have to arrange a cross-cover and retreat in stages. She frowned and roared, glaring at Black Jack fearlessly. This was the first time that she had released her will so freely after she was teleported to a world of magic. It was also the first time that she had confronted Black Jack's command. His sisters were all stunned. They did not expect that Teresa would talk to Black Jack so loudly. Even Black Jack himself was slightly surprised. There was gloom in his eyes, as if he did not expect that a woman would dare to question and resist him. Taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, "Teresa, listen to me. This is not the time to lose your temper." "I'm not listening. I'm not listening." Teresa was too lazy to argue with him. She unsheathed her saber and rushed toward Hela and Natasha. "Sister Hela, Sister Natasha, let me help you." When he reached them, Hera and Natasha had run out of strength and were about to collapse. Teresa caught them in time and smiled brightly at their surprised faces. "Let me help you," Teresa said softly. "I'm here to fight side by side with you." "Who?" A demon beast that was the first to wake up from the shock of the dragon might rushed over. Teresa was still looking at Hela and Natasha warmly. She raised her left hand and drew runes in different directions in midair. She drew the runes from 5 directions at the same time and drew a complicated, delicate rune array in midair at 1/5 of the speed. Crack! Crack! Bam! The soaring demon beast was frozen into a block of ice by the blue brilliance spurting out of Teresa's palm. The ice cubes that had gone out of control flew over their heads due to the inertia and broke into pieces behind them, turning the magical beasts into scattered ice shards. This was the first time that Teresa had shown her full strength without reservation. It was even more gratifying than when she was in the Pangu universe. The Emerald Continent was indeed a world of magic and a paradise for mages. Spiritual energy was manifested in the nature of magic here. More importantly, the closer they were to the center of the blood demon sector, the denser the magical elements were. Many spells that could not be performed in the Pangu universe could be displayed easily in this place. Although Black Jack might see through her true capability and affect her future plans, Teresa did not regret it at all. She was a man of integrity and integrity. There was nothing to hide. "Teresa!" Both Hera and Natasha were dazed for a moment. "It's all right. I'm here. We are here." Teresa smiled and looked back, only to see Black Jack's gloomy face. "Jack?" Teresa's bravery and strength had shocked everybody in the harem, except for Hela and Natasha. Everyone looked at Black Jack expectantly. This was the first time that they showed their determination in front of Black Jack. Black Jack frowned into a weird rune. His deep eyes seemed to be covered in a cluster of black mist. He gazed at Teresa, who was casting glamorous spells, in silence. Although the sisters of the harem were worried about the safety of Teresa, Natasha, and Hera, they did not dare return without Black Jack's permission. The demon beasts nearby were surging like tides, one higher than the other. There was no way to eliminate them all. Teresa opened fire. A lot of magical bullets darted out of her hands and formed a wall of flames, electric net, ice pitons, and thorns in front of her. only to be blown away by the torrent of flesh and blood. Black Jack, if this goes on, they will all die. Princess Summer was burning with anxiety. Watching Teresa fighting alone with an exhausted Hera and Natasha, for some reason, an invisible thread seemed to have snapped in her brain. Without waiting for Black Jack's command, she waved her sword and charged forward. Sister Teresa, Sister Natasha, Sister Hera, let me help you. Princess Summer held Teresa's shivering body in time and said what Teresa had just said. We will fight side by side. On Black Jack's side, his sisters were more and more shaken. Black waves were rolling inside Black Jack's eyes. Pondering for a moment, he suddenly put on a brilliant smile. That's right. We cannot abandon any of our sisters. Everybody from Black Jack's adventure team, go and reinforce them. Retreat in turns. In the blink of an eye, Black Jack's gloomy temperament was restored to the casualness and calmness when he was demolishing the Hell Destroyer cannon. He led the charge and helped Teresa and the rest of them resist the most furious attack of the demon beasts. The so-called rearguard was definitely not to leave a lone army behind to die, but to support each other and retreat in stages in an orderly manner. After Black Jack and the rest of them fought for a while, Teresa, Natasha, and Hera, the leader of the female mercenaries, all took a breath and launched another round of attacks, giving Black Jack and the rest of them a chance to catch their breath. Very soon, they reached the teleportation array at the end of the runaway farm. Many demons were already waiting on the teleportation array. The crystal helped the teleportation array to be fully charged, too. Let's go! Black Jack led the girls of the harem group onto the teleportation array. After counting all the people, they were finally able to catch their breath. Wait! The teleportation array is not full yet, and the demon beasts haven't arrived yet. We can wait, Teresa suddenly said. They were at loggerheads again. Black Jack and Teresa stared at each other in midair. Black Jack narrowed his eyes again, but Teresa looked at him calmly. Now that he had revealed his true capability, there was no point in hiding it anymore. For some reason, Teresa felt that Black Jack was up to something. She did not want to be led by the nose by Black Jack. Even if she could not sabotage Black Jack's scheme, she could at least add some variables to it. Of course, the devils were selfish, vicious, and untrustworthy. But it seemed that other than the Medusas, the other demons were not on Black Jack's side. The more demons that entered the Crimson Palace, the more likely they would be able to fish in troubled waters. At the very least, they would be able to distract Jack's attention from himself. Teresa, you? His sisters all looked at Teresa in surprise. They had a vague feeling that the closer they got to the Blood Demon sector and the Crimson Palace, the more drastic Teresa's temperament changed. She was like a rusted saber that had been sealed for a long time. Somebody had drawn it out of its sheath with great difficulty, only to wash it carefully and restore it to its previous brilliance. Even the magical elements were gathering around her. Colorful chimneys seemed to be spreading out of her body, enough to compete with Black Jack's scorching aura. Black Jack looked at his harem. Most of the girls subconsciously gathered around him. Hela, who had just been rescued by Teresa, and Natasha, the captain of the maids, and Princess Summer did not move at all. They were still standing next to Teresa. It was something that had never happened before. Black Jack remained calm. He looked at the muscular demon who was manipulating the teleportation array. The muscular demons were not his subordinates. Although they were awed by his valiancy in sabotaging the Hell Destroyer cannon, they did not necessarily have to listen to his commands. Many elite warriors of the 6 demon clans, including the strong-arm demons, had not run away from the out-of-control farm yet. Every time the teleportation array was activated, it would have a long cooldown. The muscular demons thought for a moment and decided to listen to Teresa's suggestion. In the silent competition between the two, Teresa took another small step forward. She did not want to publicize the vague confrontation between her and Black Jack. Instead of looking at Black Jack in the eyes, she squatted down and cleaned and bandaged Natasha's wounds, before she asked Hera to take the medication to recover her strength. 5 minutes later, rumbling noises resembling an avalanche came from the front. A large batch of demons retreated, followed by countless furious demon beasts. Prepare to receive them, Teresa stepped forward, followed by Princess Summer, Herla, and Natasha, the captain of the maids. Black Jack took a deep breath and led the female warriors of his harem out. 2. They split into two wings. Burning arrows and magical bullets pierced into the demon beasts like two sharp tusks, catching them off guard and turning them into hundreds of colliding meatballs. A large number of devils took the opportunity to rush into the teleportation array. It was not until then that Teresa and Black Jack returned to the teleportation array with the female warriors. Hardly had they stepped into the teleportation array when almost 100 beams of light rose up and interweaved into a helix in midair. The helix extended into the void and turned into an endless tunnel. A few demon beasts tried to crash into the teleportation array. However, the moment they touched the teleportation array, their heads or parts of their bodies were teleported to another space randomly. The only thing left were the neatly and precisely cut parts of their bodies. The remaining magical beasts did not dare to come close anymore. Under their watch, the Black Jack adventure team and the 100 demons were teleported to the third dark space. According to the first elder, this was the last stop before they reached the Crimson Palace. What is this place? Prepare for battle. Everyone, prepare for battle. I'm wounded. Where are the Medusas? I'm wounded. After the previous 2 teleportations, none of the devilized people dared to underestimate the danger of the dark space that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Fearing that some other man-eating vines or ferocious demon beasts might show up, they all raised their weapons high as if they were faced with a great enemy. The steam-assisted power units on their armor spurted out powerful air currents, pushing the sharpness of their weapons 3 to 5 meters away and illuminating a small space. It was beyond his expectation. There was nothing but dead silence. Below his feet was not soft and moist humus, but real metal. Teresa lowered her head and discovered that she was standing on the deck of a super-large warship from thousands of years ago. After thousands of years, the deck was as bright as before. Except for the thin layer of dust, there was no sign of rust at all. Even the words carved on the ground were clearly visible. It was a pity that the language was a variation of the language of the primeval civilization, and it employed a lot of abbreviations that were exclusive to the fleets. Teresa read it for a long time and did not see anything wrong. The devils who survived the disaster gradually realized that this space was different from the previous 2. It did not seem dangerous, at least there was no danger of them being alive. They whispered to each other and dispersed, searching for the last teleportation array leading to the Crimson Palace. Soon, as they released the lanterns that were floating in midair automatically, their surroundings were illuminated. This place should be a warehouse or a workshop of an enormous giant. Countless black containers, conveyor belts, and assembly lines were standing around. On the 2 sides of many assembly lines, hundreds of mechanical arms were arranged. Other people might not know them, but Teresa could tell that they were for maintenance or assembling work. What is this? She was about to observe carefully when the devils shouted in delight not far away. Holding Princess Summer's hand, Teresa, Hella, and Natasha followed Black Jack, only to discover that several devils had opened a container and carried the goods out. No, more precisely speaking, they did not open it. The container had been damaged thousands of years ago during the apocalypse. All the goods and components inside were scattered on the ground. All they needed to do was pick them up casually. One of the devils picked up something that looked like a cylinder. He groped for a moment and put it on his wrist. The Strong Arm clan was best at maintenance and modification in the Blood Demon sector. They were particularly fond of tools. They might have been the descendants of the mechanics in the fleet in the old days. Many ancient technologies had been carved into their genes, and they had an almost instinctive ability to manipulate the legacy of their ancestors. When Teresa ran over, she happened to see that the devilized man had groped for a while and pressed some sort of mechanism that made a green halo appear on the surface of the cylinder. The halo kept blinking, turning from bright green to deep green, from deep green to orange, and from orange to crimson. It was blinking more and more frequently. Not good. Teresa's pupils constricted violently. Naturally, she recognized what it was. It was a fucking hand cannon designed for anti-landing combat inside a warship. Get down! Teresa hurried to pull Princess Summer, Hella, and Natasha. Boom! Hardly had the three of them fallen to the ground when the hand cannon controlled by the muscular demons released a cluster of dazzling plasma that brushed past the heads of the demons and hit a giant container on the opposite side. The demon did not expect that the hand cannon would be so powerful and have such a high recoil. His arm was blown away by the cannonball, and his internal components were all damaged. Thankfully, the arms of the strong arms were man-made objects with multiple kinds of magical equipment embedded inside. They could be repaired even if they were damaged. He held his arm. There was no pain on his face, but he was staring at the broken container. A giant hole suddenly appeared on the cargo crate, melting a large area of thick metal. This is an artifact. An artifact. After the collapse of civilization and the loss of technology, the devils had returned to the era of steam. They had never seen such authentic super weapons before. In a moment, the demon holding the hand cannon was dancing and shouting in excitement. Artifact, artifact, artifact. It seemed to be an arsenal that had been sealed for thousands of years. Many demons nearby had picked up the original weapons of the primeval clan. They had never seen such advanced ancient technology before. With the explosions of plasma, mystic rays, and magical energy, ear-splitting thunders were echoing nearby. One container after another was opened violently. Intimidated by the dazzling weapons, they all rushed into the containers in panic. Why are there so many advanced weapons in the depths of the Blood Demon sector? Princess Summer and the rest of them were all shocked. They looked at Teresa and said, "Let's pick up some weapons to protect ourselves, too. I wonder what kind of dangers are lurking inside the Crimson Palace." Without them knowing, Teresa had become their pillar of support. "I only need to pick up 2 items. I should hurry up and find the teleportation array." Teresa had seen a lot of things in her life. She wouldn't really consider such defensive weapons to be artifacts. For some reason, she felt that there were invisible dangers lurking in the darkness that were even more terrifying than the previous 2 enclosed spaces. Why? All the girls were dazed for a moment. They did not expect that Teresa would be so calm and not at all fooled by the primeval magical equipment. It was especially so for Natasha, the captain of the mercenary group. She was a battle maniac. Seeing that the devils were picking up the mini-cannons and chainswords with unbelievable power, she had been itching to try for a long time. "We need more powerful weapons. Look, the devils have opened a lot of containers. Very advanced armor seems to be hidden inside. There are also iron giants that are even larger than the armor." "I know," Teresa said in annoyance. "But none of that will help. The test of the Crimson Palace is not so simple that you can pass it with a chainsword or an advanced magical armor. Besides, the last space before the Crimson Palace turned out to be an arsenal that had been sealed for a long time. Don't you think it is too much of a coincidence? For some reason, I feel that the test of the Crimson Palace has begun. If you want to pass the test, you should not be fooled by the weapons." Roars were echoing non-stop. An ominous red light was blinking in the distance. The sound of steel colliding and lubricating echoed in the air, as if an ancient beast was waking up and crawling out of the abyss where it had been hibernating for billions of years. Teresa had a bad feeling. "Run!" she shouted. "Find the teleportation array now and leave this place. Now!" Black Jack looked at her deeply and narrowed his eyes, gazing at the depths of the arsenal that was enshrouded in mist, darkness, and redness. Teresa was right. Black Jack immediately agreed with Teresa. "Let's go and find the teleportation array." Now that Black Jack had spoken, nobody had any objections. Even Natasha, the battle maniac, resisted the temptation and fled to the depths of the arsenal with only a shoulder cannon and a chainsword driven by magical crystals. Very soon, the first elder of the Turing clan deciphered the information left on the ground and led them to the teleportation array. Along with them were Queen Medusa and a lot of female warriors of the 6 demon clans, who had been conquered by Black Jack's manly charisma and believed his words without any doubt. At Black Jack's command, the sorceress of the Strong Arm clan immediately jumped to the teleportation array and started operating. Teresa, on the other hand, observed back nervously and found that most of the devilized people had been lost in the depths of the arsenals and enslaved by the ancient artifacts. Right then, with an ominous sound of metal rubbing against each other, the red brightness around them intensified. The conveyor belt around the arsenal suddenly started revolving. The mechanical arms on the two sides of the conveyor belt operated nimbly. One by one, fully automatic small war machines gradually took shape on the conveyor belt and were installed with turrets, plate armor, tracks, or anti-joint propulsion devices. Beep, 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 beep. On the shell of the blue armor, the indicator lights were blinking in green, as if pairs of green eyes were staring at the dancing devils. The war machines all jumped down from the end of the conveyor belt and staggered toward the devils, shaking their heads. The overjoyed devils did not sense that a catastrophe was coming. Instead, they thought that they had activated another artifact that their ancestors had bestowed upon them. They opened their arms to the war machine, trying to find a way to control it. As he expected, green brightness beamed out of the green eyes of the war machine and scanned them one by one, as if the IFFS were scanning their identities. However, the next second, something unexpected happened. After rapid humming, the green eyes of all the war machines turned crimson. From scanning to locking, all kinds of brutal magical bullets and lasers interweaved into a net of death. The dozens of devils in the lead were minced into pieces before they had the chance to grunt. There were also a lot of six-legged anti-joint war machines, which were hundreds of times larger than the amalgamations of fleas and spiders. They jumped high into the air and covered dozens of meters in the blink of an eye before they reached the center of the devils and launched dozens of magical missiles with their centrifugal force. The flames of destruction immediately enveloped the hundreds of square meters nearby. Many devils were blown away directly. They were torn apart and burning furiously in midair. The shocking scene terrified all the devils who were caught in the battlefield. Black Jack and Teresa, who were watching the battle in the distance, felt that their blood was freezing, too. They looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment and hurried to form a defensive formation. It was not until then that the devils realized that they should run toward the teleportation array. However, they had been harassed by the war machines and were cut off from the teleportation array. They could only summon the last bit of brutality in their bones and fight against the war machines with the divine equipment that they had just acquired. This is the test of the Crimson Temple. It's like breeding parasites, Teresa mumbled. The parasite that survives the slaughter of countless parasites is the strongest king of venomous worms. The Crimson Palace does not welcome the weak. Only the strong who can carve a path of blood through the slaughtering of the war machines are qualified to enter the Crimson Palace. Hardly had his voice faded away when the tide-like noises echoed again. On the surface of several magnificent containers that looked like skyscrapers, ominous lights were popping up. Then, the lid of the container slid open silently, revealing the dark shadow of the iron giant inside. They were iron deities that were even larger than the giant god soldiers. Although only 1% of his strength had been activated, it was still suffocating. The iron deities started moving. They did not need to use weapons at all. They could stomp the devils into a thin layer of meat with their feet. The devils were attacking the iron defense line desperately. Fewer than 10 of them could make it to the rune array. At this moment, the teleportation array had been repaired and filled with enough magical crystals. The teleportation began. A vague mist spread out, distorting the space. An iron devil noticed the anomaly of the teleportation array and rushed at them, roaring. Everybody stood on the teleportation array. All kinds of long-range weapons were shooting out furious flames, but they could not stop the Iron Devil for even 1 second. They had no other options except to watch the Iron Demon's giant hands coming at them unstoppably. Shwa! Just when the devilish palm was about to smash them into pieces, the teleportation began. Space twisted, split, warped, reorganized, and stabilized. Boom! The demonic hand, which had been hacked into the teleportation array and torn apart by the twisted space, fell beside the crowd helplessly, making everyone stagger. Together with the brain concussion from the teleportation, everybody felt that the world was spinning and they were about to throw up. However, they had escaped from the terrifying arsenal after all. It was safe for now. There was no ear-splitting sound of metal rubbing against each other, nor was there the smell of burning flesh and smoke in his nose. He raised his head and found that he was not in the middle of a hell but a weird cave. How did this happen? Teresa was confused. This should be the Crimson Palace. Why is it a cave? According to Teresa's analysis, since the Blood Demon sector was a super-large starship of the primeval civilization, the so-called Crimson Palace should be the bridge of the super-large starship, or at least one of the most important cabins inside the starship. A cave. What did that mean? The devilized people who had survived the disaster were also discussing. Although they did not know the truth of the super-large starship, the cave was nothing like the Crimson Palace. Was it another test? Everybody turned around and looked at the first elder of the Turing clan. The brain of the first elder of the Turing clan was wriggling fast. His eyeballs were spinning rapidly like gyroscopes, too, as if he were searching for the answers deep inside his genes or communicating with his ancient ancestors. Then, he nodded and told everybody that this was indeed the Crimson Palace, except that it was still sealed. Nobody knew how to unlock the sealed Crimson Palace. There was nothing but dead silence. There were no hints or signs. Holding Princess Summer's hand, Teresa spread out carefully with everybody else, exploring the depths of the cave. She discovered that the cave was made of materials that were neither metal nor wood. They were warm and soft to the touch. The materials left wrinkles in the cave which looked like solidified magma. Gloomy ripples were spreading out. When she was in the Pangu universe, Teresa had never seen anything like it. Wait, she had explored the paradise with Liao before. There was a gray foam that seemed to be similar to the materials that constituted the cave. Teresa was greatly interested. Pondering for a moment, she extended a finger and pointed at the wall of the cave. As she expected, the wall of the cave was as elastic as rubber. She poked in slowly, right when his entire finger sank into the cave wall. His fingertip suddenly felt a slight sting. Teresa withdrew her finger and noticed that a drop of blood had leaked out of her fingertip. Some sort of equipment hidden deep inside the cave had collected a drop of her blood. Then, something unexpected happened. Centered at the hole that she had just created, a series of beeps echoed deep inside the cave, as if driven by blood. The feeble hums were like the internal organs of a giant beast that had woken up from an abyss that had been sealed for thousands of years. Colorful brilliance flowed out of the wrinkles that used to be lackluster and blossomed in front of Teresa like brilliant flowers. The materials that were neither metal nor wood but full of elasticity seemed to be metal that was half solid and half melted. They flowed slowly and condensed into various forms. Ripples and streaks of brightness constituted the flower. Almost 100 fibers that looked like the stamen of a flower crawled out of the hole that Teresa made in the middle of the flower. They shivered and spread toward her as if they were living nerves. Exclamations were echoing non-stop. From the corner of her eye, Teresa saw that colorful flowers were blossoming around the other explorers. 2. The stamens of the flowers enveloped everybody like nerves. Liquid alloy, mustard machine. Teresa thought quickly and immediately understood. The cave, or rather the entire Crimson Palace, was made of extremely tiny, mustard-level intelligent machines in the form of liquid alloys. Therefore, there was no need for fixed crystal processors, teleportation arrays, weapons, or command systems at all. Whatever equipment was needed, they could be assembled by mustard machines instantly according to the situation at that time. The thought had just flashed through his mind. The stamen-like fibers pierced deep into her brain. Glittering, colorful rivers of light flooded into Teresa's brain unstoppably from the depths of the Crimson Palace. Boom! Teresa felt that her soul had experienced a great explosion that reversed time. Then, the world around her collapsed and turned into billions of round water drops, which reorganized into a completely different picture in the changing stars. It was a magnificent palace, or rather, the cockpit of a super-large starship. Countless handsome men and women more than 2 meters tall were working hard in the cockpit. Different from the mainframe crystal processors on the starships of the Pangu universe, there were barely any light beams or input and output equipment on the bridge of the super-large starship. The human beings were more than 2 meters tall and almost perfect, but colorful brilliance was beaming out of their bodies. The threads of light formed beautiful tattoos that covered every inch of their skin, as if they were nerves that could be stretched out at their will and inserted into the liquid metal around the cockpit. Through the mustard machines, the crew members and the starships were melded perfectly. Even Teresa herself had turned into a tall, beautiful, honey-skinned female warrior. Her exposed skin was also tied up by threads of light that could exchange information instantly. Even her hair had turned into glittering, translucent materials that could be extended and extended freely. They could be inserted into the liquid metal and docked to the network of the super-large starship where they could exchange tremendous data. Teresa was dazed for a moment. She could barely tell who she was. Thankfully, she had experienced similar tests in the Paradise. It appeared that the testing technology of the primeval civilization was of the same origin. The test of the so-called Crimson Palace was to activate the genes and memories of their ancestors thousands of years ago inside the body of the demon race so that they could experience the battles that their ancestors once faced, the exile and the destruction. However, she was not a demon. Why were the ancient memories that did not belong to her awakened? Right? It was Eric, the damn shapeshifter. He ambushed her when she was too weak to do anything after she had just been teleported to a magical world and was still in the middle of a super long-distance space jump. Then, he modified her beyond recognition with shameless, unforgettable methods. She remembered that Transformer Eric had injected a lot of weird stuff into her body. It must have been what gave her part of the bloodline of the demon race. Now was not the time to think about that. Teresa concentrated her attention and adapted to her new role and mission. She knew that the illusion or memory in front of her must be related to the test of the Crimson Temple. As she expected, as soon as she figured out the situation, surging information flooded into her brain through the neural network. The super-large warship seemed to turn transparent in front of her eyes. She could clearly see the situation of the cabins around her and the data related to her position. She could even observe the super-large starship 360 degrees through the billions of floating turrets that accompanied the starship. The starship should be the flagship of one of the rogue fleets of the primeval civilization. It was much larger than ordinary satellites and almost as large as planets. Compared to the so-called planetary fortresses in the Pangu universe where the planets had been hollowed and refined, this starship seemed to have retrieved the most precious materials of the planets and refined them anew. At first glance, it looked like an absolutely perfect diamond, but its surface was interconnecting with each other, emitting countless colorful rays of light. The rays of light turned out to be special gravitational fields. Other than controlling the floating turrets nearby, they could also capture the asteroids, meteoroids, and cosmic dust nearby and store them in the crystal reactor of the starship, providing endless fuel for the endless voyages in the universe. All kinds of glamorous halos were surrounding it. The sailing trajectories and the floating turrets seemed to have constituted a special ecosystem. It was not just a planetary-level warship but also a living galaxy that was absorbing the materials of the universe and expanding. However, before Teresa was awed by the beauty and magnificence of the starship, she saw what was behind them. It was simply the most terrifying scene in the universe. It was a nightmare that could not be described with words. It was the embodiment of the apocalypse that could destroy everything. At first glance, it was a meteoroid shower that was rushing and roaring toward them unstoppably. But as the scanning system of the starship grew stronger and sent back clearer images and more abundant data, Teresa was able to see the details of the meteoroid shower more clearly. Countless ugly tentacles grew out of the interconnecting cracks on the meteoroids that were the size of asteroids. The tentacles tangled with each other and weaved the meteoroids into a giant net that seemed to be swallowing the entire universe. The giant net that seemed to be alive was lunging at their fleet from various directions. As the giant net closed and wriggled, hideous halos appeared on the surface of the meteoroid, which turned into the smiling faces of countless intelligent creatures that were either threatening or tempting the refugees of the primeval civilization. Although the vacuum of the universe could not transmit sound, Teresa could still hear their soul-stirring laughter and screams. It was quite weird. The disgusting pictures and the ear-piercing noises should have disgusted her. But her head was shaking, and she had a feeling that she might as well stop and end everything right now. These days, they were like black vipers that tied her up and made it difficult for her to breathe. Her hands were cold, and her nerves were almost cut off from the starship. At the same time, another icicle-like voice emerged from the depths of his mind. There were only 2 words: the flood tide. Terrified, Teresa was back to herself immediately. If her guess was correct, this was the true face of the flood tide. At the very least, it was the true face of a small wave of the flood tide that swallowed the universe. The floating turrets hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the starship opened fire one after another. Colorful pillars of light darted at the enemy. However, the destructive rays that were enough to vaporize an entire planet were as dim and feeble as candles in the wind in the boundless dark dust. Even if they hit the tides, they would not cause any damage to the enemy. Instead, they would infuriate the tides and accelerate the meteoroid showers. The distance is too far. As a gunner, Teresa's instincts gradually came back to her. She thought to herself, considering the long distance and the fact that the enemy seems to be a cluster of life forms without obvious weaknesses or cores, it is impossible for me to seriously wound them. The commander of the rogue fleet of the primeval civilization should know that. Why did he waste his energy and ammunition for nothing? Teresa soon realized why the commander had to open fire from a distance. As the tide drew closer and closer, the firepower of the fleet grew fiercer and fiercer. The death rays finally condensed into sharp scalpels and tore the tide into thousands of pieces silently. However, new tentacles grew out of every shard. The hundreds of tentacles waved back at the same time, causing ripples to appear in the stable 3-dimensional space. The flood scraps were like octopuses in the deep sea. Their speed was boosted to the maximum instantly, which was even faster than a starship at full speed. The flood tide actually possessed some kind of super short-distance space jump ability. The so-called tentacles were not floating in the vacuum, but frogs jumping in the vacuum. If he wanted to destroy the tide completely, he would have to tear it into the most fundamental units that could not be torn apart any longer. Then, thousands of cannons would be fired at the same time to annihilate all the materials. An almost impossible task. It was also the test that Teresa was going to face. A lot of information flooded into Teresa's brain. She had been authorized to operate the hundreds of floating cannons at the 12 o'clock direction. She had to form a solid defense line and stall the incoming debris of the flood tide for at least an hour in order to buy more time for the emergency space jumps of the rogue fleet. Hum, 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 hum. Every floating cannon had become an extension of her thoughts and limbs. She could clearly sense that the core of the reaction of the floating cannons was shaking at a high speed. The beautiful rays of light formed mottled and scattered paint on the black canvas before they were smashed into a mess by the debris of the flood tide. With Teresa's quick calculation and precise manipulation, a lot of debris of the tide was hit and torn apart. However, the scraps that were torn apart still had the ability to wriggle and attack, because they were smaller and more agile. Finally, half an hour after the 2 parties reached each other, a piece of the debris of the flood tide broke through Teresa's defense and reached her floating fortress. The 2 parties were so close that Teresa was finally able to see the true appearance of the flood fragment. It was the kind of garbage that did not even appear in the most terrible nightmares. Rocks, metal, and flesh were mixed together in a mess. Nothing that could be called a living creature should be born in it, yet it was twitching and breathing in the cold universe. Through the shell that seemed to be the remnant of a starship, Teresa even saw an organ that looked like an eye with a malicious smile. Then, a lot of tentacles made of flesh, fiber optics, and crystal cables extended out from the depths of the debris of the tide and pierced into the floating fortress. With the noises of electric currents, the floating fortress was swallowed. The picture of the floating cannon turned black and red. In the pictures of the floating turrets nearby, it could be clearly seen that the floating turret had been enveloped by the debris of the flood tide and turned into a giant cocoon. The shell of the cocoon quickly cracked, revealing a brand new, rusted floating turret. However, the newborn floating fortress was no longer under the control of Teresa or any other primeval beings. It turned into part of the tide and opened fire at the floating turrets nearby. Teresa's net of firepower was immediately torn apart. She had to divert part of her computational ability to deal with the corrupted floating fortress. Taking the opportunity, more and more debris of the tides crawled in and corroded the defense layer of the rogue fleet like bacteria and viruses. Some of them even marched close to the diamond-shaped warship. The scraps of the tides were attached to the shell of the starship like ugly barnacles. Their tentacles released a lot of corrosive acids that broke through the spiritual shield and the composite plate of the starship easily and crawled in like a hydra. Countless sharp rays of light immediately appeared on the shell of the starship and tore the intruders into pieces. However, while the flesh and blood of the intruders were torn apart, their souls turned into translucent flames and echoed in the pathways and corridors inside the starship. They looked like translucent octopuses. But he had the face of the tall, handsome primeval Lord of Heaven. Stop running. Where are you running to exactly? No matter where you run to, you will never be able to get rid of the bad habits of human beings, the primeval civilization. You will only turn one planet after another into hell and bring disaster to the universe. Your descendants will be sacrificed by the fire of hell, too. Kill each other, be selfish, conquer and destroy. This is your natural curse and destiny. Human beings, the primeval civilization has come to an end. The flood is your ultimate destination. Join us and become the only wisdom in the universe. A life of peace, tranquility, and perfection. Ripples were spreading out from the depths of the ghosts. Many crew members of the primeval clan had indeed been enchanted by the ghosts and allowed the translucent octopuses to envelop them. After a moment of violent twitching, they opened their eyes again, only to be replaced by mysterious tranquility. More and more primordial demons were roaring in horror and firing at the ghosts. But even though they tore the ghosts into pieces with their energy weapons, they could only turn the octopuses into fireworks that were still rushing at them. Teresa was the only one who knew the horror of the flood tide and remembered her mission. She was well aware that it was just a test. With the calmness of a spectator, she gritted her teeth and continued shooting at the debris of the flood tide without being affected by the flood tide. As the turrets fell, the firepower under her control gradually diminished. But as more and more crew members were drowned in the whispers of the tide, the mainframe crystal processor of the starship automatically allocated more permissions for her to control the floating turrets. The number of floating turrets under Teresa's control increased from 50 to 100, then 200, 300, and 500. It was an enormous cluster of cannons that Teresa had never controlled in the Pangu universe. Thankfully, after years of persistent tutelage from the boxing champion and Liao, as well as the series of fortuitous incidents in the Heavenly Palace, her brain had been greatly developed. Her computational ability was far better than before. After he arrived in the Jadeite continent, he had been injected with a mysterious power by Eric the Shapeshifter, which resonated weirdly with the Crimson Palace in front of him, giving him the feeling that he had melded with the floating cannons. The more enemies there were, the more adept Teresa's movements were. The explosions of the giant cannons were as natural as breathing, and the sweeping laser was dancing like her telepathic thoughts. In the end, the cluster of floating cannons controlled by Teresa became one of the few highlights in the battle of escape. Finally, when billions of flood debris crowded toward the starship, and countless ghosts were wandering in the pathways and corridors of the starship was ready for the space jump. In a moment, the world in front of Teresa's eyes was torn apart into clusters of colorful swirls. The rays of light that constituted the swirls passed over her head and extended into a twisted tunnel. Passing through the tunnel beyond the speed of light, Teresa was plunged into darkness. A line of text that contained tremendous information appeared in front of her eyes. In a trance, its meaning appeared directly in Teresa's mind. You have passed the preliminary identification test and gained the permissions to control the firepower of Jadeite. You are allowed to enter the first-level area of the cockpit. Inside the paragraph was a lot of information that could not be described with words, including how to open the first-level area of the cockpit, the distribution of some turrets and internal defense systems, and the operation procedures. Also, the most important mission. Everyone who entered the Crimson Palace had to reactivate Jade, the super warship that had been sealed for thousands of years. My guess was correct. Teresa thought to herself, the entire blood demon sector is Jade, the super warship of the primeval clan that fled to this place in a hurry to avoid the flood thousands of years ago. However, after they fled to this place for some reason, maybe because the damage was too heavy, or maybe because the fuel had run out, the refugees had to seal it. Maybe, in the beginning, the seal was just a temporary measure. The refugees of the primeval Lord of Heaven hoped to get new resources and fuel on the Jadeite continent so that they could restart the super warships and build a new civilization. But as it turned out, they encountered a weird accident that cast them into the abyss of technological loss and the fault of their civilization. After a long time, the descendants of the refugees forgot the glory and destiny of their ancestors and the true face of Jade. Some of the descendants of the refugees who left Jade even called the place the world of bloody demon. They considered their compatriots who were still living inside the starship to be mortal enemies. In a way, Hong Chao was right. It is indeed the destiny of human beings to kill each other and to conquer and destroy each other endlessly. The human beings and the devils on the Emerald Continent are the same, and so are the people in the Pangu universe. However, giving up oneself in order to end such a destiny is no different from suicide on the mental level. We will definitely walk a third path other than the primeval Lord of Heaven and the flood tide. Definitely. With such a realization, Teresa gradually woke up. She discovered that, with the awakening of Level 1 authorization, the magical power inside her body had become more active and condensed. It could vaguely echo with the magical elements floating nearby. The caves nearby had undergone unexpected changes, too. The previously lackluster rock wall gradually blossomed with a metallic luster, as if it had been reborn from a fire. The mustard-level liquid alloy slowly flowed and condensed into machines and equipment that were brimming with the colors of the future. The metal flowers gradually bloomed, and the stamen, the nerve-connecting fiber optics, swayed and danced gracefully. The first elder of the Turing clan was not wrong. The Crimson Palace was the bridge of Jade. At this moment, many demons were disconnected from the stamen and ejected from the test room. Most of them did not pass the test. They did not even know what the fierce battle between the flood tide and the primeval Lord of Heaven was all about. Confusion was flowing in their eyes as they looked around in bewilderment. Except for Teresa, Blackjack's eyes were as clear as ever, if not sharper. But before Teresa and Blackjack's eyes met, deafening noises were already echoing outside the cockpit. After an intense explosion, several demons who were on guard were blown away by the blast and flew in with broken bones. The sound of armor and blades colliding echoed. An intimidating aura that was as scorching as a burning tornado flooded in. It was the Hell Destroyer. Master Cooper had teleported the coalition army of the 6 tribes to this place so quickly. After 3 layers of darkness, there were not many experts who could break into the Crimson Palace, including the 2 leaders of the Black Shield clan and the Beast Taming clan. Of the remaining 4 leaders, Queen Medusa and the first elder of the Turing clan were all support type. Only the 2 leaders of the Strong Arm clan and the Fire clan were still able to fight. Looking at each other in bewilderment, the 2 lords had no other options except to lead their subordinates forward. They were fighting a fierce battle against the Hell Destroyer clan with the divine equipment that they had just retrieved. However, the prison guardians had just opened 2 ancient arsenals a year ago and received a lot of artifacts, too. They had a deeper understanding about the usage of the magical equipment than them. Besides, there was still the Real Lord Cooper. It was an iron tower as magnificent as a mountain and looked like a slowly moving demon mountain. He was covered in layers of armor, with countless sharp thorns protruding from the gaps of the shell. Even his face was covered by a terrifying mask. A 2-handed giant sword that was even taller than a human being seemed to weigh thousands of kilograms. It was impossible for a human being to wield it, but it was spinning like a hurricane with the enhancement of the magical equipment. If somebody touched it, their bones would be broken, their flesh and blood would explode, and they would be killed instantly. Lord Cooper alone was enough to suppress the remnants of the coalition army, including Blackjack and Teresa. The experts of the Strong Arm clan and the Fire clan arrived in front of him in vain. They crashed into the rocks on the shore like a surging tide and were blown into pieces before they were blown back again. but they failed to cause any damage to the rocks. Cuba, the thousand-handed lord of the Strong Arm clan, screamed. The mechanical arm that stored hundreds of weapons and maintenance tools was torn apart by force. Then, the giant sword slapped his chest so hard that it almost collapsed. He was blown dozens of meters away like a kite whose string had been cut off and crashed into the liquid metal wall of the Crimson Palace, leaving a shocking dent. Boom! 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 The Red Lotus general of the Fire Clan opened fire. Almost 100 clusters of burning flames took the form of an army of thousands of soldiers and soldiers, which almost dyed the high and majestic dome above everyone's head into an ocean of flames. He waved his hands and commanded the Burning Legion to charge at Lord Kuba. Raising the giant sword in his hands high, General Kupera slashed at the Burning Legion and summoned an army of tornadoes in midair. The army of tornadoes and flames collided in midair. All the devilized people were blown away by the blast. The two armies perished together. The only thing left were the dim flames that spread out and quickly died down like candles in the wind. While Great Lord Red Lotus was still recovering from the exhaustion of his magical power, Great Lord Kuba charged at him like a collapsing mountain. He lowered his shoulder and knocked him away to join the thousand-armed monarch. He was unstoppable. As expected of the leader of the strongest species in the Blood Demon sector, just by standing in the middle of the battlefield with his long sword, he had an air of invincibility. "You idiots!" A gloomy and low voice came from behind the hideous devil mask, with a hint of mockery. "You think you can solve the secret of the Crimson Palace? Let me tell you something. Even if your stupid tricks can stall me for 3 days and 3 nights and make you rack your brains in this place, it will still be impossible for you to gain the highest control rights of the Crimson Palace and unlock all the forces of the Blood Demon sector." The words highest clearance made Teresa's heart skip a beat. It seemed that General Cooper knew more about the real face of the Blood Demon sector, the super warship Jade, than other demons did. "I am the only one destined to be the real dominator of the Crimson Palace and the Blood Demon sector. The journey of our race is much more complicated than the Blood Demon sector or the Emerald Continent. Above the demon world and the human world, there are endless brilliant stars waiting to be conquered." There was an irresistible charm in his voice. He extended his hands to the demons who had been seriously wounded by him and said, "Although you are foolish and ignorant, you are of some use in the journey of our race. Now kneel down and submit to me. Don't force me to kill you." The remaining soldiers of the 6 tribes looked at each other in confusion. In the Blood Demon sector, the strong reigned supreme. It was only natural that the weak submitted to the strong. In the civil war of the demon race, there were barely any casualties. The weak often surrendered to the strong after the victory was determined. After all, they had the same dream, which was to conquer the Emerald Continent and taste the sunlight. Besides, the captains of the Black Shield clan and the Beast Taming clan had been trapped in a dark space, and there was no telling whether they were dead or alive. Without a leader, they did not know how to resist the intimidating aura of Lord Cooper. Faced with the covetous eyes of the Exos who were ready to start a massacre at the slightest disagreement, many devilized people of the Black Shield clan and the Beast Taming clan were the first to waver. Although they had not kneeled down, they had put down their weapons and given up resisting. Behind his mask, Lord Cooper sniffed and turned to Queen Medusa and the First Elder of the Turing clan. "First Elder Turing, I don't understand. Why didn't you hand over the map of the Crimson Palace to me in the beginning? If you had, a lot of precious blood would have been shed in the Blood Demon sector. Because you are not qualified to inherit the legacy of the Crimson Queen." The brain of the First Elder of the Turing clan was shivering inside the translucent artificial skull. He said calmly, "Opening the Crimson Palace by force and absorbing the power that you cannot bear will only lead to the destruction of you, the Prison Clan, and the entire Blood Demon sector." "I'm not qualified? Ha 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 ha. What a joke." Lord Cooper burst into laughter. "I am an invincible expert of the Blood Demon sector for 1,000 years. If I am not qualified to inherit the legacy of the Crimson Queen, who is? You, Queen Medusa, or these 2 losers? You don't understand." The First Elder of the Turing clan sighed and was about to explain, when something unexpected happened. A black aura, as fast as lightning, pierced into the hole on the left side of Grand Monarch Kuba's mask, trying to pierce into his eye sockets. With a slight tilt of his head, the black aura scratched the mask with ear-splitting noises and blew it away. Everybody looked over in surprise, only to discover that it was Black Jack who had launched a fatal attack at Grand Lord Cooper with a crossbow of chaos. Unfortunately, he still failed. Without the mask, Grand Lord Cooper's long hair was dancing crazily like black flames. His face was still hidden in the burning black flames, but there was resolution and desolation in his voice. "No, I understand." From the black flames, a male and female face as soft as jade was revealed. A bitter and cruel smile appeared on her face. "I understand the price to be paid to inherit the legacy of the Crimson Queen. I am willing to pay any price for the power that is above all the stars in the universe." Without the mask, his voice was even sharper and gloomier. Strands of burning black hair dangled down, making the face that was completely different from his imposing aura look particularly cruel and glamorous. Those who had seen the real face of Lord Cooper among the remaining soldiers of the Six Clans, especially the Thousand-Armed Monarch, the Red Lotus Grand Monarch, Queen Medusa, and the First Elder of the Turing clan, all gasped. The two sorceresses on Black Jack's side must have heard or seen what Lord Cooper looked like before. They exclaimed in shock, too, as if they had seen a ghost. Teresa thought of something. She snuck close and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the appearance of Senior Master Cooper? How did he end up like this?" One of the demonesses said, "According to the legends, Lord Cooper should have looked ugly and magnificent. That's right. He must have had a beard that looked like a sword and a halberd. He was as magnificent as a lion." Another witch added, "How could he bear to shave off his beard that looked like that of a lion? Also, why did he become so feminine and delicate after the shave?" A bolt of lightning flashed in Teresa's heart. Sure enough, her guess was correct. Through the magic of Eric the Shapeshifter, Senior King Cooper turned into a girl. His purpose was to enter the Crimson Palace and inherit the legacy of the Crimson Queen. However, judging from his genderless features and the flat curves on his body, his transformation was not as perfect as Teresa's. Or rather, he was still incomplete. Maybe this was the real reason why he left the ancient Black Book with Eric and asked him to continue his research. However, since Eric's magical tower had been demolished by Black Jack's exploration team, Lord Cooper must have a way to get the alert. Therefore, he could only brace himself and march toward the Crimson Palace. "Do you see it?" With a bitter smile, General Cooper said, somewhat frustrated, "This is the price that I paid for the legacy of the Crimson Queen and the awareness that I got. What about you? What did you pay, what did you abandon, and what did you sacrifice? Tell me, who is more qualified than me to inherit the legacy of the Crimson Queen?" Lord Cooper suddenly burst into fury. He raised his hand, and his magical power condensed into a black hand that slapped at Black Jack. Black Jack had no strength to fight back at all. His bones were broken, and he collapsed to the ground, spurting blood. "Jack!" The girls of the harem were all shocked and lunged at Black Jack. Hela the Dragoness and Natasha the captain of the Maid Legion both glared at Grand Master Cooper. "Are you Black Jack, the famous bounty hunter of the Emerald Continent? I'm told that you took something that belonged to me." Narrowing his eyes and speaking in a creepy voice, Grand Lord Kuba curled his finger. Black Jack's armor and clothes were immediately torn apart. The ancient black magic book that Teresa had been dreaming about floated in midair and fell into the hands of Lord Cooper. "Today is a good day for the rebirth of the Crimson Queen. Stay there and don't force me to kill you." Flipping through the book of ancient black magic, General Cooper said casually, "You and your girls might be of some use on my journey to unite the Blood Demon Sector and the Emerald Continent. If you don't want to see your beloved girls being tortured to death one by one and the entire Emerald Continent suffering, you should cooperate with me. Shouldn't you?" Black Jack vomited another mouthful of black blood. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, only to discover that a burning palm print had appeared on his chest and spread out like an evil curse. "Rest assured, I'm not dead yet, As long as you ask your girls to put down their weapons obediently, I guarantee that you will still be able to live a comfortable life. Black Jack's face was gloomy. He coughed hard. Jack, Natasha, captain of the mercenary group, gnashed her teeth. Let's fight it out with Lord Cooper. Don't be rash. Black Jack's face was pale. He vomited blood and said softly, if we risk our lives right now, we will only be committing suicide. Just wait. I don't believe that he can get the legacy of the Crimson Queen so easily. Natasha, tell everyone to put down their weapons. The female captain could not believe her ears. Believe me, I have my ways, but not right now. Black Jack smiled. Weird brilliance was rolling inside his eyes as he said, I only need you to believe in me. Believe in me wholeheartedly and offer your strength, your soul, your life, and your everything to me unreservedly. Clang, clang, clang. Everybody in Black Jack's adventure team, as well as the remaining soldiers of the 6 clans, put down their weapons and were escorted aside by the soldiers of the Hell Destroyer clan. Everything was under the Grand Lord's control. He had foreseen such an outcome a long time ago. With a snort of disdain, he shook his hands, and the ancient black book that Teresa had been dreaming about burst into flames. Weird things happened. In the raging flames, the ancient black book was not burnt to the ground. Instead, it melted like liquid metal and turned into a weird key. Eric is truly one of the best palace mages in the Jadeite continent. In the end, he finally figured out the mysteries of the ancient black magic. It's a pity that his life was too short. With the key in his hand, General Cooper walked deeper into the cave. He raised the key high. Suddenly, countless metal flowers bloomed on the walls nearby. The colorful stamens crowded toward him and tied up the key in his hand, before they pierced into his veins and nerves softly. Lord Cooper seemed to have turned into a statue. The black flames around him, on the other hand, were more furious than ever. Teresa knew that Senior King Kuba was trying to pass the test of the Crimson Palace, or more precisely, the test of Jade, in order to gain control rights of a higher level. Teresa was burning with anxiety. She was not sure how far he could go. Now that he had come prepared and had the key, would he be able to control Jade directly? If so, not only would the Emerald Continent be doomed, such a brutal, untamable, and full of uncertainties guy was not an ideal partner for the Pangu universe, either. But Teresa could not stop him. The magical power that she had awakened was too weak compared to that of Lord Cooper. If she took action recklessly, nothing would change except that she would be killed. Right now, the only variable was Black Jack. Black Jack, what are you up to exactly? What are your trump cards? Show them now. In the mental world, the test of Jade lasted a long time. But in reality, it was only for a moment. Very soon, Lord Cooper took a long breath in relief and opened his eyes slowly. Dazzling brilliance was added to his eyes out of nowhere. His lips curled into a confident smile, and his aura became deeper and stronger. Rumbling noises came from the depths of the cave. The liquid metal around them changed again and looked more and more like a magnificent, futuristic bridge. The remaining soldiers of the 6 clans looked at the unrecognizable cave in disbelief. The Hell Exterminators all cheered. The wall in front of him that had been sealed melted into 2 sides like a water curtain hole, opening a dark, deep channel. The pathway to the central area of the bridge has been opened. Now, go and claim our treasures. Lord Cooper turned around and said proudly. What greeted him was a bright gold tentacle. Phew! The tentacles were too fast to be described as fast as lightning. Even Lord Cooper could not dodge or resist them. His shoulder was pierced through by the tentacles. It's impossible. The color of his face suddenly changed. Holding the bloody hole on his shoulder, he retreated 3 steps and stared at the rapidly expanding enemy in front of him solemnly, while he shouted, Black Jack, it's you. You are not a human being. Under everyone's shocked and horrified gazes, Black Jack emitted an aura that was even more evil than that of General Cooper. Bright gold tentacles grew out of his bulging armor and supported him on the ground and the walls, turning him into a monster that was even uglier than a deformed spider. Jack! Teresa and everyone in the fan club were dumbfounded. Natasha stammered, How did you end up like this? What happened to you? Shoo. The smile on his face, which was full of gold stripes and twisted features, was still as warm as before. He said, Rest assured. Leave everything to me. You just need to trust me wholeheartedly and dedicate everything to me. Waving his tentacles, he crawled toward Grand Master Cooper unhurriedly. Thank you for opening the pathway to the central area of the bridge for me. I've wasted too much of my strength in the space jump. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to deal with such advanced starships in such a short time. Blackjack smiled at Grand Lord Cooper. What are you exactly? Raising the giant sword in his hands, Grand Master Cooper shouted. You are not Blackjack. No, you are not a human being at all. Human beings? How can such insignificant names define my existence? Blackjack waved his bright gold tentacles and smiled. After a long time, the creatures who are screaming in the fire of destruction will call my species Devourer. But I suggest you call me Master Devourer. Master Devourer? What a joke! With a high-pitched chant, interconnecting stripes appeared on the giant sword in his hands. The stripes left the body of the sword and the edge of the sword and spread out like nerves. Then, the edge of the sword protruded out along with the stripes and turned into countless sawteeth. The friction of the sawteeth ignited furious black flames, which were aimed at Blackjack like roaring dragons. It's just a tiny reptile. Kill it! The hell exterminators rushed close, roaring. Blackjack's tentacles, on the other hand, were even weirder and swifter than the thorny vines in the previous dark spaces. They pierced through the eyes of dozens of demon hunters in the blink of an eye. Even their skulls and helmets were blown up. It was a terrible scene. No, 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 no. All the male devils were killed mercilessly. But for the witches of the Hell Destroyer clan, he simply stuck his tentacles to the space between their eyebrows and sent streams of bright gold strength into their brains along the tentacles, before he retrieved a 100-fold return from the depths of their brains. Which corner of the blood demon sector did you crawl out from exactly? Waving the giant sword in his hands, Lord Cooper slashed at Blackjack's head. Blackjack smiled weirdly and opened his hands. Countless tentacles tied up his own sword and expanded into the form of a giant sword, too, before they collided with Lord Cooper. Boom! The clash of the two giant swords triggered the sound of the guns opening fire. The blast spread out like a tide. Teresa and the girls in her harem were all blown away by the blast. However, in the next second, countless bright gold tentacles reached the center of the eyebrows of the girls. Teresa had been disgusted by Blackjack for a long time and was wary of his every move. Seeing that he had revealed such an ugly face, she was greatly shocked. When the tentacles reached her, she tilted her head instinctively and was not attracted to Blackjack. But Princess Summer, Hella, Natasha, Kur, and Vera, all the girls who had fought side by side with her and taught her how to use the demon sealing wrap, were tied up by the tentacles. The tentacles were fluctuating like weird, greedy boas. The girls were at a loss. Their eyes were unfocused, but their lips were curled into a happy smile after they sacrificed everything. With the infinite absorption of Blackjack, the girls' magical power and even their skin and flesh were withering at a visible speed. In the meantime, Blackjack, who was in the middle of thousands of tentacles, was getting more and more dominating. In the beginning, it was Master Cooper who suppressed him with his giant sword. But as he absorbed more and more strength from the girls around him, he was gradually able to fight evenly with Lord Cooper and even had the upper hand. Clang! Finally, Blackjack's giant sword pushed away Lord Cooper's giant sword brutally. Even Lord Cooper himself was blown away. In the battle of pure physical strength, Blackjack had the upper hand and defeated the best expert of the blood demon sector in the past 1,000 years, Lord Cooper. Not just the girls of the harem group, even the girls of the Hell Destroyer clan, as long as their forehead was attached to Blackjack's bright gold tentacles, or even affected by Blackjack's aura, would cheer for Blackjack and forget that Grand Lord Cooper was their master. Pooh! Kerba vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at the witches under his command in disbelief. You! This time he was truly infuriated. He bellowed at the witches of the Hell Destroyer clan. What are you doing exactly? There is no need to waste your time. They will not obey your commands anymore, because they have dedicated their souls and their lives to me and become my women. In the middle of the spider net made of thousands of tentacles, Black Jack crossed his arms and smiled confidently. Do you still not understand what a terrifying enemy you are faced with right now? Despicable devil in the depths of the blood demon sector. You will regret insulting a Lord Devourer with such words. Bah! The Emperor spat a mouthful of saliva that was stained with blood. He looked around with an awful face, but there was stubbornness in his eyes. He spat out coldly, "Reptiles. Yes, reptile. That was my first impression of the creatures in the desolate universe after I came to this timeline. Did you know? For a moment, I simply despaired. I thought that the great devouring empire was going to end so ridiculously in all the universes in all the timelines. Thankfully, after wandering for God knows how long, I discovered that there were also you in this small, desolate universe. A reptile that could barely be called an intelligent life form," Black Jack said with a smile. His words raised a storm in Teresa's heart. Her head was full of questions. She had no idea what Black Jack was or what the so-called timeline and empire devouring meant. It sounded completely different from a flood. Was Black Jack some kind of monster even more terrifying than the tide? There's no need to waste your insignificant and barren wisdom thinking about my existence. The complete life form of our race is something that you, who live in a one-dimensional timeline and only know how to wriggle in one direction, will never be able to understand. Even though I lost 99% of my strength during the jump, I still possess an ability that you cannot resist. Black Jack was in a very good mood. He even had the time to play the cat and mouse game. The devouring clan is the ruler of all the worlds in the universe. We are the masters of all intelligent life because we can make use of the most powerful force in the universe, the emotions of intelligent life. As for me, I can make any girl of the opposite sex fall in love with me easily and absorb tremendous strength from their love that is as intense as magma. The stronger their love is, the more strength I will be able to absorb. I can also project the strength to them again in a virtuous cycle, so that they will fall deeper and deeper into it until they never stop loving me. As you can see, I spent several years gathering the strongest women on the Jadeite continent and made them my stable source of energy. Right now, even the witches under your command have become my captives and offered their souls and lives to me as human batteries. How are you going to fight me? Oh, I almost forgot. For a simple-minded, low-level life such as yourself who lived in the Middle Ages, I'm afraid it's hard for you to understand what battery means. It's a waste that this starship has fallen into your hands. Thankfully, I'm here. It will be the starting point for the revival of the devouring empire. Swallowing Imperium. The surging tides inside Teresa's brain congregated into a giant question mark. One wave after another had yet to die down. The truth of the flood tide had yet to be revealed. And now there was this ridiculous devourer empire. It sounded even more ruthless than the flood tide. Of course, it was possible that Black Jack was boasting. But it was also a fact that he had turned into a monster that was even more formidable than Grand Monarch Kuba. How could he escape from the confrontation of two monsters? Teresa was so anxious that she even noticed Princess Summer next to her. She discovered that Princess Summer had been tied up by Black Jack's tentacles. In a moment, she was showing signs of withering. Teresa was so anxious that she clenched her saber. With a gloomy face, as if he were stalling for time on purpose, he continued. So, you knew about the Crimson Palace long ago? Yes, although we don't know the truth of the Crimson Palace, many clues can be inferred. Black Jack was not scared that Liao would waste his time. He said casually, "When I just arrived in the Jadeite continent, I felt that the civilization of this world of magic was very weird. All the signs indicated that neither human beings nor demons were natives of this place but had migrated from the distant past. After the migration, we experienced multiple faults and technological failures. That's why we ended up in such a stinky medieval swamp today. On the migration and conquest of countless civilizations in the universe, such small-scale faults and technological failures are not unusual. I don't have the patience to wait for your pathetic civilization to be revived. It will take at least 10,000 years for the world of ancient magic to develop into a super-civilization that can explore the galaxy and even the entire galaxy. Although I can wait, it will be too boring. Since your ancestors migrated from other galaxies, a large-scale migration ship, or even an entire fleet of them, must have brought them here. As long as the migration ship is found, the recovery of civilization will be accelerated. Therefore, many years ago, I started searching for the starships of the immigrants in secret, but I found nothing after I explored the Emerald Continent. Instead, I found something wrong when I came to the Blood Demon sector by accident. So, the last time you came to the Blood Demon sector, you were looking for immigrant starships? Yes, at that time I had already discovered the truth. The so-called Bloody Battle Demon sector turned out to be a gargantuan starship of immigrants. Judging from its scale, your ancestors had developed into a relatively advanced civilization, which was enough for the Star Glory Imperium to be upgraded to the third-level state. Then, the civilization would gradually expand to the timelines of the universe. Maybe one day, I would become the new generation of Eternal Devourer. 2. Black Jack was talking in a language that nobody could understand with a smile. He continued, however, when I came to the Blood Demon sector last time, the control center of the immigration starship, which was the Crimson Palace, was not fully exposed yet. Also, I was too weak to find many followers. Therefore, after only a brief reconnaissance, I returned to the Emerald Continent. In the Jadeite continent, I spent several years searching for the female warriors who were barely strong enough. In their love, worship, devotion, and sacrifice, I improved my capability and finally qualified to control the entire Blood Demon sector. Of course, I have to thank you for all the preparation work. It seems that I will still have to go through the procedures and even change my body into something weird if I want to gain full control of the super starship. If it weren't for you, I would have wasted even more time here. You? Grand Lord Cooper narrowed his eyes. The flames inside his eyes were even more intense than the fire spurting out of the engine furnace in the deepest part of the Blood Demon sector. He glanced at the pathway leading to the central area of the bridge unwillingly. It was not until this moment that he realized that he had been doing everything he could for somebody else. There's no need to hide your fear with anger. I don't need to kill you, especially in your current appearance. Black Jack's evil eyes glanced over Grand Lord Kuba's body. He extended his tentacles to Grand Lord Kuba and said, "Surrender now. Submit to me. Submit to the greatest ruler in history, the Swallowing Empire." What did you say? The color drained from his face. You don't understand the vastness of the universe and the horror of time at all. You are mocking the other devils for being frogs in a well. But you don't know that you are merely jumping higher than them. You are still far away from jumping out of the well of infinite length, depth, and darkness. Black Jack sighed. Do you think that, by activating the Blood Demon sector and restoring the super starship to its previous state, you will be invincible and dominate the universe? How hilarious. There's no harm in telling you. When I was exploring the depths of the Blood Demon sector, I discovered that the super starship had been torn apart, as if it had been seriously damaged by an external force. In other words, it had been attacked by a terrifying enemy and had to perform a space jump even though it was covered in wounds. As a result, its internal structure was seriously torn apart, and it might have suffered heavy casualties. A lot of technology and files were lost, and it could not set off again. With the technology of your civilization, it is impossible to repair the super starship. Even if you were lucky enough to repair it, so what? Have you never considered the question of what kind of terrifying enemy in the distant past could force your ancestors to flee in such a sorry state? I believe you found the answer in the legacy test, haven't you? Yes. I also heard the interesting name in the legacy test. The name that popped up from the horrified brainwaves of your ancestors. Floodtide. Interesting. I didn't know that a powerful unified mind such as the Floodtide had appeared in this timeline. This capability is almost equal to a level 5 devouring empire, isn't it? No wonder it defeated your ancestors so easily. I don't need to lie to you. With the hard work of the natives, it will be impossible for you to defeat the flood tide in another 10,000 years. 1 second you will take off in a super starship, and the next you will be discovered and eaten by the flood tide. Human beings cannot defeat the flood. But I can, as long as I can rebuild the devouring empire. It is better to surrender to the great devouring empire than to be swallowed by the flood. At the very least, the flood will erase your emotions and personality. But the devouring imperium will absolutely respect the rich emotions and free will of all the intelligent creatures under its command, because your intense emotions are the greatest motivation for the devouring imperium to march forward. Flood? The swallowing empire. Teresa was shocked and anxious. She had to find a way to escape and tell the shocking intelligence to everyone on the Jadeite continent and in the Pangu universe. But Lord Cooper burst into arrogant laughter, which was weirdly discordant with his feminine face. Boom! Right then, an ear-splitting explosion took place. Black Jack was immediately wreathed in flames and smoke. As it turned out, the second batch of reinforcements had been teleported from the Thousand Gates Mountain to the Crimson Palace with a smaller version of the Hell Destroyer cannon. My king! The loyal soldiers of the Hell Destroyer clan crowded close. Idiot! Without looking at them, General Cooper spat in the direction where Black Jack should have been torn apart. I don't care about the flood tide or the swallowing empire. Our race will never yield. Is that so? However, a ghost-like voice suddenly echoed behind him. In the wriggling tentacles, Black Jack revealed his tall, handsome, and charming face again. It was a pity that the more handsome he was, the more terrifying he would be. That's too bad, Black Jack said gloomily. Then he snapped his fingers. In a moment, the girls who were almost sucked dry by his tentacles all started moving. They were as dry as skeletons, but their speed and strength were much higher than those of the devils in the abyss. Stiffly and weirdly, they manipulated their rusted weapons and danced a dance of death. The Hell Exterminator was greatly shocked. When he tried to resist Black Jack's harem, he was tied up and stabbed by the tentacles. The demonesses inside all turned into Black Jack's captives. In a moment, they were transformed into equally terrifying skeleton soldiers. Their faces were beaming with devotion and happiness, as if the path of Black Jack's ambition was paved with their lives. With their sacrifice, Black Jack was more and more intimidating, as if a burning tornado was hiding inside his expanding body. Taking a deep breath, the crystal suits all over his body were squeaking too. Unable to resist the rolling of his muscles and bones, they all exploded. As Teresa had guessed, his transformation was not complete. Although he could see a few delicate curves under the armor, they were soon covered by his crazily expanding muscles. Instead of saying that he had become a woman, it would be more accurate to say that he had become a female prehistoric beast. Who? Lord Cooper let out a shocking roar. An overwhelming blast filled the entire Crimson Palace. Every step he took raised an earth-shaking aura that blew away the demonized people and Black Jack's harem. Slither. Slither. Black Jack's tentacles expanded multiple times in the blink of an eye. 2. Like a weird deep-sea squid, the tentacles waved and tore the air apart. Visible ripples quickly spread out. Boom! Boom! The two experts crashed into each other like two monsters. Teresa fled as fast as she could. The attack of the two monster-level experts was not something that she could resist at all. She had suffered internal injuries because of the raging airwaves a long time ago, and she had to be prepared for the viper-like tentacles that were about to stab into her glabella. If she was captured by Black Jack and became his woman, it would be the most disgusting thing that Teresa could think of in her life. What do? I can't die. At the very least, I can't die here. I have to bring the intelligence back. The flood tide hasn't been resolved yet, and someone even more ruthless has arrived. Think about it. Think about it. If Master Yao were here, what kind of sordid, shameless, insane, inhuman methods would he have used to escape? Surrender? Surrender to one of the two monsters? Fight the other monster? Then the sandpiper and the clam will fight and the fisherman will take advantage of the situation. However, the two monsters were fighting so hard that it was impossible for them to accept my surrender. Teresa was completely lost. Suddenly, a strong wind came from behind. She rolled on the ground and held her saber with both hands, planning to cut open the enemy's stomach. However, when she saw who the attacker was, the tip of the saber was in a mess and brushed past his cheek by a hair's breadth. He was not hurt at all except for a crimson scar. Sister Summer. Yes, it was Princess Summer. She was tied up by Blackjack's tentacles, too, and lost herself. There was numb happiness on her face, and her eyes were empty. She turned into a puppet without a soul. However, when Teresa exclaimed her name, a feeble ripple appeared in the depths of her empty eyes like lightning and struggled stubbornly. She was obviously hesitating. Real will and the command transmitted by the tentacles were engaged in a bitter confrontation. It was like her flesh and bones were in conflict. Her flesh and blood wanted to go east, but her bones wanted to go west. Cracking noises were echoing inside her body. There was real pain in the numb happiness on her face. Seeing her like this, Teresa was heartbroken and even more furious. Sister Summer, let me help you. He raised his saber high without any hesitation. Ignoring the possibility that Blackjack might discover him, he changed his angle and drew a perfect arc. When the edge of the saber flashed down, countless runes appeared and flooded into the edge of the saber, turning the ordinary saber into a transparent, marvelous weapon. The attack contained all of Teresa's magical power, her fury, and her heartache. Even if the primeval devils arrived, they would be cut in half. Shwa! Blackjack's tentacles were cut off cleanly by Teresa. A large cluster of bright gold liquid spurted out of the fracture, which was bouncing violently like a viper that had been hit by lightning. Blackjack noticed Teresa's existence and looked at her in surprise, as if he did not understand why Teresa was not fooled by him and persisted until now. What answered Blackjack was a gesture that did not exist on the Emerald Continent. 2 straight middle fingers. Blackjack narrowed his eyes. Although he did not understand what Teresa meant, he knew that she would not yield. He was about to manipulate more tentacles to crawl toward Teresa, when the blood-covered Grand Lord Kuba suddenly roared even more crazily. Countless bone spurs grew out of his body and lunged at him, pushing him to the ground. The two monsters were entangled again. Losing control, Princess Summer collapsed to the ground. Teresa hurried forward and took her into her arms. She peeled off all the broken tentacles and comforted her frozen body with her own scorching temperature. Princess Summer was still under the control of Blackjack. Her soul seemed to have sunk into a cold swamp, and her body was shivering. Teresa held her tightly, as if she were trying to break the seal that locked her soul with her strong heartbeat. Sister Summer, wake up! Wake up now! Teresa shouted. Princess Summer turned a deaf ear and even attacked Teresa after a moment of rigidness. In a hurry, Teresa grabbed Princess Summer's wrist and bit the girl's lips hard. The bite was so deep that blood was flowing out and wetting the corners of their mouths. Princess Summer moaned and finally woke up from the excruciating pain. It took her 10 seconds to concentrate the brilliance in her eyes. Her delicate body was shivering, as if she were a drowning victim who had just been rescued. She was still in the horror of suffocation. What is going on? Princess Summer licked the wound on her lips, looking at the hellish scenes around her. She was so scared that her blood was freezing. What happened to Hella, Natasha, and everybody else? Don't you see? You've all been fooled by Blackjack. Pointing at Blackjack, who was fighting against Lord Cooper not far away, Teresa said bitterly, "Look, this is the real Blackjack." Ah! Princess Summer focused her eyes and was greatly shocked. Her face and her hands were cold and pale. She could not believe her eyes and burst into tears. It's impossible. How did Blackjack become like this? What happened to Blackjack? He did not turn into this. This is his true appearance, a monster named Devourer. Or rather, he has been possessed by the Devourer since long ago. Teresa said coldly, Think about your past and everything you did for him willingly. You did not love him willingly at all. You were hypnotized by him and controlled by your brain, your heart, your every nerve ending, your 7 emotions and 6 desires, and your entire life. Princess Summer was dumbfounded as if she had been struck by lightning. It's impossible. It's impossible, she mumbled, her body getting colder and colder. The truth is right in front of you. How long are you going to fool yourself? Seeing the heartbroken expression on Princess Summer's face, Teresa empathized with her. She wanted to make up another beautiful lie to fool her, but the situation was too urgent. Teresa had to steel her heart and shout. Black Jack knew of the existence of the Crimson Palace a long time ago. He started making plans a long time ago. The reason he sought out Hella, Natasha, and all of you was to draw strength from your love for him and treat you as super-large human batteries. Well, you don't know what batteries mean. They are sacrifices. You are all his sacrifices and stepping stones on his path to conquering the stars. Look at the sisters around us. Black Jack will suck them to death. And so will you if I didn't cut off his tentacles in time. His words finally woke Princess Summer up. Seeing that the girls, who had been living with each other day and night and treated each other like sisters, were still launching suicidal attacks at the strong devils of the Hell Destroyer tribe crazily like skeleton soldiers, and that their strength and even their lives were being transmitted to Black Jack through the bright gold tentacles. Princess Summer understood everything. At first, the brilliance in his eyes cracked, shattered, and dimmed. But in the blink of an eye, an incomparably firm and resolute flame burst forth. We have to save them. Princess Summer spat blood in Black Jack's direction and gnashed her teeth. We have to rescue all our sisters and wake them up. How? Teresa smiled bitterly. We were lucky enough to cut off the tentacles that controlled you when Black Jack was fighting against Lord Cooper. Now that Black Jack is prepared, we won't have the chance to cut off the other tentacles one by one. Let's figure out how we can get away first before we come back for revenge. Well, Princess Summer was confused. Are we going to run away without our sisters? It's good enough that you got away. Come with me. Grabbing Princess Summer, Teresa crouched and tried to reduce the area where she was discovered and attacked. The Hell Destroyer and Black Jack's puppets were engaged in a fierce battle nearby. They were too busy fighting to bother about the newcomers. Teresa's destination, on the other hand, was the channel leading to the central area of the bridge that had just been opened by Senior Master Cooper. It was the only way out, although they did not know what was waiting for them in the central control area of Jade, the super warship of the primeval civilization, which was the heart of the entire Blood Demon sector in the Crimson Palace. Everything was better than anything else. I have no choice but to try. Gritting her teeth, Teresa suddenly accelerated and sprinted with Princess Summer. Black Jack immediately noticed their anomaly and guessed Teresa's plan. Chi, 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 chi. Countless tentacles spurted at them like the internal organs of devils. Teresa pushed Princess Summer toward the pathway of the central area of the bridge, while she turned around and grasped the edge of her saber. His palm was cut. Blood immediately flowed out. The zigzagging red lines interweaved on the saber and cut it into countless pieces. Teresa mumbled something. Her eyes turned into 2 transparent gems that were reflecting brilliance that was even more brilliant than a nebula. Bam! The saber broke into countless pieces, which turned into high-speed metal rays and bombarded Black Jack's tentacles. It was the strongest attack spell that Teresa could summon. Drenched in blood, the scraps of the blade turned into crimson brightness and blocked Black Jack's tentacles temporarily like a meteor shower. It was a pity that Teresa had acted in a hurry and the duration of the spell was too short. A moment later, Black Jack's tentacles devoured the streak of redness and continued attacking them like a raging flood. At the critical moment, Lord Cooper gave them a hand. He hated Black Jack's sordid ambitions so much that he would rather let Teresa and Princess Summer enter the central area of the bridge than let the monster named Black Jack touch the most sacred palace of the Blood Demon sector. You can forget about getting what I can't. With a weird laugh, the overwhelming aura of the sword enveloped Black Jack and halted his tentacles. Teresa and Princess Summer took the opportunity to crawl into the central area of the bridge. The two of them rushed forward without caring about anything. Every step had drained the strength in the deepest part of his muscles. He had no time to consider what kind of dangers were lurking ahead of him, nor did he care about the shocking roars of blackjack behind him. The sprint of hundreds of meters had already exhausted them. They slipped and fell to the ground, unable to stand up anymore. When they looked back, they found that blackjack was still tied up by General Cooper. He extended one of his hands and manipulated countless tentacles to surge toward them. Princess Summer unsheathed her saber and struggled to get up. Teresa took a deep breath and shouted with all her strength, "I have level 1 firepower control permissions. An alien life form has been discovered to have infiltrated the central area of the bridge. Kill it. Kill it however you can." Princess Summer looked at Teresa in surprise, not knowing what was wrong with her. Did she think that reciting the 2 hilarious spells would stop the enemy? As he expected, the central area of the cockpit was indifferent. There was nothing but dead silence. The only sound was that of Blackjack's tentacles invading the pathway. Desperation flashed in Teresa's eyes, only to be shattered by her stubbornness. She shouted a second time, this time in the language of the world of magic that the boxing champion had taught her. However, the central area of the cockpit was still silent. No sharp weapons were exposed. "Teresa, what are you talking about?" Princess Summer was confused. She felt that the familiar people around her, whether it was Blackjack or Teresa, had been changing and becoming unrecognizable since she came to the Blood Demon sector. "Are you summoning something?" "Yes. Very powerful weapons must have been hidden here. It's a pity that I don't know how to summon them." Teresa gritted her teeth and punched the ground hard, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Seeing that Blackjack's hundreds of tentacles were passing through the pathway and invading the central area of the bridge like hundreds of boas, Teresa had no choice but to shout her command one last time. "A foreign creature has invaded the bridge. Jade is in an emergency. I have level 1 firepower control permissions. I demand to take over the defense system of the bridge. Kill it, however you can." An unbelievable scene took place. Teresa was already heavily wounded. Blood was all over her body and arms, flowing from her wrists to her fists. He had just smashed the ground brutally. Blood was spluttering everywhere, only to be absorbed by the silver sand-like ground without leaving any traces. After absorbing her drop of blood, the central area of the bridge seemed to have undergone a complicated and meticulous authentication. An invisible breeze blew over, and the central area of the bridge was suddenly filled with vitality. At this moment, several tentacles had crawled through the pathway into the central area of the bridge and stabbed at Teresa and Princess Summer brutally. Shwa! Hundreds of red lasers flashed around the pathway at the same time. They interweaved into an impenetrable 3D grid and tore apart all the tentacles that were invading the pathway. The red laser blinked. Hundreds of hideous tentacles immediately froze. Very soon, the surface of the crystal suit was ripped apart into countless pieces of meat, which fell to the ground and wriggled slowly like earthworms that were struggling to survive. The tentacles that flooded into the central area of the bridge had been cut off, too. The ends of the tentacles were still crawling toward Teresa and Princess Summer under the control of the primitive nerves, hissing nonstop. Holding back her disgust, Princess Summer chopped them into pieces before she sat on the ground and took a long breath in relief. Teresa stared at Blackjack outside the pathway. Blackjack stared at Teresa, who was in the central area of the bridge, in astonishment, too. The two of them stared at each other in midair. The sparks from their eyes seemed to be burning the minced meat on the ground into ash. In the next second, the liquid metal around the pathway surged up slowly. The pathway was closed and sealed, turning into solid walls. Their gazes were separated. Teresa and Princess Summer had successfully entered the central area of the bridge, but Blackjack and the rest of the captives were locked outside. "You should be safe for now." Teresa grunted and fell to the ground. Cold sweat was all over her body. She felt that her stomach were cramping. The wretched devils were causing trouble in her stomach again. She was falling and pulling. It was so painful. However, her gamble paid off. Seeing the incredulous look on Princess Summer's face, Teresa grinned and gave her a brilliant smile. She did not know how to explain it to Princess Summer. After all, according to her experience piloting a starship in the Panga universe, such a super large-scale planetary-level warship, or even a stellar-level warship, would certainly boast advanced self-navigation and attack systems. In extremely special emergencies, such as when the starship was seriously damaged, where the captain, the chief officer, and the fire control officer were all killed, or when the enemy had invaded the core of the bridge during the fierce boarding battles and was about to execute the decapitation strategy, or when the starship was invaded by foreign species that did not belong to the universe, the junior officers were entitled to live a more advanced life temporarily and order the automatic attack and defense system to fire at full power. Although Jade had been hibernating for thousands of years, according to the tests just now, part of its functions were still intact. At the very least, the central area of the bridge could be woken up. Otherwise, Kelly would not have gone through so much trouble to leave the legacy of the Crimson Queen. But it was obvious that Black Jack did not belong to the universe, or even the universe that Teresa could understand. He was an out-and-out intruder. Therefore, Teresa made a bold assumption that, if the central area of the bridge could detect the existence of Black Jack, an abnormal life form, and if her Level 1 firepower control permissions could be verified, she would be able to command the defense force of the central area of the bridge to take it down. After all, although he only had the permissions of the lowest level of firepower control, there should be no one more qualified than him on Jade right now. Then, as long as the artificial intelligence controlling the starship believed that the intrusion of Black Jack, an abnormal life form, was an emergency, it would be able to bypass the restriction of the clearance level and take control of the entire emerald directly. In such a sense, Black Jack had done him a great favor. The meticulous scheme that he had devised with the help of Grand Monarch Cooper, who was like a mantis stalking a cicada, had all been for nothing in the end. Teresa, the cannon fodder king of the Sea of Stars, had benefited in vain. Sister Summer, I know that you have a lot of questions. In fact, I don't know what is going on either. Teresa thought for a moment and said, let's explain it later. For now, let's check the surroundings and figure out the situation in the central area of the bridge first. Although it was said to be a probe, in fact, the surroundings could be seen at a glance. It was a silver-white space of 100 square meters. Whether it was the floor or the walls, they were as soft as sand or rubber. With a little bit of strength in his hands, he would be able to sink into them. Even if he crashed into them brutally, he would be greatly buffered. Such soft materials ensured the safety of the crew and the facilities when the starship was hit brutally. But there were no traps or secret tunnels nearby. Teresa and Princess Summer could not figure out what to do next. It was unlikely that they would be locked in this place forever. Teresa recalled the details of the attack just now. Pondering for a moment, she cut her palm with the broken saber, leaving a bloody wound on the ground. As he expected, the blood in the palm print was soon absorbed by the silver-white sand. Then, the metal sand rose up like a spring, larger and taller until it turned into a silver-white cylinder the height of a human being. The cylinder looked like steel that had just been taken out of a furnace. The molten iron flowed down and soon revealed the outline of a tall, beautiful woman. Very soon, her facial features, limbs, and toes were separated. A vivid statue made of liquid metal was presented to Teresa and Princess Summer. "Ah!" Princess Summer exclaimed, not because of the appearance of the liquid metal statue, but because the statue looked exactly like Teresa. Could not be said that their facial features were completely the same. It could only be said that the air between their eyebrows and their valiant and heroic temperament gave the feeling of blood ties. They were like blood sisters or mother and daughter. Teresa was surprised, too. She felt that she was looking at herself in a mirror. She was well aware that the real her did not look like herself right now. Why did the statue of liquid metal look so similar to herself when she was modified by Eric the shapeshifter? Under the shocked gazes of the two, the liquid metal statue was completely separated from the floor. The details on its face were even more vivid, and even its eyelashes were completely revealed. Her silver-white eyelashes slightly trembled. After a moment, she actually opened her eyes. Her eyeballs were apparently made of silver liquid metal, too, but they were emitting glamorous colors like rainbows. Her eyes, which seemed to have been sealed for thousands of years, glanced over Princess Summer and stopped at Teresa. "You are finally here, the carrier of the witch gene." The woman, who was made of liquid metal, opened her mouth. Her voice was as calm as an ancient well, devoid of any emotions, like a cold machine. "Ah!" Princess Summer covered her mouth in shock. She did not expect that the thing could talk. Although Teresa was greatly shocked, she was still better than Princess Summer. She took half a step back and took a deep breath. Who are you? Are you the artificial intelligence in the central control system of Jade?" The stranger tilted his head and thought for a moment, before he replied, "Yes, I am Jade itself, or to put it in a more ancient language, the central thinking core of the fully automatic control system of Jade. I am a certain super artificial intelligence. You may call me Jade. Then your appearance?" Teresa touched her cheek subconsciously and hesitated. "This is the image of Kelly Kana, the last captain of Jade. After she was killed in the battle, Jade ran out of energy, too, and was so seriously damaged that it had to enter the hibernation state for automatic recovery that lasted 10,000 years. At that time, most of the crew members who were adept at the maintenance and operation skills of starships were killed in the escape and civil war. According to the Emergency Treatment Ordinance, I took over the post of captain temporarily and waited for the new captain in the darkness. So, the so-called Witch Kelly, or Empress Crimson, is the last human captain of Jade. So, the legacy of the Empress Crimson is the highest authority of Jade, or rather, the captain's seat." Teresa was suddenly enlightened, but she was even more confused. "Wait, what did you call me just now? You said that I was the carrier of the witch gene. What is that? Don't you know it yourself? If you were not a carrier of the witch gene, you wouldn't have been able to enter the central area of the bridge, you wouldn't have been able to activate the automatic defense system, and you wouldn't have been qualified to talk to me," Jade said. "You would have been crushed into pieces like the tentacles of the alien the moment you invaded the central area of the bridge." It was not until this moment that Teresa realized that the success of her gamble was not because of the pitiful Level 1 fire control authority, but because of the witch gene contained in her blood. What the hell was that? It is not an easy task to steer a super starship such as Jade and lead an entire fleet of refugees to avoid the scourge of the tides and wander forever in the endless space. Jade explained, "Therefore, every new captain must read the logbooks left by the previous captains and grasp all their skills in order to be qualified. The brains of the intelligent carbon-based creatures cannot digest and absorb such tremendous data in a short period of time after all. Therefore, the primeval Lord of Heaven invented the super-advanced technology of genetic learning and embedded a lot of information about the driving, commanding, and fighting of starships into the gene segments. During the thousands of years when he was wandering in the sea of stars, every captain of Jade would breed the super genes that contained infinite wisdom inside their body and pass them on to the next captain before their death. When the next captain received the gene segments of the previous captains, it became his instinct to steer the starship. He would suck and cry like a baby when it fell to the ground. When it was Captain Kelly's turn to leave her legacy, the situation became even more serious. At that time, Jade only had 1% of its energy reserves left, and the damage range was above 90%. It was a standard big bust. The automatic breeding and breeding system of the crew members has been sabotaged, which means that the new generation of crew members can only rely on natural reproduction and word of mouth. They will never be able to master the complicated operation skills of a starship. It is estimated that nobody will be qualified to lead Jade into space again as the captain in the next thousands of years. Therefore, Captain Kelly proposed the genetic essence of hundreds of generations of captains and duplicated and sealed them at the cost of the last bit of their energy. She hoped that, after thousands of years, when the energy reserve and the technical conditions were mature again and Jade was mostly repaired, the descendants of Jade would retrieve the gene codenamed Witch and inject it into their bodies as a candidate for the new captain. Teresa was stunned. The genetic essence of hundreds of generations of captains of Jade sounded very impressive. However, He had just transmigrated to the Jadeite continent and did not have the opportunity to get in touch with the so-called witch genes. How did he become a carrier without a good reason? Wait. Teresa suddenly thought of something. His pupils, which were as brilliant as stars, constricted to the minimum and turned into immeasurable black holes that were filled with unbearable pain. Her lips twitched slightly, as if she had been slashed in the face. Her face was immediately covered in sweat. Well, Jade, tell me? Teresa took a deep breath and stammered. Is the witch gene a bright green liquid that looks like rotten milk but is more sticky and glittering? The witch gene in the sealed state should have been colorless, odorless, and as pure as water when it was covered in the protective liquids. However, in order to allow the next captain candidate to absorb the witch gene perfectly in a low-tech state without the assistance of any facilities, Captain Kelly added a lot of nanomachines to the witch gene protection liquid, which turned it into bright green solvent and made it look as thick as milk. Once the nanomachines enter the body, they will be able to transform the candidate of the next captain and implant the witch gene into the genes of the candidate so that the multiple helixes will be melded perfectly. Teresa was silent for a moment. She had heard the boxing champion talking about the concept of nanometer before. It was an extremely tiny unit of scale, similar to the mustard seed level of the Pangu universe. In other words, countless tiny mustard seed-level spiritual puppets were transporting the witch gene into his body, which was why his body was in such a bad state. Teresa swayed and said feebly, "So, the injection method of the witch gene is, you can just swallow it or inject it into your body through various holes. Since the intestines of human beings boast high-efficiency absorption abilities, it is more recommended to give the drug from the back. It is also because of the thousands of years of vicissitudes that the descendants of Jade are likely to experience technological faults and loss of civilization and have forgotten the marvelous technology of the past. Therefore, Captain Kelly has prepared everything so that the successors can get the witch gene in the simplest and crudest way," Jade said. "So, this is the case." Teresa gnashed her teeth and clenched her fists so hard that her fingernails dug into her palms, drawing blood. She finally understood what the most evil drug that Eric had injected into her body after he captured and tied her up was, right? According to the intelligence of the demon sector, Lord Cooper had broken into 2 arsenals that had been sealed for 10,000 years. It didn't take long before Eric started his evil research in the Doom Mountains and the Fallen Forest. It appeared that Lord Cooper had found a copy of the witch gene and the instruction manual from the ancient arsenals, but he could not crack them perfectly with his wisdom. Therefore, he entrusted the 2 items to Eric, who was one of the best palace mages on the Emerald Continent. Eric, the amoeba, lived up to his promise and made great progress. The first perfect test subject to be born under his command was himself. In other words, from a certain point of view, Kelly Khanna, the previous captain of Jade, and Jade, the artificial intelligence in front of him, were also the culprits who had indirectly made themselves look like ghosts. This was really... Teresa had mixed feelings and did not know what to say. Wait, something is still not right. Teresa gnashed her teeth. Even if we are going to absorb the wisdom of hundreds of captains of Jade to steer the starship and command the battle, we don't have to change our bodies into Captain Kelly's appearance, do we? Will every captain of Jade be modified to look like the previous captain when they ascend to the throne? Under normal circumstances, of course not. Jade said casually. When Jade is in the perfect cruising and combat state, the virtual learning system inside the starship will ensure that all the crew members learn a lot of complicated knowledge and make sufficient physical preparations so that they can be prepared for the bombardment of the witch gene. But according to my precise calculations, after thousands of years of hibernation, it will be very difficult for us to find a candidate whose brain is sufficiently developed and whose body is tough enough. After the technological fault and the catastrophe of the loss of civilization, the descendants of Jade are destined to degenerate into primitive people who do not know how to control the simplest storm bolter. Under such circumstances, if the witch gene is implanted into their bodies and activated, their brains will be burnt to ash instantly, or the burden on their bodies will be too much for them to bear. In the worst-case scenario, their bodies will explode. Therefore, the transplantation and activation of the witch gene are divided into 2 steps. In the first phase, we retrieved Captain Kelly's genes and copied and encapsulated them. Captain Kelly was a super elite selected from billions of crew members after studying and fighting in the virtual space for hundreds of years. Her genes represented the wisdom, physical strength, and the limits of the primeval Lord of Heaven. With Captain Kelly's genes, the primitive people who ate raw meat and drank blood would be blessed with the possibility of intelligence, physical strength, and willpower. They would become carriers of the witch genes, and they would be guided to this place. Then we would proceed to the second phase, which was to awaken all the witch genes inside her body. Teresa was stunned. She opened her slender hands and looked at them for a long time, only to find that they were not as good as they appeared to be. She said, "Is it as bad as you said? If I were the so-called carrier of the witch gene, I would have hung Black Jack up and beaten him like a dog. Right, Black Jack? Let's put the witch and witch aside for now. You should be able to tell that Black Jack is not a human being but an evil intruder from outer space who is even weirder than the Flood, right? Destroy him now." Indeed, I detected a brand new cell structure on its tentacles. I've sailed through so many universes, but I've never seen anything like it. It is definitely an invasion of foreign creatures. The danger level is the highest. Jade was still half dead. However, Jade has not been fully repaired yet, and its energy is insufficient. I lack the ability to destroy it completely. What? Teresa said. Wasn't the rain of lasers you just launched very impressive? One more shot, and Black Jack and Grand Lord Kuba will be riddled with holes. Jadeite was forcibly woken up before it was fully repaired. More than 90% of the area and functions are still in the hibernation state. Its energy is seriously insufficient. Most of the internal defense weapons cannot be activated. Even if the defense lasers inside the pathway can be activated, it will still take more than an hour to cool down and recharge after each shot. If you can lure the foreign life form that invaded the cockpit into the pathway in an hour, we might be 50% sure that we can destroy it. Otherwise, just cutting off a few tentacles will not affect its combat ability much. Teresa scratched her head hard. Black Jack is a bad guy, but he is not a fool. Now that he has witnessed the damage of lasers, why would he rush into them stupidly? Alright, what can we do if we cannot destroy him? Although the active defense measures cannot be activated, the passive defense system has been restored. Right now, we are both protected by the energy shield and the liquid alloy. The enemy will not be able to get in for at least 72 hours. While talking, Jade waved her hands. The unbelievable picture unfolded in front of Teresa and Princess Summer. The central area of the bridge and the liquid metal wall gradually turned transparent. There seemed to be nothing but thick glass between them and Black Jack. Passing through the transparent metal, they could clearly see the situation outside. General Cooper was rescued by one of his subordinates. He retreated to a corner outside of the Crimson Palace after leaving dead bodies and the remains of the two cannons. The Crimson Palace had been completely occupied by Black Jack and his harem. The harem was responsible for fending off Lord Cooper and the jailbreak devils, while Black Jack paced in front of the pathway to the central area anxiously. His face was twisted, and the veins all over his body were bulging. While he was breathing, the bright gold tentacles were dancing the dance of destruction like jellyfish. Suddenly, Black Jack roared and punched at the pathway heavily in a golden aura. From the perspective of Teresa and Princess Summer, they could only see that ripples were spreading out on the transparent glass. The liquid metal that Black Jack blew away wriggled weirdly, as if it were alive and could reproduce infinitely. The result of Black Jack's punch was the same as hitting the ocean. No matter how many tons of seawater were blown away by him or how many meters the tides were raised, they would be back to normal shortly. Do you see? This is the nanotechnology defense system of the central area of the cockpit of Jade. It was because of this system that the Flood failed to swallow us. There was pride in Jade's voice. This place can block the foreign life forms for at least 72 hours, which is enough for us to accumulate more energy and complete the activation of the next phase. Before it could finish its sentence, Black Jack's face turned extremely solemn. While the first wave was still raging, he punched the first one brutally, his entire arm stabbing into the liquid metal. Ah! Black Jack's eyes suddenly turned gold, making him look like a ferocious ghost. The tentacles connected to the harem group simultaneously expanded by 3 to 5 times, increasing the efficiency of absorbing the life and soul of the harem group. The faces of the members of the harem immediately turned pale, as if they were breathing a sigh of relief. 2 of his sisters even staggered and collapsed. Black Jack did not care about the lives of the girls at all. He simply absorbed and devoured them crazily, before he released the lives and souls of his harem into the liquid metal. For half a second, Teresa's and Princess Summer's eyes seemed to be pierced by 10,000 gold needles. They could not see anything. When the golden needles were pulled out of their pupils one by one, they could not believe their eyes. The liquid metal wall, which was known to be indestructible and could be repaired at any time like an ocean, had a shocking hole almost 2 meters deep. What was more terrifying was that orange brightness was blinking inside the hole, making it look like the rotten intestines of a metal monster. The liquid metal around them lost the ability to transform and reproduce because of the high temperature. It dripped down like molten iron. Jade immediately stiffened. It and the liquid metal wall that protected Teresa were squeaking feebly at the same time, as if they were calculating how long it would take for Black Jack to break through the place with his appalling damage. 24 hours. After half a minute, it finally concluded, "Rest assured. My defense is solid enough to protect us for 24 hours. You just said 72 hours. Teresa was going crazy. It seems that the combat ability of the alien creatures is beyond my expectation. However, according to my analysis of the cells on the tentacles and the comprehensive scanning of his combat form and energy waves, he is still in the beginning stages of weakness and not invincible yet," Jade said casually. "As long as the witch genes inside your body are fully activated, we still have a chance." "Do I really have to completely activate the witch gene?" Watching Black Jack crazily devouring the life of his harem outside and brutally bombarding the wall, Teresa's face turned extremely ugly. Princess Summer's feelings for her sisters were 100 times deeper than those of Teresa. Seeing that her sisters were about to be sucked into a skeleton by Black Jack if she didn't stop them from suffering, she was more anxious than ever. She held Teresa's hands so hard that her palms were sweaty and cold. "I have to figure something out first." Teresa was uncertain. "Right now, I'm the carrier of the witch gene, and I've already ended up like this. If the witch gene inside my body is fully activated, what will I become? If my chest and ass are 10 times larger, can I charm all the men in the universe to death by dehydration? No. The full release of the witch gene will mainly transform you from the cellular level, including the enhancement of your nerves, brain, and body. There won't be much change in your appearance, except that your current appearance will be fixed," Jade said. "That's good." Teresa was somewhat relieved when she heard the first half of the sentence. But the second half of the sentence made her widen her eyes again. "What do you mean? It has been fixed forever." "It's not forever, but under the current circumstances, it is very difficult to change it back. It must be noted that the witch gene inside your body is still in a semi-dormant state. It can be separated from your own genes and extracted. But once it is fully activated, the witch gene will be completely melded into your gene strands and form a flawless whole. Unless you have the highest level of genetic technology or you have trained yourself to an extraordinary level where you can change the form of your cells at will, it will be impossible to separate and forcibly separate you. The risk is very high." Jade saw through Teresa's concerns and explained, "Of course, if Jade can be repaired to 100% perfect state, there will be facilities on board that can perform the most advanced transformation surgery and turn you back to your original appearance. Then, how long and what are the conditions for the repair of Jade?" Teresa asked again. "The conditions are insufficient and cannot be calculated. Judging from the maintenance progress over the past 10,000 years, it won't take long. With sufficient resources and manpower, another 3 to 5,000 years should be enough," Jade said. "I don't believe you. Does that mean that, if I want to inherit Kelly's power and be the captain of Jade, I will have to look like this for the rest of my life?" Teresa said miserably. Princess Summer was quite confused. She did not understand the mysterious, high-tech words that Jade and Teresa were talking about at all. She only understood the last sentence. "Teresa, you are the heir of the Crimson Queen." Princess Summer said in disbelief. Then what are you hesitating for? We need the strength of the Crimson Queen to defeat Blackjack and rescue all our sisters. What's wrong with maintaining your appearance forever? You look even more beautiful than the most brilliant stars on the Emerald Continent. You don't understand. You will never understand. Holding her abdomen with one hand and holding her crotch with the other, Teresa said gloomily. If I had never seen the light, I might have been able to endure the darkness forever. If I had never owned the most ferocious cannons in the universe, I might have been able to get used to this body, too. But it's a pity that I used to have it. I used to feel that I was driving a giant cannon in the sea of stars freely and violently. I simply couldn't sell my closest little brother for so-called strength. I don't understand. Forget it. Not many people in the entire universe understand such feelings. Teresa smiled bitterly. I really don't know how I should choose between death, strength, and my brother who betrayed me. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Teresa's eyes lit up. She jumped up in excitement. Jade, tell me now. Teresa replied quickly. You said just now that the genes of the witch that have not been fully activated are still possible to be extracted, didn't you? Then, can you extract the genes of the witch from my body and inject them into Princess Summer's? You see, I don't want the power, and we are indeed faced with the trouble of Blackjack and Lord Cooper. Therefore, it is best that Princess Summer inherits the power. Yes, let's do it. I'm a genius. Teresa, you... Princess Summer covered her mouth in surprise. The way she looked at Teresa was both touched and strange. She could not understand why everybody was so desperate to sell the power that they were desperate to get. But Teresa did not care about the legacy of the legendary Crimson Queen at all and even offered it to her. Was she so indifferent to fame and fortune? In any case, one thing was certain. Teresa really considered her to be one of her own. It was for her own good, many times better than Blackjack, who only knew how to ask and give. 2 scanning rays were shot out of his jade eyes. Crimson brightness was flowing slowly around Teresa and Princess Summer. After analyzing for half a minute, he said casually, Theoretically, it is feasible, but I don't suggest you do it. Is it really possible? The first half of the sentence delighted Teresa, but the second half disappointed her. Why? Since the witch gene has been corrupted by you, some of the scraps of your genes have been contaminated. Jade explained, gene integration has a very low success rate in the first place. Even the super advanced technology in the heyday of the primeval civilization has a success rate of less than half. With the facilities, energy, and computational ability that we have right now, the success rate is less than 10%. The success rate of the fusion of the witch gene and your double genes is already so low. If we extract the witch gene that has been contaminated by the scraps of your genes and inject them into her body, the success rate of the fusion of the 3 genes will be minimal. According to my calculations, if the witch gene inside your body is activated right now, the success rate will be around 10%, but if it is transferred to her body before it is activated, the success rate will plummet to below 1%. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I don't suggest you take such a meaningless risk. Below 1%? It seems a bit low. Teresa was deep in thought. It was not until a while later that she realized what Jade meant by the first half of her sentence. Her pupils gradually enlarged, and her face turned rigid. Wait, what did you say just now? 10%? So, even if I am willing to abandon my little brother and endure the pain of falling and swelling for the rest of my life, I will never be able to expand, bombard, attack, and pour freely again. There is only a 10% likelihood that I will successfully activate the witch gene. Yes, Jade replied calmly. The witch gene, which contains all the wisdom and strength of the Captain of Jade for hundreds of generations, is not something that can be digested so easily. With the current conditions and the quality of your body, a 10% success rate is already not bad. Teresa took a deep breath and said, Then, may I ask what will happen if the activation fails? If the activation fails, all the gene strands deep inside your cells will break and collapse, won't they? Jade explained, You can understand that you will be bombarded by the most intense high-energy rays. Your body will lose the ability to metabolize, and all your cells will die one after another. You will feel that your body is rotting inch by inch while you are alive. In the end, you will become a rotten corpse with a soul, a pile of mud that has senses but can only wriggle. After dozens of days or even hundreds of days of suffering, your soul will be able to rest in peace forever. Do you have to be so detailed? Roared Teresa. Yes, the procedure. I have to explain the consequences to you. It is part of the test, too. Jade said, if you don't dare to take the risk, you will not be qualified to inherit Captain Kelly's power and become the new captain of Jade. My new master is very reasonable, isn't it? Then again, we won't be so cruel. If you agree, we can make a deal right now. If the activation fails, I will kill you immediately and make sure that you won't feel any pain. What do you think? Let me think. Let me think. In a flurry, Teresa asked, well, if I inherited the power of the Crimson Queen and Captain Kelly, would I be able to beat Black Jack, the bastard who plays with women's feelings, into oblivion? Yes, Jade said confidently. According to my precise calculation, as long as the witch gene is successfully activated, the odds of you defeating Black Jack will be more than 95%. Hardly had he finished his sentence when the central area of the bridge started shaking violently. Teresa and Princess Summer lost their balance and fell to the ground. Silver ripples appeared on the jade, too, as if it had been punched heavily. When the three of them turned around, they discovered that Black Jack had tied up dozens of bright gold tentacles on his arm, which made his arm 3 to 5 times thicker than before. He was like a super drill that had been tied up by threads, bombarding the liquid metal wall crazily. The supposedly indestructible and self-healing liquid metal wall gradually lost the ability to reproduce and heal itself under his bombardment. The hole leading to the central area of the bridge was getting larger and larger. Black Jack's face was hideous. He roared and laughed crazily, as if he still had the energy to keep bombarding and drilling. As I said just now, as long as the witch gene is successfully activated, the odds of you defeating Black Jack are as high as 90%. It is a sure win. So, brave girl, what are you hesitating for? Wait, 90%? Teresa almost vomited blood. You said 95% just now. Is that so? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you were wrong. Jade scanned Black Jack's actions and analyzed his energy waves. She said calmly, I've always said 88%. 85% is already a very high win rate. When faced with a foreign life form, a 50% win rate is worth a gamble. What's more, the win rate is now 80%. The universe is vast and full of dangers. How can we not take risks if we want to gain strength and survive? The win rate is already as high as 75%. If we don't take a gamble now, when will we? Stop. Stop, stop, stop. If you keep analyzing, we might as well surrender right now. Teresa was having a headache. The jade did not seem reliable at all. The artificial intelligence was indeed bad. It was not as righteous and trustworthy as the Fist King. Damn it. What is the so-called civilization of magic exactly? What happened after you arrived in the Emerald Continent that led to such a mess? Tell me the truth, Teresa mumbled. Why did part of the crew members of Jade stay in the Blood Demon sector and turn into devils, while the rest of the crew members left the starship and went to the Emerald Continent to turn into human beings? Unless I get all the information, I don't know whether or not I should unlock the damn genes of the witch. What are you talking about? Princess Summer could not help it any longer. She looked at Jade with tears in her eyes. Can I call you Sister Jade? Please tell me everything from the beginning to the end. If there is a way that we can stop Black Jack and bring hope to the Emerald Continent, I'm willing to fight even if the odds are only 1 in a billion. Teresa's eyelashes shivered slightly. Fight for the 1 billionth chance was what Master Yao often said. If only Master Yao were here. Teresa sighed in her heart again. Such a complicated situation was too much for her to handle alone. The jade and the cabin walls were glittering at the same time. Liao calculated for a moment and came to the conclusion that Black Jack could not break in yet. Retrieve the captain log and analyze it. Jade told him everything that had happened in the past 10,000 years. Colorful stripes beamed out of his silver eyes and turned the central area of the cockpit into a mysterious, brilliant sea of stars that seemed to be pouring over their heads. The entire universe unfolded before their eyes. It was all right for Teresa, but it was the first time for Princess Summer to see such a magnificent scene. She covered her mouth in disbelief, but she could not help but exclaim, "Shwa!" A few ripples suddenly spread out in the center of the splendid sea of stars. Then a gargantuan, ragged starship jumped out. It could be seen that, because of the heavy damage to the starship, its shell and internal support structure were both on the verge of destruction. It could not resist the surging tides in the four-dimensional space. The moment it jumped out, one of its thrusters, together with a lot of cabins, was torn apart. Together with the crew members inside, the starship turned into scattered pieces and slowly dispersed into cold dust. Under the command of Captain Berger, the 79th captain of Jade, we finally got rid of the hunting of the flood tide for now. But the price we paid was to crash into the raging tides in the four-dimensional space. We accelerated and bounced with the help of the four-dimensional storms countless times. In the end, we were teleported to a mysterious universe that had never been seen before. Jade said casually, "Emerald lost 30% of its materials, 35% of its crew, and 70% of its energy. It almost turned into a giant iron coffin floating in the endless ocean of death. Even Captain Berger, whom we respected most, was burnt to the ground in the cockpit because he calculated the route and the methods to make use of the storm during the four-dimensional storm. Despite the heavy losses, the survivors were still overjoyed because we had escaped the scourge of the flood. The fire of freedom was still burning. Therefore, we call the time point the New Era. It represents the new beginning of our civilization." Teresa thought that it was exactly what she had experienced in the first test of the Crimson Palace. The experts of the primeval clan were truly terrifying beyond description. They could still think and calculate when they were passing through the four-dimensional space, and their flesh and blood were all broken into pieces. There was no telling how they trained themselves. Princess Summer still did not understand what a flood was. But she finally understood that it was probably a very terrifying and powerful enemy, and the Jade, or perhaps her ancestors, had fled to the Emerald Continent to avoid their natural enemies. The picture blinked. All the stars changed their direction and form. They appeared in the most dangerous place in the universe. The stars were emitting furious redness and congregated into a magnificent stream of stars that seemed to be magma. They lunged at Jade, or rather, Jade lunged at the scorching stream of stars. In year 2493 of the New Era, Captain Wang Yao commanded Jade. At that time, we had been wandering in the universe where resources were scarce for thousands of years. Since the superfusion collection facilities on the Starship were seriously damaged in the fierce battles and escapes 2,000 years ago, we could not make use of the hydrogen and helium that most planets and stars had. Therefore, we could not repair ourselves and refill our energy quickly. Jade said, "Without enough materials and energy, we cannot repair the superfusion collection facilities. Without the supermutation collection facilities, we cannot collect the most abundant materials. We are trapped in an endless loop. Over the past 2,000 years, most of the surviving crew members have entered the hibernation state. However, due to insufficient energy and various faults, 20% of the survivors are still dying one after another, and the nutrition liquids and hibernation liquids that keep the living alive are running out. In order to get the energy to repair the superfusion collection facilities, Captain Wang Yao commanded Jade to approach the most dangerous place in the universe where the high-energy rays are concentrated. Teresa and Princess Summer saw clearly that the magma-like river of stars was releasing countless tentacles of flames toward Jade. Jade was as large as a planet, but under the command of Captain Wang Yao, it was as agile as a rowing boat. It dashed left and right on the tentacles and seized the opportunity to absorb the strength of the stars. This was supposed to be a very successful energy replenishment operation. However, the damage to Jade was too severe for the fragile structure of the Starship to support the captain's soul-stirring dodging movements. The price of the successful energy replenishment was the expense of the other propeller, as well as the loss of more than 5% of the materials and crew members of the Starship. They were torn apart and thrown away, falling into the burning stream of flames forever. The shining of free will comes with a price. It's a pity that not everyone is willing to die for free will, Jade said casually. The picture blinked and changed again. This time, the entire universe was dimmed. Jade, which was passing through it, was rusted and riddled with holes too. It seemed to be garbage that had been pieced together after being shattered. In year 3212 of the new era, Jade continued fleeing in the sea of stars where there was nothing, avoiding the mortal enemies that might show up at any moment. By then, the starship had lost 50% of its functions. 99% of the crew members had to enter the hibernation state, and only 1% were still holding their posts. Jade continued coldly. It was not their sense of mission or their sense of honor that kept them awake. It was another cruel fact. Because of the shortage of resources and energy, the aging hibernation chambers that had been in disrepair for a long time had not been maintained. The fault rate was on the rise. In the end, the fault rate that could lead to the death of the hibernators was reduced to 1% annually. Every year, at least 1% of the hibernation chambers will malfunction, killing the hibernators without them knowing. Next year, the sickle of death will appear randomly on the neck of the remaining 1% of hibernators. The 1% chance seems insignificant, but with the magic of time, it is safe to say that none of the hibernators will survive the 1,000-year journey. Entering the hibernation chamber means entrusting one's life to the unpredictable fate, which is unacceptable for some of the crew members. They chose a way of life that they considered to be more dignified. They would never hibernate and simply live their life in a sober state, living, dying, and reproducing on a starship. Naturally, there was no dignity in such a way of life. They were merely living a long, miserable life in a cold cage. We watched the hibernators die one by one, and we didn't know when the sober ones would find a new place to live. The sober ones collapsed. There were outbreaks of small-scale riots. There were even cases where extremists broke into the cockpit, planning to hijack Jade and rush to the star so that everything would be set on fire and end the nightmare. It was in such a miserable situation that Jade continued sailing for 1,000 years. When the first ray of hope finally reached them, the starship had lost 70% of its functions, most of its crew, and most of its energy. The superfusion collection unit that they risked entering the space stream to repair last time was cancelled again after supporting the starship for another 2,000 years. But this time, the condition of the starship was not enough to support them to find new space streams to refill their energy. Just as we were about to collapse, we finally discovered a world of abundant spiritual energy. While Jade was talking, a splendid, colorful galaxy gradually appeared and unfolded in front of Teresa and Princess Summer. The light of hope was shining on the faces of Jade, Teresa, and Princess Summer. Jadeite is saved. Under the command of Captain Gao Zuanlong, we rush to the new world and name it after the starship. Everybody can't wait to take a rest in the new world, gather enough resources, and repair the starship. Then they will find a way to rebuild the primeval civilization from scratch and fight the flood tide to the death again. It was a pity that it was not until a long time later that I realized that the primeval race, human beings, were hundreds of times more complicated than artificial intelligence. I thought that everyone thought the same thing. It was just wishful thinking. Teresa was dazed. What do you mean? As an artificial intelligence, the mission is the sole purpose of my existence. In order to complete the mission without any loss, all the costs are worth it. We have to try our best together until the last soldier or even the last screw and the last string of data. Jade said, but the primeval clan, human beings do not seem to be the case. The destiny of mankind can change at any time. It is even safe to say that mankind is a creature without a sense of purpose. You are not created for a certain purpose, and you are free to betray it. That's right. Captain Gao Zuanlong and some other members of the bridge crew are still thinking about the mission to restore the glory of the primordial beginning clan and the final battle against the flood tide. They want to build the new world into a war base and exploit all the resources of the new world to repair Jade. If possible, they want to upgrade Jade into a stronger cosmic cruiser and embark on a new journey. However, the majority of the members of the bridge group, led by the first mate, opposed the captain's plan. They believed that the resources of the new world were too limited to improve the combat ability of Jade even if all the resources were drained. There was no way that Jade could resist the flood at all. Therefore, it was better to abandon Jade, which had been in disrepair for a long time and was almost wrecked, and migrate all the crew members to the new world. The two parties had their own arguments and had a fierce argument. Naturally, Captain Gao Zuanlong had the highest clearance, but First Officer Quake had more supporters. The dawn of a new world had just arrived, and an extremely dangerous storm was brewing. Laser beams beamed out of Jade's eyes and formed a 3D light beam, which then spread out into a holographic image similar to the Grand Illusionary Land, as if Teresa and Princess Summer had both returned to the bridge thousands of years ago and witnessed the conflict between Captain Gao Zuanlong and First Officer Quake. At that time, the members of the bridge team were all tall, handsome giants that looked like statues. Colorful lights were shining around them, outlining their soul-stirring bodies. However, their temperament was completely different. Captain Gao Zuanlong was like a pine tree that would rather break than bend. Even though the branches of the tree had been torn apart by the storm, the bark of the tree, and even the heart of the tree had been burnt by thunder and fire, he was still standing. Unless he was uprooted and crushed into powder, there was no way that he could bend at all. First Mate Quake and some other members of the bridge crew, on the other hand, had been crushed by endless desperation during their long escape. Their eyes, despite their tall and handsome appearance, had lost the dancing flames. They lowered their heads, not daring to meet the captain's sharp eyes. The lights around him, on the other hand, were blinking rapidly, as if they were whispering to each other and discussing schemes like a bunch of sordid hyenas. "What are you talking about?" Teresa and Princess Summer heard that Captain Gao Zuanlong said coldly in a vintage and elegant voice. "You don't agree to unfreeze all the crew members immediately so that they can collect resources in the new century? Did I hear you right? How can we have enough hands to repair Jade if we don't release all the crew members from the hibernation chambers?" The members of the bridge crew looked at each other in bewilderment, barely able to breathe under the intimidating aura of Captain Gao Zuanlong. First Mate Quake managed to say, "Captain, although the new world is prosperous, it is not very large in scale. I'm afraid that we cannot repair Jade in a short period of time, nor can we support all our crew members to live on it for a long time. As you said, we will exploit the world like locusts in a very short time." "So what?" Captain Gao Zuanlong raised his eyebrow and waved his hands unhesitatingly. "As long as we can restore 80% of the combat ability of Jade, we will be able to increase our sailing time by thousands of years or even 10,000 years. It will be worth it to continue searching for a bigger, more prosperous world." Faced with the captain's insistence, the crew members fell silent. But crimson brightness was blinking around them, indicating that their silence was definitely not their acknowledgement of the captain. "So what?" Finally, First Officer Quake, who represented most of the members of the bridge team, spoke softly. The captain was dazed for a moment. "So what?" The captain looked at the first mate in disbelief. "Quirk, what do you mean? Speak clearly." "Yes, Captain. Then I will tell you what is on your mind." First Mate Quake threw caution to the wind. He faced Captain Long and said emotionlessly, "Let's say that we exploit the prosperous world in front of us and repair or even upgrade Jade before we embark on our journey, or rather, the desperate journey of a stray dog. Also, with unbelievable luck, we will be able to find dozens, if not hundreds, of similar prosperous worlds and gather all the resources to rebuild a magnificent fleet. So what? Will we be able to resist the flood by then? Don't forget that, before the flood, the primeval civilization controlled the entire sea of stars. We built billions of starships, we conquered countless prosperous planets, we annihilated thousands of intelligent civilizations. We were the kings of kings, the masters of all the universes. Then, was it useful? Faced with the assault of the tide, billions of starships were vaporized in the blink of an eye, or even more miserably, they were turned into the puppets of the tide. One planet after another was transformed, and batch after batch of the primeval Lord of Heaven were bewildered and threw themselves into the arms of the tide willingly. Even the solar defense line that we established by igniting billions of stars was broken through easily. In the end, even a tiny ripple of the tide was enough to drive us away. Captain, please think about it carefully. With the strength of our last starship, even if it is 100 times stronger, is it comparable to the primeval civilization at its peak? I'm afraid that it is not even a drop in the bucket. The primeval civilization at its peak was almost demolished by the flood. How can we compete with the flood even though we are hundreds of times stronger? First Officer Quake finished his speech quickly and took a long breath in relief. The words had been buried in the hearts of him and most of the members of the bridge crew for too long. Now that they were spoken, the atmosphere inside the bridge suddenly changed. Captain Gao Zhuanlong was dazed. Mystic rays were dancing around him, as if he were burning furiously. He did not expect that his crew members would be so weak after such a long journey. So, the captain narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What's your plan? Stop here and stop moving. Advance." The first mate smiled bitterly. Moving forward toward a certain target, guided by hope, is called moving forward. There is no target at all. There is no hope at all. Roaming in the dark night is nothing but a headless fly struggling to survive. Since you are struggling to survive, why don't you choose a way that is better for you? Captain, let's get to the point. Our brothers are too tired to go any further. We've been lost in the cruel sea of stars for too long. We've been wandering since our ancestors. We've never experienced the so-called glory of the primeval civilization, nor do we know what it feels like to rule the world. We've been living a life of anxiety ever since our parents' memories. Every day, we endure the foul air, the putrid recycled water, and the tasteless synthetic food. We die because of the malfunction of our hibernation chambers, we die because of the explosion of the engine furnace, and we die because the meteorites pierced through the shell of the starship and were sucked into the vacuum of the universe. I'm told that, when the primeval civilization was at its peak, our ancestors had already cultivated to the point where they could freely transform between matter and energy. They were simply unafraid of the cold and heartlessness of the universe. It's a pity that after being hunted by the flood for so many years, our civilization has degenerated to such a pathetic level. The vast majority of our extraordinary technology and training methods have been lost. We can't even survive in the vacuum of the universe. With such suffering, can we still boast shamelessly that we are on a journey? Are we really living, or are we pathetic walking dead? I'm tired, Captain. We are too tired. If we hadn't discovered the prosperous world in front of us, we might have been able to keep walking forward indifferently. But the world in front of us is too peaceful, too beautiful, and too dreamy. It is beautiful enough to shatter all our beliefs. There is only one thought in our head, which is to stay here forever and live a carefree, contented life. A carefree, contented life? Captain Gao Zhuanlong repeated the words in a low voice. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrow like a guillotine and roared in a thunderous voice. "Are you all crazy? Is your brain blocked by the cosmic dust? Or are you unable to think because of the burning stars? The flood is still following us and will find us at any moment." "No, Captain. The flood has not been seen for 2,000 to 3,000 years. We have gotten rid of it for now," First Mate Quake said emotionlessly. "A centipede does not wither even when it is dead. After all, the primeval civilization was at the peak of its glory. Even if it fell apart, thousands of fleeing fleets were still scattered in every direction of the Sea of Stars. The tides were going to be reaped one by one. In other words, we don't need to avoid the flood. We just need to be more inconspicuous than our brothers. In such a sense, your so-called collection of resources, repairing and upgrading a starship, is nothing but suicide, because it will certainly send out special energy waves and signals, which will be discovered by the flood easily. On the other hand, if we hide in the world of fertility and try to seal all the advanced technology and training techniques without leaking any signals to the outside world, the tides will not be able to find us easily before we clean up our brother's fleet." "Brother fleet? Quake? You are shameless enough to say brother?" Captain Gao Zhuanlong was so angry that he was almost laughing. "Your solution is to be a coward and use your brothers as shields in exchange for a false sense of security while you are still breathing? It sounds sordid, but they are not really brothers," First Mate Quake said casually. "Long before the flood, the primeval civilization had already been divided. The primeval beings who conquered different universes had already mutated into their local appearance. They considered their neighbors their enemies and killed each other. Didn't we fight many internal wars? I don't feel guilty at all watching them die. All right, even if the so-called Brother Fleet has nothing to do with us, how long can we hide here? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? Captain Gao Zhuanlong bellowed. In the end, the tides will still find us. Is 1,000,000 years not enough? My dear Captain, don't be greedy. A helpless smile appeared on the first mate's face. Birth, death, sickness, and death are the rules of nature. Every civilization has its rise and fall. If our civilization can live another 1,000,000 years comfortably in this prosperous world, no, only 100,000 years or even 10,000 years, I will be satisfied. After all, our lives cannot last 10,000 years, can they? Even the children of our children and grandchildren are enough for them to live a happy life without worries. After we are all dead, who cares about the flood? Captain Gao Zhuanlong stared at his loyal deputy as if he had never seen him before. Not enough resources. Captain Gao Zhuanlong gnashed his teeth. One word after another. As you said, even if we hide in this place like turtles, the resources in this prosperous world are still not enough for all the crew members on Jade to live a comfortable, carefree life. Yes, it is. But who said that all the crew members should enjoy it? The smile on First Officer Quake's face suddenly turned extremely weird. 99% of the crew members are still hibernating. Let's just let them hibernate forever. As long as the resources of this fertile world are supplied to us, 1% of the conscious people, it should be enough, right? His words lowered the temperature inside the cockpit to below zero. Even today, thousands of years later, Teresa and Princess Summer felt chilled to the bone when they heard it. Captain Gao Zhuanlong was dazed for half a minute. Then his fury burst out uncontrollably like magma bursting out of a cracked earth. Pointing at the nose of First Officer Quirk, he bellowed, "Quirk, this is betrayal. We once had faith. Now that we've abandoned it, we are no longer traitors. But we have never chosen any faith on our own. We are just stray dogs that are being hunted by the tides. What kind of betrayal is that?" First Mate Quake said with a smile. He threw caution to the wind and did not care about anything. Taking a deep breath, Captain Gao Zhuanlong realized that it was unnecessary to talk about beliefs and ideologies with a man such as First Officer Quake. He said calmly, "You cannot rebuild an advanced civilization on this planet with only 1% of your crew members who are still conscious. Why does it have to be an advanced civilization? Can it defeat the flood?" First Mate Quake said indifferently, "Captain, don't you understand? The advanced civilization has nothing to do with the individual happiness index of the civilization. Thousands of years ago, our ancestors were the dominators of the universe. How advanced, prosperous, and magnificent they were. Then, wouldn't the primitive people have been happier? There would have been all kinds of wars until they were swept away by the tides. Admit it, happiness comes from comparison, not civilization. In my opinion, we don't need so much redundant technology to abandon everything and return to the dreamlike life of the Middle Ages. There are kings, nobles, knights, and all-powerful mages, and we are the high and mighty kings, the knights with swords, and the all-powerful mages. Isn't such a life good? If only 1% of us choose such a life that does not require too much technology or energy consumption, the prosperous world in front of us should be enough to support us for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years, right? It sounds like you've prepared a theme park for yourself, Captain Gao Zhuanlong said coldly. What's wrong with a theme park? The first mate smiled bitterly. Our ancestors, us, and our children have lived for thousands, no, tens of thousands of years. Isn't it sad that they don't know what a theme park is? The problem with theme parks is that they are fake, Captain Gao Zhuanlong said. While you and all the cowards are hiding on this planet, playing the childish games of kings, knights, and sorcerers, the tide is swallowing the fleeing fleets of the primeval civilization one after another, strengthening itself and drawing closer to this place. Can you cowards still play the game after you realize that? Yes, that is a problem, the first mate said. Then we can erase the memory piece and burn everything about the tide in our brain. We can also seal all the information about the tide, the primeval civilization, and the starship. In such a way, even though our generation will see the most hideous appearance of the flood tide in the deepest part of the nightmare, the next generation and the next generation, our children and grandchildren, will be far away from the fear of the flood tide, the refugees, and the vast, unpredictable universe around us forever. They will be the happiest generation or 100 generations in the history of the primeval civilization. It will be the best gift that I can give to my children and grandchildren as the last first mate of jade. Your so-called best gift is to turn yourself and the proud offspring of the primeval Lord of Heaven into a bunch of turtles hiding in the illusion of magic? Captain Gao Xuanlong asked. Then, what about the flood? When the tide comes, you die. First Mate Quake replied calmly. Everybody has to die eventually. The world after death is the same. But after you enjoy everything, you will die comfortably. You will still spend another 1,000 years of darkness in desperation, resentment, and misery before you die in the most painful way. The difference is too great. It seems that you are determined to bring my starship and crew into a ridiculous dream. Captain Gao Xuanlong's voice was calmer and calmer, but the brightness around him was more and more dazzling. My choice is a dream. Isn't your choice another dream? First Officer Quake turned a blind eye to the burning flames around Captain Gao Xuanlong and sighed. Collect the resources here and continue the unpredictable journey. I hope that we can run into 10, 100, 1,000, or even 1,000,000 such worlds and rebuild a magnificent army to fight against the tide. I don't know how to comment on your choice other than dreaming. Enough! Captain Gao Xuanlong waved his hands. His voice was as cold as the shell of a starship that had been soaked in a vacuum. Quick! I've heard enough of your nonsense that can shake the morale of the people. Now, as the captain, I am going to revoke your post and arrest you for treason. Come on. Take the spineless guy down. Nobody moved. All the members of the bridge crew were like cold, rigid statues, watching the quarrel between the captain and the first mate in silence. You? Captain Gao Xuanlong stared at his loyal subordinates in shock. Come on. Arrest the traitor. Captain Gao Xuanlong roared. Still, nobody responded to his command. Don't you see, my captain? Our nation was torn apart by the flood thousands of years ago. How can a stray dog without a nation talk about treason? First Mate Quake said. We have nowhere to run. There are only 2 dreams in front of us. It is a dream to go with me, and it is a nightmare to go with you. Everybody knows what to choose. You? The flames around Captain Gao Xuanlong suddenly shrank and turned sharp, like a furious hedgehog. We are ready to abandon Jade forever. First Mate Quake explained. Since the blue planet was the origin of the primeval civilization, the proud captains of the warships had a glorious tradition. When a warship sank, they would not run away alone even if they had the chance. Instead, they stayed and sank into the deep ocean with the warship. Captain, please. First Officer Quake made a please die gesture. The members of the bridge team, who had been as still as statues a moment ago, seemed to have cracked a non-existent shell and started moving like puppets. Despite the resistance of the captain, they tied him up and carried him down. Right now, I am the captain of Jade. Captain Quake smiled. The last captain of Jade. It's time to put an end to the wretched destiny. Jade's cold, emotionless face made of liquid alloys popped up in the light. Just like that, First Officer Quake and some other members of the bridge crew carried out a successful coup. They captured and executed most of the crew members who were loyal to the captain and their mission. Then they abandoned Jade and landed in the New World. Because of guilt or nostalgia, they named the New World the Jadeite continent. They retrieved a lot of the life seeds that Jade carried, modified the environment of the New World, created a stable and prosperous ecosystem, and disseminated the genes of human beings and animals and plants. Then, they were surprised to find that, because of the abundant spiritual energy in the New World, its presentation was different from any other place in the universe. It was indeed like the glamorous magic in legends. The more they believed that they had made the right choice, the more they sealed most of the super-advanced technology without any hesitation. With the few technologies that were still in their hands, they became the rulers of the new world. They became high and mighty kings, rangers who sang with their swords, and all-powerful, mysterious mages. On the other hand, to prevent 99% of the crew members who were still hibernating in the depths of Jade from waking up, they tried everything they could to destroy Jade. It's a pity that Jade was a cosmic-level cruiser built 12,472 years ago. It was the most critical moment of the final war between the primeval civilization and the tides. The primeval civilization gathered all the resources and technology in order to build the most advanced cosmic-level cruiser. After that, during the 10,000 years of voyage or escape, a lot of technology was lost. Jade itself was wrecked and repaired automatically time and time again. More importantly, the title of captain was self-declared by First Officer Quake. He did not receive the approval of Captain Gao Xuanlong or me. Therefore, he did not know the core secrets of Jade, including how to destroy it. Even if he and his accomplices want to destroy Emerald, it is impossible with their outdated technology and lack of resources. They believed that they had destroyed the resource circulation system of Jade and cut off the nutrition of all the hibernation chambers. They also blew up a lot of critical facilities, including the engine furnaces, in order to reduce Jade to a pile of garbage. They think too simply. I watched them destroy the Starship from the beginning to the end. It was a pity that my energy was too insufficient to stop them, but it was enough to protect the most critical life support and reconstruction facilities and most of the seed banks. On the other hand, the silver face of the Jade disappeared in the colorful mystic rays again, revealing a new scene. It was Captain Gao Xuanlong being tied up by a bunch of crew members who had defected and carried to a burning engine furnace. "Captain, do you have any last words?" The crew members asked their captain, who had betrayed them, with shame on their faces. "No," emotionlessly, Captain Gao Xuanlong said. "Put me down. I'll jump in myself. This is the last dignity of Jade and the primeval civilization." The crew members who defected hesitated for a moment. Maybe it was because they felt guilty, or maybe it was because they were used to following their captain's commands, but they really let go of their captain and surrounded him. Dozens of guns were aimed at the captain simultaneously. Captain Gao Xuanlong warmed up his wrists and ankles slowly. He turned around and looked around with a sharp gaze. All the crew members who were caught by him lowered their heads in shame. Captain Gao Xuanlong sniffed in disdain. He straightened his clothes and strode toward the engine furnace. He suddenly stopped when he reached the entrance of the furnace. It was not until this moment that one of the crew members discovered that the captain's lips were shivering rapidly under the cover of the dazzling flames of the engine furnace. His hands made almost 100 hand gestures in the blink of an eye, leaving almost solid stripes in the air. The hundreds of stripes constituted a complicated, unpredictable maze of energy. The maze of energy on this side seemed to be able to tear apart the three-dimensional universe and the four-dimensional space. An unbreakable barrier. Extremely furious energy was being gathered inside, ready to be unleashed. But all of that was eclipsed by the scorching furnace. Not good. The crew members all screamed and pulled the triggers. But it was too late. In a moment, Captain Gao Xuanlong turned into a transparent statue. The energy maze in front of him exploded, too. The furious spiritual energy from the four-dimensional space pierced through all the crew members like thousands of unstoppable spears. When the dazzling whiteness turned black again, there was no one alive in front of the engine furnace, including Captain Gao Xuanlong. The captain considered his body to be the exit of the four-dimensional storm. He turned into snow-white ashes instantly. After half a second of stalemate, the human-shaped ash collapsed, and the smoke dispersed with the wind. But a light spot that looked like a firefly flew out of the embers, circled twice, and flew toward the depths of Jade. It was the core information of all the beliefs, ideologies, memories, and even the highest control rights of Jade. It was also Captain Gao Xuanlong's belief. The unparalleled experts of the primeval civilization had been trained to the point that they could get rid of the material and maintain their belief in the form of energy. Captain Gao Xuanlong's belief was wandering deep inside Jade. Jade, which had been seriously wrecked by the mutinous crew members, was like a lifeless graveyard. The captain glanced over the hibernation chambers. The energy and nutrition input of the hibernation chambers had been cut off. Their vitality had been cut off. Most of the hibernators were dead and rotting. However, under the protection of the Jade, the gene bank where the life essence of the crew members was condensed, as well as the embryos that were still in the state where the seeds of life were combined, were not destroyed by the traitors. Their feeble vitality was still maintained. Captain Gao Zhuanlong's belief finally found an embryo that was still intact and whose tiny heart was already beating. Time was of the essence. The belief that the captain condensed in a hurry was shaking like a candle in the wind. He lunged at the embryo without any hesitation. Then the picture quickly flashed. Teresa and Princess Summer saw that an embryo surrounded by golden threads was growing fast. When it was still an infant, its brain had been highly developed, and it had gone through a long and arduous education phase in the virtual space. Jade took good care of the baby. The remaining resources in the remains of Jade nourished her body, which was getting more and more healthy. She grew up alone but stubbornly. Due to the lack of energy, the breeding process was very slow. The main concern was that too much information would be inputted in the blink of an eye, which might lead to the explosion of the embryo's brain. Therefore, the breeding process could only be carried out slowly and subtly. After hundreds of years of breeding, Jade had welcomed a new captain, Kelly Connor. At this moment, the debris of Jade had been sealed into a world fragment that was very close to the Emerald Continent. This barren world, which had no sunlight, no energy, and few native creatures, was like the shadow of the Emerald Continent and the opposite of everything beautiful. Captain Kelly marched forward alone in the dark pathways, the cooling engine furnaces, and the ragged fuel tanks, inspecting the invisible army like a ghost. Her eyes pierced through the shell of the starship, through the twisted barrier of the world fragments, and into the Emerald Continent. At this moment, on the Jadeite continent, the traitors such as First Officer Quake had established a preliminary order. The kingdom, the knights, the magic, the brilliant sunlight, the abundant resources, the beautiful scenery, everything was so beautiful. However, the dreamlike life of 1% of the crew members was only possible at the cost of the lives of 99% of the crew members. The souls that were unwilling to perish would eventually raise a storm of death. On Jade, Captain Kelly, who had inherited the mission of Captain Gao Zhuanlong, repaired the warship and woke up the hibernators who were still alive. It was a pity that she encountered insurmountable difficulties in both jobs. First were the resources. When the traitors such as First Officer Quake left Jade, they took away almost all the fuel, weapons, and resources. The things that they could not take away were mostly destroyed by them. In the extreme shortage of resources, the repair work of Jade had to be carried out slowly in units of 10,000 years. Secondly, most of the hibernators sealed inside the emerald had been killed the moment their nutrition and energy circulation system were cut off. Only a few of them had survived. But even if they were woken up by force, they would not be able to get rid of the osteoporosis, malnutrition, and brain atrophy caused by the prolonged hibernation because of insufficient food and drugs. They were no longer tough sailors and brave soldiers. They were just a bunch of dying old men. But Captain Kelly had no other options except to count on the old men. She stimulated the old people with the last bit of the strengthening drugs and woke up the pride and glory of the primeval civilization in the deepest part of their souls. She led the old people, who had exploited all their vitality in the blink of an eye and thus mutated into crazy devils, out of the debris of Jade, out of the world fragments, and toward the peaceful, sunny Emerald Continent. It was the battle of the demonic tribulation. While he was talking, magnificent, bloody, and cruel shadows were dancing on the retina of Teresa and Princess Summer. The tall, muscular nobles, the elegant, mysterious sorcerers, and the righteous knights were in sharp contrast to the ragged, hideous, and twisted demons. But Teresa and Princess Summer could not tell which side represented justice, and which side represented evil. All in all, the bloody civil wars that had taken place countless times in the history of mankind and the primeval civilization had come to a meaningless end again. The peaceful dream was shattered. The traitors were screaming and the traitors were roaring. They turned the new world into a hell of devils and danced crazily in the hell together. At that time, it was not long before First Officer Quake and his companions arrived in the Jadeite continent. The traders such as First Officer Quake were still in possession of a lot of advanced weapons and technology that they brought back from the Jadeite. They were known as artifacts in the legends. The intimidating demons were just a bunch of old men venting their anger and hatred. Jade said calmly, with the help of the artifact, the traders such as First Officer Quake finally defeated the old soldiers who were still loyal to their mission. They slandered the Avengers as dirty, evil, ugly, and extremely brutal demons and sealed them in the world fragments again. Even Captain Kylie lost her precious life in the Battle of Revenge. The traders took a long breath in relief. They celebrated and went on living their carefree, peaceful, and happy lives, believing that such a life could last forever, at least for 30 to 50,000 years. But they did not realize the real reason why Captain Kelly started the war. No, not completely. Captain Kelly is very clear that the traders such as First Officer Quake still boast tremendous strength. The loyal but dying legions of the old are not enough to win the war. The key is resources. Captain Kelly wants to fight for some precious resources for Jade, which is riddled with holes and about to be scrapped. In particular, she wants to fight for the resources that will nurture the intact life seeds, which are the new crew members of Jade. If Jade is going to repair itself, it will need tremendous resources as the first bucket of gold. If it is sealed in the world fragment all the time, it will never be able to get the resources, and the progress of the repair will be far away. Therefore, Captain Kelly initiated the Battle of the Apocalypse. On the surface, she was trying to crush the new world that First Officer Quake and the rest of the crew members had created. But in fact, the old Legion was just bait to distract First Officer Quake's attention. While the battle was in full swing, another squad was collecting the resources on the Jadeite continent crazily. Their collection point was the fallen forest in the Armageddon Mountain. Teresa and Princess Summer exclaimed at the same time. So that was the case. As it turned out, the fallen forest in the Armageddon Mountain had been reaped a long time ago. No wonder it was as terrifying as a forbidden area of life right now. Captain Kelly's strategic purpose has been achieved. Jade said, although the Battle of the Apocalypse ended with our failure and the fall of Captain Kelly, she and the old soldiers brought new hope to Jade. With the resources that they collected from the Jade continent, new fetuses were born. The most basic life support and resource circulation systems were repaired. Fresh air was injected into the cabins one after another, and the power furnaces were reignited. The unyielding flames of war were burning furiously again. In the illusions projected by the Jade, bright gold embryos wreathed in electric arcs were bouncing like transparent hearts. Supported by tremendous resources, they grew and developed rapidly. Veins and nerves that looked like sprouts popped out and gradually formed a complicated network of human beings. One engine furnace after another was ignited, highlighting the magnificent appearance of Jade and illuminating the dark and twisted world fragments. It was like a beast that had been trapped in a swamp. It was hiding its claws and teeth and accumulating its strength. Although it was unable to break free for the time being, it was not far away from the day when it would leap up. Right now, we are no match for the traders such as First Officer Quake, but they won't be arrogant for long. Jade imitated Captain Kelly's countenance and tone as she said, from the moment they chose to give up their pride, glory, and destiny, they gave up the urge to evolve, gave up billions of brand new possibilities, and gave up the ambition that grew stronger with each generation. From now on, they can only lie in the hotbeds of available resources and technology and make imaginary dreams, or betray each other and kill each other. Before long, their current technology will be lost, their social system will completely collapse, and they will forever remain in the dark and obscure Middle Ages, turning themselves into frogs in a well. Therefore, please be patient, compatriots. The real final battle will not be fought right now but in 10,000 years' time. By then, the strength of the Emerald Continent will be at its weakest, and Emerald will return to its peak. At that time, we will descend from the sky with unimaginable strength and show the descendants of the traders the glory of the primeval civilization. These are Captain Kelly's last words. Other than his last words, there was also the witch gene, as well as several secret arsenals. Captain Kelly knew that, with the shortage of resources and the further deterioration of the environment, the loss of technology and the fault of civilization would occur on both sides of the Emerald Continent and Jade. It was going to be a worse competition. In order to ensure that the descendants of the crew members on Jade could remember their mission despite their low technology, Captain Kelly had to design the development route of Jade in person. Just like that, Jade turned into the Bloody Battle Demon Sector. The orbital assault force with the strongest combat ability on the starship turned into the Hell Destroyer clan. The maintenance soldiers responsible for the damage control system turned into the Strong Arm clan. The mechanics responsible for the maintenance of the power furnaces and the adjustment of the power output turned into the Fire clan. The researchers responsible for the modification of plants and animals to maintain the ecological balance on the starship and the genetic experiments on the starship turned into the Beast Taming clan. The medics turned into the Medusa clan. The guards guarding the critical nodes of the satellite starship to prevent the enemy from boarding the starship turned into the Black Shield clan. Finally, the crew members of the bridge team, who still remained loyal to their mission, turned into the Tu Ling clan. Captain Kelly carved a lot of information about the creation and manipulation of the starship of the primeval civilization into the gene strands of every species and left the Crimson Palace and the Witch gene, which even the primitive barbarians could understand and pursue. It was the best she could do. As it turned out, shortly after Captain Kelly's death, because most of the resources had to be supplied to the automatic repair of Jade, the living environment of Jade was extremely bad because of the shortage of resources. All kinds of extraordinary technologies were lost. People gradually forgot the glory of their ancestors and even started killing each other for the space under their noses, just like the people on the Jade continent. Maybe this is the nature of human beings. Glory, unity, destiny, and the creeds carved on the gene strands are all no match for the natural instincts in the deepest part of the soul. Human beings are such a species that will kill each other at any time. It is exactly because of such survival of the fittest that the strongest in the crowd can be selected to control the entire universe. All in all, Captain Kelly had foreseen everything. The internal strife of the Blood Demon sector did not cross the line of self-destruction after all. In the end, the design of Captain Kelly and the arrangement of fate brought you to this place, the carrier of the witch gene. Of course, it's impossible that Captain Kelly met Blackjack. Master Devourer? I didn't find any relevant information in my database. He should be just an insignificant interlude before the final battle between us and the flood tide. Teresa was dumbfounded. Jade's words contained too much information for her to digest. However, when she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help but shout, "An insignificant episode? Come on. He is about to break in." Judging from his hideous appearance, I wonder whether he is more terrifying than the flood. There's no doubt about that. It must be a flood, Jade said. Even if he is the so-called Master Devourer, his strength is not even 1/1,000,000th of the flood. As long as you inherit the full strength of Captain Kelly, you will have more than a 50% chance of defeating him. There is no need to worry. More than 50%? Teresa narrowed her eyes. Wait, you were saying that there was a 70% to 80% likelihood that we could defeat him. Why is it more than half now? Although the odds are still more than 50%, I have a bad feeling that the odds you calculated have plummeted again. Jade was silent. Tell me, how much chance do we have left? Teresa asked. Very high, Jade said in a low voice. Ha, very high? How high is very high? Teresa asked. Anyways, very high is very high. It is definitely a win-win situation that is worth taking a gamble on. The most glorious descendant of Jade. Please don't ask so many boring questions. Just remember the sacred mission of your ancestors and inherit the full strength of the starship so that you can fight the enemy to the death. Jade changed the topic. Teresa took a deep breath. Her head and stomach were aching more and more. Sister Summer, what do you think? Her mind was in a mess. She could only ask for Princess Summer's opinion. Princess Summer, on the other hand, was somewhat dazed. Her face was pale and her body was cold. She had been greatly shocked. Deserters, my ancestors, were just a bunch of sordid, cowardly deserters. Princess Summer mumbled to herself, "Is the glory of the Jadeite continent tens of thousands of years just an illusion? Hey, Sister Summer, what time is it right now? Don't get distracted." Seeing that Princess Summer was not in a good mood, Teresa's forehead was immediately soaked in cold sweat. She hurried to say, "That was tens of thousands of years ago. Even if your ancestors became deserters, what does it have to do with you? Let's think about how we can get out of the impasse right now." "No, it does. My ancestors were deserters, and so am I. I've been running away since the moment I saw my father's miserable death in my uncle's hands." Princess Summer smiled miserably. "I saw you stab the knife into my father's chest with my own eyes. My father's blood spurted out and zigzagged toward the corner where I was hiding. He seemed to be extending his helpless hands in his place, trying to ask me to help him. But I just didn't have the courage to go out of my shelter and fight against my uncle, the regicide, with the proud princess of the Eagle Kingdom. I, the timid me, could only run away without looking back and bury the memory deep in my heart. I hypnotized myself time and time again. I was the most useless person in the world. I didn't have the wisdom of Sister Hera, the valiancy of Sister Natasha, and the decisiveness of you, Teresa. I was just a phoenix whose feathers had been plucked. It was impossible for me to seek revenge on my own. My only limit was to survive. It was as if through such hypnosis, the guilt in my heart could be completely relieved, and I would miss my father and hate my uncle. Even when I gave myself to Blackjack, wasn't it another form of escape? I always told myself that Blackjack would avenge me one day. Serving him well was my only way of revenge. Even if I knew deep down in my heart that Blackjack did not care about my revenge at all, I was still unwilling to face the truth. I was still running away. As long as there was the slightest possibility of deceiving myself, I would keep running away. He. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is. Since our ancestors 10,000 years ago, we have been shameless deserters. The blood of deserters and traitors flows in my veins. No wonder I was so timid. Look, right now, I'm making excuses for my escape and blaming my ancestors for my problems. Isn't it another form of escape? However, Captain Gao Zuanlong and Captain Kelly were right. Running away is not going to solve the fundamental problem. Even if my ancestors and I give up all our glory and persistence and bury our heads in the sand like ostriches, there will be a day when we can't run away anymore. That day is now. I regret that I didn't rush out and fight with my uncle at that time. Yes, I was no match for my uncle, but at the very least, I could show the regicide the pride of the princess of the Eagle Kingdom and die together with my father. The annals of history will eventually record that such a nation of eagles once had such a princess. Even if the annals of history are obliterated in the destruction of the Emerald Continent, at the very least, my name will turn into a shining spark and fly into the endless sea of stars to see the afterglow of the peak of the ancient era. Sister Summer, you must not think that way. The more Teresa listened, the more she felt that there was something wrong with Princess Summer's mood. It's not a problem to make a strategic transition temporarily when the enemy is stronger than us. I used to know a senior who was particularly good at circling a planet 360 degrees to stab the enemy in the back. But that did not stop him from becoming a great hero admired by thousands of people. If you had rushed out recklessly when your uncle was planning to seize the throne, you would have been killed a long time ago. I believe that your father did not want to see you die miserably in front of him. He would rather trade his life for yours, so that you could live a good life. What's the difference between then and now? Princess Summer smiled miserably. Right? There is a difference. I spent a few more years being treated as a puppet, which was hilarious and humiliating. Live a good life. Do you think the days of being played by Blackjack and being a puppet and a battery are the days of living a good life? Think about it carefully. What is the significance of the life that I and all the ancestors of the past 10,000 years have been living in this illusionary dream? Princess Summer collapsed to the ground helplessly. She covered her face with her long hair and slender hands and started crying. Teresa was having a headache. Damn it. She hated women crying the most. especially when they were venting their emotions in this place without caring about the occasion. It was not that she did not want you to feel sorry for your family background, but let's be clear about our priorities. Shall we? If she continued crying like this, she would be upset and want to cry. Boo-hoo. Teresa suddenly felt that her eyes were swollen, as if she had been manipulated by a mysterious force. She hugged Princess Summer uncontrollably and cried with her. Then he came back to himself and slapped himself hard. Bastard, control your endocrine. Stop crying here. Do you really think you are a magical girl? You are the ambitious man who swore to be the king of cannons in the sea of stars. Teresa roared in her heart. Forget it. He could not count on Princess Summer. He had to count on himself. Jade, how many resources can we mobilize right now? If I activate the witch gene, I will need some super weapons so that I can go out and fight Blackjack. Won't I? Asked Teresa. Of course, this is the list of all the weapons and resources that we can mobilize right now. Teresa was solemn and focused, not letting go of any usable weapons. He had no other options except to fight Blackjack. Not just for the Emerald Continent and the Blood Demon sector, not just for the girls in front of him and outside, but also for the glory of the Pangu universe. Suddenly, Teresa's eyes shone. Escape capsule? You are really hiding an escape capsule. She was so excited that her voice changed. She immediately abandoned the idea of fighting Blackjack and defending the glory of the Pangu universe. There is an emergency escape capsule, but I'm afraid it will not be of much help to solve our problem. Jade explained, due to the lack of energy, the exploration of the nearby space zones has not been carried out yet. The escape capsule is like a sampan in the middle of an ocean for us. Even if we get out on it, how far can we run? Where can we run to? According to the resources that the escape capsule can carry, it can only support us to perform hundreds of space jumps and maintain our hibernation state for dozens of years. In the vast sea of stars, such a short distance is not even half a step. As a result, the resources will run out, and the two of you will become dry bones in the escape capsule. I will be forced to close the escape capsule, too. The escape capsule will become our grave and drift in the dark vacuum forever. Such an outcome is no better than falling into Blackjack's hands, if not worse. At the very least, Blackjack might spare our lives. We can surrender for now and deal with him later. If Blackjack wants to take control of Jade, he won't be able to destroy me immediately. I will try to protect you, and the only outcome for the Lost Star Sea is death when it runs out of energy. Since the odds of your escape were close to zero, I didn't tell you about the escape capsule earlier in case you had any unrealistic fantasies. No, you're wrong. You should have told me earlier. Confidence beamed out of Teresa's eyes. Without star maps and coordinates, hundreds of space jumps cannot solve any problem. But what if very precise star maps and coordinates are stored in this place? She extended her slender fingers and lightly tapped her forehead. Ha! Princess Summer woke up from her trance and looked at Teresa in surprise. But weird brilliance was beaming out of his silver eyes, as if he were calculating something quickly. Your blood is indeed weird. It does not seem to be a feature of the evolution of the residents of the Jadeite continent. Jade asked, where are you from exactly? The mysterious carrier of the witch gene? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide my background. I had to be prudent because of the important mission I was entrusted with. But it seems that there is no point in keeping it a secret anymore. It is true that I am not a resident of the Emerald Continent or the Blood Demon sector. I am not even a descendant of the crew members of Jade. I am from a place named Pangu Universe. In other words, I am a descendant of another fleet in exile thousands of years ago. Fortunately, my world, the Pangu Universe, has more resources than the Jade Universe that you are in. Our civilization is quite advanced, too. We have starships that are as large as planets and fleets that are as vast as the stars. We are not satisfied with exploring the universe we are in. When we received the signal from the Alliance of Central Resistance of the Star Ocean Imperium, we sent a lot of messengers or scouts such as myself to the boundless space zones nearby. Our purpose is to find the exiles' fleet that drifted to various universes in the past and organize everyone to fight against the tide again. Since I am qualified to be such a messenger, naturally, I am not a nobody in the Pengu universe. In fact, I have received the enlightenment of the supreme expert of the Pengu universe, Supreme Liao, and experienced the decay, collapse, and rebirth of the Imperium of true human beings, the strongest nation in the Pengu universe. I have manipulated destructive cannons and talked and laughed with super artificial intelligences such as yourself. I did not even think highly of the new emperor of the Imperium of true human beings. One day I will stomp on him brutally. I'm telling you all this because I want you to believe that I know a lot of big shots in the Pengu universe who can definitely protect you and gather a lot of resources to counterattack the Emerald universe. Therefore, there's no need to hesitate. Let's retreat and rest in the Pengu universe first. The experts of the Pengu universe will analyze all the information that the Jade carries and upgrade the starships of the Pengu universe with the technology to manufacture and repair Jade. Then we will march into the Jade universe again with billions of soldiers. Even if Black Jack has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will certainly be blown to smithereens by our bombardment. The more Teresa spoke, the more excited she became. Her face was flushed, and she was dancing and spluttering. Princess Summer was dazed. She could not believe her ears. Teresa, you? She did not know what to say. Sister Summer, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you the whole truth in the beginning. Teresa stuck out her tongue. But please understand. I had my reasons. I didn't want it to end like this. There was no expression on Jade's face. Her eyes were deep, and silver brilliance was spreading out of her body. She was deep in thought. Analyzing the authenticity of the information is above 90%. Can be believed. By my judgment, it is most likely that the fleet will be rebuilt after we retreat to the Pengu universe. It should be carried out. All right, it's decided then. We will leave this place in the escape capsule immediately. Jade made a prompt decision. This time it was Teresa's turn to be stunned. She did not expect that Jade would be convinced so easily. She had thought that it would take a long time to convince him. Are you not scared that the starship will be occupied by Black Jack after you leave, Jade? Teresa was suspicious. You don't have to abide by any code of conduct, do you? Only captains must abide by the noble rules. I am just the core control program of Jade. As long as I exist, Jade will not be destroyed. If the Pengu universe that you mentioned has resources that are even more abundant than those of the Jade universe, I can totally rebuild 100 new emeralds there. Or rather, I can be directly injected into your starships and upgrade them from the software level. Besides, Jade said, the situation has changed subtly during our conversation. Even though the witch gene has been fully awakened, our odds of winning have plummeted to less than 10%. Such odds are not enough for us to make a risky decision. So, let's run away first. What? Teresa was dumbfounded. There was still 70% to 80% chance of winning a moment ago, and it has plummeted to less than 10% so quickly? Your formula for the comparison of strength between friend and foe is too absurd. It's not about the formulas. Black Jack has undergone a new mutation. Look. Jade took a step forward and adjusted the cabin wall to the transparent state again. Teresa and Princess Summer immediately saw that a cluster of black shadows hit the cabin wall brutally like a cannonball. After an ear-splitting explosion, ripples spread out. The holes on the liquid alloy were like ugly scars that could not be healed for a long time. The black shadow collapsed like mud. Teresa observed carefully and discovered that it was a man who was badly mutilated with broken bones. It was the Demon King of Hell, the dominator of the Blood Battle Demon Sector who had been insufferably arrogant when he first showed up. Black Jack had picked up General Cooper with only one hand and tossed him to the wall of the cabin like a discus. He was not able to fight back at all until all the bones and internal organs inside his body were broken. How did this happen? Teresa was greatly surprised. Wasn't Grand Monarch Kuba engaged in a fierce battle with Black Jack in the beginning? Although he was weaker than Black Jack, he was not so weak as to be savaged by Black Jack as easily as an eagle catching a chicken. Then he looked at Black Jack, who was even larger, more muscular than before. Every pore on his body seemed to be brimming with masculinity. Ignoring the tentacles that were dancing crazily around him, He was like a majestic god that had fallen from the sky. Even through the wall of the liquid alloy, Teresa could feel Black Jack's burning eyes. However thick the cabin wall was, it was still like a thin matchbox. There was no sense of security at all. Just now, Queen Medusa appeared in the Crimson Palace. Before she figured out what was going on, she was tied up by Black Jack's tentacles and sucked dry. Jade said, "Black Jack seems to have weird abilities. He can increase his strength by absorbing the vitality of the opposite sex. After all, Queen Medusa is one of the 7 demon lords of the blood demon sector. Her vitality is hundreds of times higher than that of an ordinary witch. Black Jack evolved into a new form with her sacrifice. So terrifying. Teresa felt that her head was dizzy. She did not have the courage to fight Black Jack at all. She hurried to say, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. This way." On the wall far away from Black Jack's cabin, the liquid alloy slid to 2 sides like a waterfall, revealing a new pathway. Silver brightness was blinking at the end of the pathway. Jade gestured for him to come in. Right when Teresa was about to drag Princess Summer into the pathway, she suddenly thought of something. "Wait, how long will it take for the escape capsule to be launched? Can you resist Black Jack in the meantime?" "No more than 10 minutes. Jade said, "If we focus all our energy on defense, we should be able to resist Black Jack." "You mean we don't need to meet Black Jack at all?" Teresa was overjoyed. "That's great. Then, please do me another favor. Take back the damn, which genes inside my body." "Huh!" Jade and Princess Summer both exclaimed in surprise. "You don't understand. I cannot meet my compatriots in such a way." Holding her breasts with her hands, Teresa said in distress, "I'm a well-known figure in the Pangu universe after all. If I go back with those 2 things and the Fist King, bossed by Long Yang-jun, and the girls in the fleet who are close to me see them, they will laugh themselves to death. I will be too ashamed to face anybody for the rest of my life. Right, there's also Lioli, my childhood sweetheart. If she sees that my 2 lumps are actually older than her, she will laugh at me for the rest of my life. How am I going to live the rest of my life? The most important thing is still that wretched golden lion, the young emperor, Li Jialing. This guy is my old enemy. I swore that I would stomp on him one day. But if I stomp on him with my white and tender feet in such a way, I will always feel weird. After all, we don't need to fight Black Jack face to face. There's no need to activate the witch gene at all. In that case, just turn me back as soon as possible. My stomach is aching again, as if something is about to fall out. Damn it. I can't stand this kind of life for even 1 more second." Princess Summer was dazed for a moment. She asked in surprise, "Teresa, what are you talking about? Change back? Were you not like this before?" "Indeed, it's not. My real face is different from my current appearance." "Well, there's a certain difference. The transformation later might be more shocking. Sister Summer, you must be prepared. Don't panic or shout. No matter how I change my appearance, my soul will always be the same. I will always be your good sister." Teresa gave Princess Summer a heads up. "I can take back the witch gene inside your body." Jade thought for a moment and asked, "But are you sure you want to do this?" "Witch genes mean infinite strength. They mean the legacy of the captain of Jade for hundreds of generations. They mean you will be a great captain. Do you not desire strength?" "Of course I desire strength, but it depends on the price I pay." Holding her stomach, Teresa's eyebrow was twitching because of the pain. She said firmly, "There are certain things in human beings that cannot be sold no matter how invaluable they are. As for getting the legacy and becoming the captain of a starship, I believe that there will be opportunities even without the witch gene. On the other hand, if I have to sell such precious 1 or 2 ultimate treasures in order to become a great captain, I won't be great at all. All in all, I've made up my mind. You should take back the witch gene as soon as possible and find someone else. Or, when we return to the Pangu universe, we can ask the specialists and scholars there to study the witch gene. To tell you the truth, there are a lot of experts in biochemistry and genetics in our world, too. They are quite impressive. They might be able to analyze the mysteries of the witch gene and remove all the restrictions. They might be able to digest and absorb all the knowledge contained in the witch gene without turning into Captain Kelly. By then, if you give me the witch gene, I will definitely train myself without any hesitation. Jade was silent. She quickly calculated the gains and losses of retrieving the witch gene. Don't overthink it. I have to return to the Pangu universe with my real face before the people there believe me, Teresa shouted. If I go back like this, who will know who I am? Chances are that we will be considered alien invaders. His words convinced Jade. She glanced at Blackjack outside the cabin wall. Blackjack didn't do anything else after smashing the wall of the cabin into a shocking hole. He was sitting cross-legged in midair, surrounded by vague gold brightness, as if he were meditating. It seemed that it was not an easy task to absorb all the vitality of Queen Medusa. He was training hard to stabilize his new level. Then, as you wish, Jade said indifferently. She opened her arms and hugged Teresa. She was a silver liquid metal made of nanomachines. When it reached Teresa, it immediately enveloped her and turned her into a standing metal cocoon. Silver ripples were blossoming on the surface of the cocoon, as if intense mutations were taking place inside. Princess Summer had never seen such a weird scene before. Her natural instinct was to lunge forward and rescue Teresa. Don't be scared. You heard it just now. It was her own request, or rather him. Jade's calm and indifferent voice came from the cocoon. In the language of the Jadeite continent, he and she were words with slightly different tones. Princess Summer blinked in confusion. She had been confused since the moment she entered the Crimson Palace. Right now, all the mysteries had gathered into surging tides, making her not know what to do. She felt that she had fallen into the manipulation and torment of fate. Princess Summer stared at the silver cocoon, her broken saber shivering in her hand. She sniffed hard and told herself to stop running away no matter how weird and cruel things were. Teresa had once said that girls should grasp their destiny and face everything bravely. Whatever happened, Teresa would fight side by side with her. Teresa, Princess Summer mumbled. What happened to you? Come out now. Perhaps he had heard her affectionate call. The silver cocoon shivered slightly, as if a delicate metal flower was blossoming from the top. Before the metal flower fully bloomed, devilish laughter came from the depths of the flower. Ha 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 ha. Wahahaha. Wahahaha. I'm back. My well-defined face, my strong chest muscles, and ayaya. Finally, you're all back. You seem to be stronger than before after a period of rest. Ha 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 ha. His voice was deep and coarse, but it was raised to a high pitch because of his excitement, which made Princess Summer's blood run cold. It was because she could tell that it was an out-and-out baritone, which was not something that a girl as lovely as Teresa could utter. What was going on? Teresa? How did her voice become like this? What exactly was she wrapped in jade? Under Princess Summer's horrified gaze, the silver-white flower bud blossomed. At first, a young man's flushed face was revealed, followed by a flat chest, broad shoulders, and a thin waist and abdomen. The upper half of his body was in an upside-down triangle like that of a leopard. Male hormones spurted out of the 36,000 pores on his body like high-pressure steam. Together with his strong and slender limbs, even a blind man could tell that he was an out-and-out man. Princess Summer's eyes almost bulged out. She covered her mouth in disbelief and took 2 steps back. She felt that her heart was grasped by an invisible hand so hard that she could barely breathe. Alright, in terms of facial features, he was decent. The wildness in his eyes and his bright smile made him look like a guy who could easily attract girls. He was of the same breed as Blackjack. More precisely speaking, he was a low-quality version of Blackjack. However, his temperament was somewhat frivolous. Looking at his intoxicated face as he groped for his vital parts, one could even say that he was somewhat vulgar. More importantly, the man was still wearing Teresa's clothes. 2 curved steel plates protruded out of the breastplate. Below the breastplate was a light skirt made of strips of leather, which was good for combat. Together with an enchanted headdress and a pair of female combat boots, Teresa could be called valiant and heroic when she wore it. However, when it was worn by a man, It was slightly torn apart by his expanding figure, as if the skirt could be cut in half at any time, revealing her naked ass. This was a bit, abnormal. The unrecognizable man scratched his crotch hard, as if something was tickling his critical parts. Then, the man took out Teresa's pocket and threw it to the ground. "Fuck you." The man spat at the demon-sealing bags roughly and took a long breath in relief. Then he roared to the sky, with tears all over his face. "These days where I have to bleed every month are like hell. Thankfully, I finally changed back. Thank God. God bless me. Ha 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 ha. I've changed back. I'm a man again. Nice, nice, nice. Wah ha ha ha." Princess Summer looked at the pocket on the ground and then at the man who was wild with joy. She felt that 10,000 thunderbolts were exploding inside her head at the same time. She could only do the only action that all girls could do under such circumstances. Princess Summer took a deep breath and screamed as loudly as she could. "Ah!" She screamed and cried. She wanted to rush forward and slap the man, but she was both disgusted and scared when she saw him scratching his crotch. She was scared that the man would do something weird again. Therefore, she could only cry, Who are you? What did you do to Teresa?" "My Teresa." The man was so excited that he didn't know what was going on until he realized what was going on. Princess Summer had witnessed the whole process of his transformation, too. He stopped scratching and said in embarrassment, Don't scream, and don't do anything stupid. Sister Summer, I can explain everything, but please calm down first. Things are not what you think they are. I'm definitely not a pervert like Black Jack." Princess Summer stopped screaming, but he was still staring at the man who was wearing a short skirt and a breastplate. Damn it. He was wearing the headdress that he had knitted for Teresa a few days ago. How could he do that? Princess Summer looked at Black Jack outside the transparent cabin wall. Then, he looked at the man who was wearing female clothes and scratching his crotch. She had to agree with the man. He and Black Jack were indeed not of the same species. "Sister Summer, let me explain." Seeing that she had calmed down, the man was somewhat relieved. He stepped forward and extended his hand to her. Princess Summer screamed again and waved her saber, trying to stop the man from moving forward. "Don't scream and don't be rash. Listen to me." The man was helpless. "I told you that I was not a pervert and that I wouldn't do anything to you. Why didn't you believe me?" "Of course I don't. You are a pervert, 100 times more perverted than Black Jack." "Ah!" Princess Summer screamed and scratched like an angry cat. "Who's your sister? That's disgusting. I feel sick just looking at you. Why are you wearing Teresa's clothes?" "All right. I know that many evil nobles have such weird fetishes. They are just the most mainstream perverts. However, you are still using Teresa's devil-sealing pocket. You are truly a super pervert. What did you do to Teresa? Give her back to me." "All right. Here. Take it." The man opened his arms and stuck out his chest. "Haven't you realized it yet? I am Teresa." Princess Summer, who was hysterical, did not hear what the man said at all. She was still waving her broken saber crazily. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that she slowed down. There was confusion and surprise on her face. It was not until another 10 seconds later that the broken saber and her arms were completely frozen. What did you say?" Princess Summer eyed the man up and down and stammered, Who are you?" "She is Teresa, your good sister." The man, who was wearing Teresa's short skirt, stood on his toes and spun around gracefully. Then, he winked at Princess Summer with the expression that Teresa often wore and smiled. "Sister Summer, don't tell me you don't recognize me? I'm so sad." Princess Summer was silent for 3 seconds. Then, she bent down and vomited loudly. She vomited while she retreated to a corner. At the same time, she stared at the man in horror, as if the man was going to turn into a devil that was even more terrifying than the devourer and do whatever he wanted to her. "Damn it, I've changed back, but my language habits are still the same." The man seemed to be more disgusted by the way he talked than Princess Summer was. He scratched his hair hard and scratched the headdress that Princess Summer had given to Teresa. Without thinking, he tore it off and stomped on the ground in anger. He was about to stomp on it, but he thought better of it and picked it up again. He blew on it and put it away carefully. "Jade, Jade!" The man pounded his chest and shouted at the top of his voice. "The situation is getting out of control. Come out and help me explain." I'm innocent. I'm here." The remnants of the silver flowers that had been blossoming a moment ago appeared in a translucent liquid again and condensed into Jade, or rather, Captain Kelly. It glanced at the man, including his muscular chest that was almost bursting out of the curved breastplate and the two hairy legs below the short skirt. It merely raised its eyebrow and did not shout like Princess Summer did. "Don't be surprised. It's perfectly normal," Jade said to Princess Summer casually. "The sea of stars is vast, and the universe is dark. Carbon-based intelligent creatures have been wandering in the sea of stars for thousands of years, living a life of uncertainty. They may be faced with unpredictable and unstoppable destruction at any moment. Such high pressure is very difficult for your low-end, backward brains to deal with. Accidents such as overloading or crashing can occur at any time. Therefore, many crew members have their own hobbies to ease their highly strung nerves. We should be understanding and tolerant of such hobbies that do no harm to other people." "So, it was like this?" Princess Summer was confused. Jade looked back at the man and said humbly, "All right, I finished explaining for you." "What the heck?" The man jumped to his feet. "I'm not asking you to explain it to me like that. What little hobby? What's harmless? What's relaxing nerves? What's all this? I don't have any little hobby at all. In this regard and in that regard, I don't have any little hobbies that are harmless or harmful. I was forced. I was framed. I was captured by the evil magician, Transformer Eric, for experiments. He injected a lot of witch genes into my body and turned me into a woman. Sister Summer, you must believe me. When you broke into the dark magic tower, you saw me tied up and hanging in midair by Eric the shapeshifter. Didn't you? I had no choice at all." After hearing Jade's explanation and seeing the man waving his hands and explaining clumsily, more than half of Princess Summer's fear was gone. She found it both funny and annoying. She nodded and said, "Yes, there was indeed such a thing. Your appearance was indeed weird when we first saw you. Everybody thought that you had been defiled by Eric the shapeshifter. That's why we were so concerned about you. But we didn't dare ask, fearing that you might be sad. I have indeed been defiled by him." The man spat and said, "Bleh, bleh, bleh. Why does it sound weird when I say that? He didn't ravage me. He savaged me. That's not right. He savaged me so badly. What? Such a beautiful face is definitely not some ghost." Princess Summer took a long breath and adapted to the man's appearance. Then, "Your real name is not Teresa. What's your name?" "My name is Han Te. I am the man who has sworn to be the king of cannons in the sea of stars." Han Te posed as casually as he could. It was a pity that, against Teresa's breastplate and short skirt, the more confident she was, the sleazy and perverted she was. Princess Summer shivered. Silver brightness was shining around the jade, too, which was not enough to resist Han Te's movement. "Special Agent Han. Special Agent Han." Princess Summer thought for a moment and replied, "Ah, the real man that you told me about. Yes, that's me. Please understand, Sister Summer. I was on a great mission to travel to the Emerald Universe by myself, only to fall into the evil sorcerer's hands by accident and become unrecognizable. I can't tell you the truth right now, but it doesn't mean that I'm a pervert or anything. I'm a real man," Han Te said in grief and indignation. Princess Summer frowned, deep in thought, as if she were analyzing whether or not Han Te's words were true. "Don't doubt me and don't hesitate. Although I've changed my appearance, this is just an insignificant episode. The previous proposal is still valid. Let's just take the escape capsule and run away. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Let Blackjack be arrogant for a while. When we gather the magnificent fleet of the Star Ocean Imperium and return to the Emerald Continent, we can crush him however we want." While talking, Han Te reached out for Princess Summer. Princess Summer's eyes bulged. She shivered and withdrew her hand subconsciously as if she had been electrocuted. What, you don't believe me? Han was anxious. He raised his hand and swore, I guarantee that I'm not the same as Black Jack. I will never deceive, force, or hurt a girl. Just follow me. If you are wronged in the Pangu universe, many people, including Ding Lingdang, will jump out and blow up my head. I'm not scared of being bullied by you. Princess Summer lowered her head and hesitated for a moment, but her voice was still clear. She asked in a low and clear voice, what will happen to them if we leave? Them? Han Te was dazed for a moment. Them. Princess Summer pointed at the harem outside of the transparent cabin wall, which was still being controlled by Black Jack. Their eyes were dull, and their expressions were either numb or crazy. Some of them were bombarding the transparent cabin wall, while others were acting as batteries that were being drained. They are my best sisters. If I leave with you just like that, won't I be leaving them here to die? In a flurry, Princess Summer said, I can't do that. I can't stand by and watch my sisters be fooled, exploited, and even devoured by Black Jack. Now that I've awakened, I should wake up all my sisters and run away from Black Jack together with them. When you were Teresa, didn't you preach to me that girls should be independent and control their own destiny instead of being manipulated by any man? Then, how could we run away from the jerk Black Jack without a fight? Well, Han Te scratched his head hard. In fact, they might not be exploited to death by Black Jack. Han Te continued his speculation that even he found hard to believe. You see, Black Jack is exploiting their vitality because he wants to breach the defense of the cockpit of Jade. But as long as we leave in the escape capsule, we can give Jade to Black Jack for now. He won't have to bombard them anymore. What reason does he have to exploit his sisters? It can't be that simple. Princess Summer smiled miserably. Nobody knows Black Jack's ambitions better than us. Controlling Jade is not his ultimate purpose. If he takes control of Jade today, he will wage a war against the entire Jade universe tomorrow until he has every inch of the soil, ocean, and sky under his control. In the process, rivers of blood will flow, and all the people will be killed. All my sisters will be the fuel for his ambitions and burnt to ashes.